on a pitch that has always suited spinners. Is the same expected in Chennai today? Well, after fielding 4 seamers, the Indian Times this week speculated England would follow India's lead and bring in Rayan Ahmed. Well, when has a Brendan McCullum side ever followed convention? Bryden Cast plays in place of Gus Atkinson. So we wait to see India's side, and also whether Jamie Smith debuts for England in place of Jacob Bethel, who was struck down with illness. Welcome, though, to live commentary from talkSPORT 2, the second of 5 T20s between India and England. You may also be watching via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you are, then please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. I'm Jon Norman, and for today's game, you can wave, Abhishek, and I'm alongside Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, Andrew McKenna, Alex Tudor, Jarrod Kimber. Stats and facts supplied by Gary Morgan. So if you were with us for the first T20, well, it was a short affair, and it couldn't have been much more one-sided. India chasing down their target, 43 balls to spare, with all the Indian bowlers faring well, as did all the Indian batters, apart from the captain, Surya Kumar Yadav, but even he continued his golden captaincy run-winning form, 10 wins out of 11 since being named permanent skipper. Long-time devotees of Indian cricket and or the IPL will probably have learnt very little from the win. England fans, though, may already be dreaming of the times when they were unaware of Varun Chakravarti and Ravi Bishnoi with the ball and the bat. Abhishek Sharma.
Thread in the eye of the needle is Abhishek, along the floor between extra cover and mid-off.
Over the wicket, dug in and pulled away by Abhishek Sharma. You can't bowl there.
Stand and deliver.
I think it's obviously just go and express myself and just watch out and just play.
Around the wicket he goes again, little bit of width. Oh my days! Abhishek up and underneath this over extra cover. Home run, ball, 6 runs.
That is ridiculous. What a shot.
Goes again, he goes high. Abhishek Sharma reaching for the boundary and reaches it as well.
I've never seen like team environment like this, and captain backing you up, like always saying that go and just express yourself.
Down the pitch comes Abhishek, inside out over extra cover, 6er.
And that's 50. 50 up for India, 50 up for Abhishek Sharma, and it's come from just 20 deliveries.
The freedom they have given to us, even the target wasn't that much, but the way they've been talking to us as a youngster, I think that was really tremendous.
So, he didn't take the Player of the Match award, by the way. That was Chakravarti, who rated his own game as 7 out of 10. So, good luck, England. Abhishek Sharma, though, because in preparing for today's game and also the one on Wednesday, I came across this stat that Cricket Info put up, which astonished me. And I want to talk about the modern day T20 batter and whether Abhishek Sharma essentially epitomises that. He played for Sunrisers last year. I mean, we've got our own Abhishek in the commentary box. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, tell us a little bit about the batter, then I'll talk about some of these stats. But he's really come to prominence in the last couple of years, and you know, it's quite hard to come to prominence in T20 cricket as a fast scoring, big hitting batter, because that's kind of what everyone does, right? But tell us a little bit about where he comes from and where the game finds him now.
Yeah, I think he comes from Punjab, played a lot of cricket for Punjab in his early years, and again, his mentor is Yuvraj Singh. Everyone is aware of who he is. He's done some wonderful things for India, but again, the last couple of years, what we have seen has amazed us all, because we've all played cricket or watched cricket or been around cricket for a very long time. For somebody of his stature, yeah, he's not a very big guy. He can hit sixes for fun. And strike rate, which really amazes me. It's very easy to look at his strike rate and say, oh, yeah, that's how you should bat. To maintain a strike rate of 198 to 200 is ridiculous. And people around the world, there's so many top cricketers who are playing around the world, you'd hardly find anybody who can maintain their strike rate for that long a period. It's very easy to do it in a one-off game, but do it consistently for a year and a half. John, you would know how difficult it is.
It's the consistency, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jarrod, I'll bring you in here because, have a look at this. This is Abhishek Sharma's run-scoring record. Now, I think that we're all quite used to and you can show it to the camera and you can read some of it out yourself. But that's his...
How can the camera see this?
KT. Essentially, we've moved well on from the, one century needed every 5 innings. Well done, Jarrod. 1 century every 5 innings, batting average of 40. This kind of... We know now it's about strike rate, but it's also about small, impactful innings. And if you have 6 batters like Abhishek Sharma, read out those stats, Jarrod, because this is his run scoring for Sunrisers Hyderabad in the IPL in 2024.
Yeah, he made 32 off 19, 63 off 23, 29 off 20, 37 off 12, 16 off 11, 34 off 22, number one. 46 off 12, 31 off 13, 15 off 9, 12 off 10, 11 off 16, should have been dropped after that one, 75 not out off 28, and 66 off 28. And I think the numbers sound great, but what is really impactful is the guy at the other end. Do you remember who he was?
Some guy... Travis something. I mean, who's called Travis and taken seriously?
And it's easy for a young Indian player to be swamped by a big overseas player in that sort of... What, are you afraid I'm going to send text messages to people? Or something?
No, I'm not at all.
Harmy, I've always loved you.
I just want... He's used to me sending those.
But he didn't get swamped. And in fact, they ended up becoming... Oh, I've forgotten it. Is it Travishek? Is that what we call him?
Yeah,
or is it
called him the
I'm not sure.
One of the other stats, and I don't want to make this too stats heavy, but one of the other stats is the balls faced.
Yeah.
He didn't... I'm not saying this is a good thing, by the way, but he didn't face more than 29 deliveries in a single innings. He only had one not-outer when he faced 28 balls. He faced 28 balls on 2 occasions. He's the fastest player to 400 runs in a T20 league ever, from a batter not facing more than 30 deliveries. So this in isolation is good for a team.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant.
But if you can get 2 of them, or 3 of them, or 4 of them, you're winning.
But that's the reason Sunrisers did what they did in the previous season. They got over 250 4 times in 14 matches, which is just unheard of.
And they basically had one bowler, Natarajan, occasionally come into bowling okay. They had no one else, so they had to average like 270 in innings to not lose.
So what is it about Abhishek Sharma's game? I mean, it's easy to say, well, he has a consistency. How do you get the consistency?
I think it's just hours in the skill set. And a lot of times you can practice as much as you want, but you cannot develop that skill set. He obviously has something special, and also the ability to pick up length. If you look at his batting, the way he picks length, I think that's where it makes a difference, which Rohit used to do very early in his career. He still does it sometimes, not as consistent as he used to be, but they have an ability to pick the length a lot earlier than other players, and that's why they could play the shots they can in different parts of the ground, a bit like Rishabh Pant as well. He can pick up length very quickly, and that is something natural. It's very hard to develop that as a cricketer.
The other aspect to this is he's batting in the power play, isn't he? So, but he has batted middle order as well, right? So
yeah, for Punjab he has, yes. But also I think the freedom, as he keep talking about the freedom he's been given, I think he was given the same freedom when he was playing for Sunrisers, and he's been given the same freedom by Surya Kumar Yadav and Gautam Gambhir when he's playing for India. Because for any youngster, you know the competition in India. You don't do well in 2 or 3 games, there are 10 other guys who are ready to slot you in. So to have that backing from the team management is so important to be able to play that brand of cricket.
And that is, again, another key aspect, because you do see players come in and have this kind of impact, and then they start to struggle. I mean, just from an English perspective, if you're an England cricket fans, I'm sure we can all remember how Jason Roy, towards the back end of his career, he was a player that would go in and start hitting the ball from ball 1. But of course, the risk-reward aspect of that is huge. So you can have a year or 2 where it all works for you, and you're getting 3 scores out of 5, maybe 4 scores out of 5. That's incredible consistency. But once you start dropping to maybe 2 and 3, that's when the pressure comes on, and then your natural inclination must be to draw back a little bit, especially when you're playing international cricket as opposed to IPL, when you know you're going to have 14 games or so to get it right.
I think Travis Head's strike rate in Test cricket the first time we played it was about 47, so about Alistair Cook's strike rate. So that was a player that they were like, come in, play your natural game. He didn't make any runs. He went completely into his shell. Imagine Travis Head scoring at a strike rate of 47 now. Like, you know, sometimes it's about maturity, but it's also about when Travis Head came back in, I think they just said to him, look, we don't need someone to average 40 knocking the ball around. We can find other people like that. What we can't find is someone who can hit boundaries off spin and pace almost every delivery. And, you know, I think Abhishek Sharma was sort of being eased in when Rahul Dravid was still coach. And, you know, Rahul Dravid kept saying to that team, we just have to attack. And the one time they didn't, they lost that World Cup in Australia. By the way, Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid think they were right, but they were, the way they were. They're wrong, but it's very rare I would say that, but they were. But the point is, they were moving towards this. And once you get towards that as a mindset, right, then that's what we've seen with the England team, right? Then you say, okay, Zach Crawley, you're going to fail a bunch of times, but we know that you are going to make the 70 that changes the game, and so just go out there and play your game. Abhishek Sharma and Travis Head, and when they were batting together, it was incredible because they have so many places they can hit boundaries. There's no field that you can really set to either of them. And then in Abhishek's case, he hits so many sixes. He's not a big guy or anything, but he hits so many sixes that, again, even if you put the fielders in the right area, he's probably going to hit it over their head.
Also, I think where the difference is in a lot of Indian cricketers and cricketers from around the world is the technical side of it. Because with the Indian cricketers, the way the structure is, you spend so much time working on your technique, making sure the bat's coming down in the right path and hitting straight. If you look at the way the areas Abhishek Sharma hits, it's more or less down the pitch. But if you look at around the world, a lot of players who are power hitters, they go across the line. They don't really tend to hit the ball straight. And that's where I think they get challenged whenever they get into a condition which is not flat, where there's a bit of turn or a bit of movement, they get into trouble. But for the likes of Abhishek Sharma, even if the conditions are a bit different, they have the game to back it up with.
So if you were to put together your top 6 from the world of T20 cricket, would Abhishek Sharma be in your top 6? And if so, who would the other 5 be?
No, I think in the current form, the way he's going, being a youngster, I think definitely he'll be right up there. Alongside Sanju Samson, the way he's batting in the last year and a half, he's in brilliant form.
Are you talking India or World 11? World 11.
So
you'd have him in head, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. Then you probably have him in head, and then it's a typical one. I'll have Surya Kumar Yadav in number 3 because he's a game changer. I'll have Glenn Maxwell at number 5 or 6 because he's a match winner.
Butler? Does Butler get in? I mean, the captaincy's
probably not right at the moment, but you'd still have him within the top 7 or 8.
The conversation.
Yeah. I mean, him and Harry Klaasen have both just gone through little form dips, right? Whereas not that long ago, they were both automatics. So
Henry Klaasen would have been my first pick.
Yeah.
And I probably
have you seen him in
the top 6,
T20?
but he is struggling at the moment.
Yeah, he's batting like Jon Norman at the moment.
Oh, so he is in the top 6 then.
But I generally feel he's one of the best players of spin I've ever seen, Henry Klaasen. He is just outstanding against spin.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to be talking Women's Ashes very shortly. The mood in the commentary box might take a little dip, apart from Jarrod. You're listening to the India-England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
only one radio heavyweight brings you unbeatable, canvas-thumping coverage of the biggest bouts in world boxing. talkSPORT.
From the four corners of the world.
Go the distance with unparalleled ringside commentary of the biggest boxing showdowns.
Unbelievable stuff at the Manchester Arena.
With 2 tough-talking boxing shows, Fight Night and Fight Night Extra.
The fight starts now.
Plus, get total knockout content on our world-class boxing podcasts and dedicated YouTube channel.
Swaggering, full of confidence.
Available now, and it's all for free. talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, your home of boxing.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
Got her, there it is. Knight was the last line of resistance, and McGrath and Mooney conspire to end the fight. As brave as it was from the skipper, it was always going to be futile, and this Australian domination continues in this outstanding Ashes performance.
Yes, overnight and through the morning, in fact not that long ago, it all came to a bit of a poor end. It's been a poor start, poor middle, and it's not got any better. England women going down by 72 runs to Australia women. They lost the 3-match ODI series 3-0. They've lost the 3-match T20 series 3-0, and now they head to Melbourne for what will still be a historic occasion, the Red Bull Test played at the MCG. But Australia women eyeing up 16-0, a clean sweep. All of this after England women travel to Australia with such hopes. In the last few days, there's been a lot of criticism, and there's been some allegations, I suppose, for want of a better word, about players boycotting interviews and a bit of a moodiness from the camp towards Alex Hartley, who works for Test Match Special and also TNT. We won't go into the ins and outs of that. There's no real need. But, I mean, we're bringing you first, Jarrod. Where did it all go wrong? I mean, it's not as though you have to go too far back in history to find, equal disappointment about an England women's performance. Do you? The semi-final stages of the World Cup. And now here we find ourselves against Australia, who are a phenomenally good side. And England have disappointed. But if you were to put your finger on it, where would that finger be pointed?
They really haven't made enough runs to put pressure on Australia, and every time they've got wickets, they haven't found a way of pushing through the middle. I think the biggest issue might be as simple as this: they might have the best bowler in the world, Sophie Ecclestone, but she's not particularly good against Australia, and the Australians don't mind facing her, whereas everyone else in the world is just like, it's almost a wicket and over, right? They don't mind facing her, and I think they scored off her again today on a wicket that was helping spinners. And so usually she's the Bumrah of that side, right? You just anytime there's a problem, you bring on Sophie Ecclestone, and she just, like a tourniquet, just stops the issue. That doesn't happen against Australia, and you're seeing, and if you go back to that World Cup, and I know you talked about the Alex Hartley thing before, Alex Hartley talking about how the players are not fit and all this sort of stuff. They didn't lose that World Cup because the players weren't fit. They won the first 3 games, and in the 4th game, they scored a little bit under par, and their fast bowlers got absolutely smashed everywhere, and then by the time Ecclestone came on, the game was over, right? And so how many times do you have to wait for one player, and sometimes Sarah Glenn does this for them as well, they have to pull it back because England, they're not making enough runs to put pressure on with the bat, and with the ball, it's down to 1 or 2 players almost every game.
There was it was insinuated that one of the England players didn't want to speak to Alex Hartley prior to one of the matches. We don't know whether it's true or not, but one thing that I did come away from it feeling is that if every time a male cricketer decided not to speak to one of the press, there would be 100 pages extra cricket coverage every day, because it happens all the time.
Yes.
There is this thing called a bowling coach day. All 11 of the players have refused to speak to the press at the end of the day. So
if I listed all the players who have refused to do interviews,
we don't even want to speak to Jarrod.
We would be here for we wouldn't be able to play the game. All right, it would be 4 hours of me just saying names. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I don't think it should have got out. If you are a media person and you say opinions, you have to understand that the person that you're saying the opinions about are going to react that way. That doesn't mean Alex Hartley shouldn't say what she wants to say, but she has to then understand that the other person's going to do what they want to do. You can't have it both ways. And most people who do interviews on the ground usually are the people who don't have the strong opinions. There's a reason for that, John. You're the producer. You know why you don't send me out there to go and talk to Jason Roy, because you're not sure that Jason Roy's going to come over.
I'd love to send Jarrod out to speak to Jason Roy. Choose, you're a coach, you're a player, former. You know, the insinuation was fitness wasn't there, so England lost the game. I haven't heard that said about England women in this tournament. But, you know, in terms of coaching, is there a link between fitness and catching? Because it seemed to me like there was a lot of teams dropping catches in the World Cup. It was more to do with the ground and the lights, and the fact that England women don't necessarily, or no women's cricketers don't necessarily play 50 over or 20 over cricket at that time of the night in the UAE. But from your perspective, is there a link?
Yeah, my perspective is, and good afternoon everyone, listen, is, you know, when I coach kids now or whatever, you know, I do train them hard. You know, 'cause I'm trying to make it realistic. I always remember Graham Gooch, great Graham Gooch, when I was at Essex and my time at England. He always, like, when you were batting, he wouldn't just have you in the net, just batting, you had to run in between, because what he's trying to do, he's trying to get you to fatigue, because then he wants to know what your game plan is now. Are you just going to play a lazy shot, or are you going to be focused? It's the same Duncan Fletcher, when we used to do fielding with England, he used to beast you, because he does want that time where it's the 39th over and Gilchrist hits one. Are you tired, or are you going to be able to get there and take that catch, which might be a match-winning catch? So I always say, train hard, play easy. Always, you know, you have to train that way. You have to train really hard. And obviously, if you're dropping catches, it might be because the concentration's not quite there. And if the concentration's not quite there, are you working hard enough on your fitness? You know, I'm sure if it was early in the piece and it was the first 5 overs, I'm sure they'll be fine. But as the game goes on, you start to fatigue. You're playing in a very hot country. You're losing sweat and salt. Are you getting the replenishments on board? All those things come into a situation. You know, they have the amount of backroom staff now, which annoys the hell out of me. The amount, you know, you can go man for man now on the coaching staff at the professional level now. And I know things have changed, so I need to stop thinking about my time and the time now. But my whole thing is, and sort of harping back on, you know, Alex Hartley and stuff like that, it's like, listen, these girls now are playing at a very high level. You're now reaping the rewards on the back of it as well. And with that, when you get to the top, what happens? People are looking to take some names and they're looking to criticise. And you have to be very broad in the shoulders, and you're going to have to take it on jar. Otherwise, you've got to get off social media. And sometimes people are in their feelings. This is sport. People are allowed to have their opinion, but like Jarrod said, you have to be mindful what you say, because Alex Jordan used to say to me, and I remember when he wrote a book, I said, your book's boring, Stewie, like, you're not saying anything. He goes, I have to be mindful, because I might have to see these people again. And the same when you're in the positions we're in, you have to be a little bit mindful, because you're going to have to meet these people, but you have to be able to back up what you say, and that's the big thing for me.
Shall we also remember, as we move towards a break, Jarrod, that England women have and are coming up against arguably one of the greatest international sides of all time in any sport.
I think we thought Australia was on a slide because of what happened in that last World Cup. Based on the last couple of weeks, I'm not really seeing the slide, guys, if we're being honest. It's like,
the slide's been on the knees as they're taking a catch over their head and stopping it from going over the boundary.
They look like they're better now. So we've seen this before. Australia lose sometimes, and then they get better straight afterwards. They're very competitive.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, well, look, we're just moments away now from the teams and the toss. We're hearing of a couple of injuries from the India camp. They're going to be changed, and we're expecting 1, maybe 2 changes from the England side as well. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
Tomorrow, the goals are calling.
It's a brilliant, brilliant goal!
Stimulate your senses with a heavy-duty payload of thrilling Premier League football.
Oh my goodness!
Exclusive full-match commentary of Fulham versus Manchester United.
A goal to savour!
Kick-off 7 p.m. on talkSPORT. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground!
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2, or possibly watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you are, hello, hit subscribe. We are just moments away from the teams and the toss from Chennai. It's commentary throughout this second of 5 T20s that we're bringing you. England were absolutely pulverised in Brendan McCullum's first white ball match. Today we have a pitch which is expected to suit the home side even better than in Kolkata. But before we discuss that, let's head out to the middle. Ravi Shastri overseeing proceedings.
It's match 2 of the 5-match series between India and England. The two captains, match referee, all in order. Surya Kumar Yadav will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Well, Surya won the toss again. What have you decided?
We look to bowl first. It looks a good track. And we practiced here last night. There was a little bit of dew later on, also hoping the wicket will be a little better in the evening.
Seems a lot less grass than the one in Calcutta.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks hard. I hope it stays like that for 40 overs.
Now, you ticked most boxes in that last game, so you'd like to keep that momentum going.
Obviously, I mean, we want to stick to the basics and have the same approach what we did in the last game in all the departments, and really looking forward to this game.
You would have been proud of the way the boys caught in the last game. The fielding, the catching was pretty outstanding.
I think that's one department which we've been focusing on really well. We do that as a team on the ground, and that's one thing. That's one thing which brings everyone together, spreads a lot of energy, and brings a lot of positivity as well.
Now, just reading in the news that there have been some injury problems. What's your combination for today? Any changes?
Yeah, we have 2 changes. Nitish Reddy is actually ruled out of the tournament. He's got a side strain. Rinku Singh will recover in 1 or 2 games. So we have Washington Sundar, local boy, and one more, Dhruv Jurel, in place of Rinku Singh.
Have a good one, Surya.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, Josh, no luck with the toss. What would you have done had you won it?
Yeah, I would have looked to do the same and bowl first, but yeah, we just got to play same plan, just do it better.
Yes, you've got to forget what happened in the last game. This is fast and furious, T20 cricket. Things happen very quickly.
Yeah, they do, absolutely. And each game's a new opportunity. So, yeah, the guys are really relaxed and looking forward to tonight.
And what are your takeouts from the last game? Which are the areas you think you really want to improve? You batted well.
Yeah, in all areas, always trying to improve. I think, as I said, be more aggressive. Same game plans, just do it better.
Just looks a better surface, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Looks-wise.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, we'll assess conditions quickly and try and communicate that, but looks a little bit different than sometimes here, and hopefully it'll be a good wicket and a good match.
Any changes in the team?
We've got 2 changes today. Jacob Bathel's unwell, so Jamie Smith comes in for his debut, and Bryden Cast for Gus Atkinson.
Have a good one, Josh.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's India who won the toss again, and they've decided to bowl first.
So, changes for both sides, 2 apiece, injuries and also tactics. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is alongside myself, Jon Norman, in the commentary box here for talkSPORT 2. First up, India, 2 changes. So, Reddy and Singh both out, and Washington Sundar and also Dhruv Jurel are in. So, I mean, they've bolstered their spin stocks, have India. So, somewhat of a surprise that England haven't done the same thing?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. But now India has 5 spinners because we haven't even seen Abhishek Sharma bowl so far. Hopefully, at some point in the tournament, we will see him roll his left-arm spinners. He's a pretty decent bowler as well, Abhishek Sharma, along with his batting and fielding. So, yeah, 4 spinners and an option of Abhishek Sharma for the 5th. But if we go with the stats from last year's IPL, John, the fast bowlers got majority of the wickets in Chennai because the pitch was more conducive and suited to fast bowling, but that could change very quickly in that part of the world.
Oh, okay, we shall see. Let's time now. Let's have a look ahead to the action thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
Before we continue the conversation with Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, let's hear now from the England vice-captain Harry Brook. He was, well, if you were a positive person, you'd say he was your second top scorer from the first T20. Sadly, he only scored 17. But ahead of today's game, he has been speaking with talkSPORT's Will McPherson.
Hello, Harry. We're in Chennai now. A bit warmer here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a bit of heat. I've been at home for a month, so been in the freezing cold back home. It's nice to have a bit of sun.
Can we expect anything different from this ground? Do you think it's known for taking a bit more spin than Kolkata, possibly?
Yeah, I think so. So obviously we've got a bit of training now. See how the nets play and go from there. Really.
You just have a team photo. You're obviously sat in the middle now as vice captain. How are you finding that role? You got a taste of a captaincy in September, and now you're Joss's right hand man.
Yeah, you don't do much as a vice captain, to be honest. You give suggestions here and there, and then it's up to the captain whether he wants to take them or not. But yeah, there isn't much of a role to do. Just try and stay calm in my own game.
What's the conversations been after Wednesday night's game? It was obviously quite a heavy defeat, but it's the first game of the tour. You hadn't had a warm up. Do you feel better for the run out?
Yeah, definitely. It was nice to have a little bit of time, although it wasn't very long out in the middle. Yeah, obviously they played well. They've got some exceptional spinners and they bowled really well.
Nice to reacquaint yourself with the kind of the atmosphere of an Indian ground as well. So it was mental on Wednesday, wasn't it? It's probably going to be exactly the same here tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to probably be even louder here. So looking forward to it, and yeah, the lads are ready to go again.
What are the kind of, as a batting group, their spinners are seriously challenging bowlers. What have you kind of taken away from the other nights? For some players, it'll be the first time they've played against them. For you, probably not so much with your IPL experience. What's the conversations been in the batting group?
I think obviously their spinners are their key threat, so we just got to look to put pressure on them really. Look to take them down and hopefully put as much pressure as we can on them, and hopefully they can crumble from there.
And how are you feeling in your own game? You obviously had a great tour to New Zealand, and then you've had a bit of a break over Christmas and New Year. Do you feel quite refreshed coming into what is a massive year?
Yeah, it's nice to have had a break. A month off is pretty unheard of at the minute, so yeah, it was nice to not really pick up a bat and yeah, take a proper break from the game. Felt a little bit rusty the other night, but yeah, hopefully have a nice hit today at training and then go again tomorrow.
And this group is obviously quite a new group it's a group that's kind of come together under Baz's leadership now. What effect has he had on the group in the early days as his time as white ball coach?
Pretty much the same as the test team really. It's the same messaging really. Look to put their bowlers under pressure, try and take wickets throughout and chase the ball hard to the boundary.
Harry Brook speaking with Will McPherson, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala alongside me. He also mentioned the smog in Kolkata. Now, it was just a bit clumsy, wasn't it? He wasn't meaning anything of it, but he probably should avoid seemingly making excuses for his and the other batters' poor batting against spin bowling, because of course Jos Buttler wasn't wearing smog spectacles. He seemed to bat quite well, but also it's just a bit of a sensitive area that probably should stray away from as his vice-captain duties continue.
Oh, I would say so, especially as you mentioned, when Jos Buttler was smashing it to all parts of the ground, he didn't have a problem. But these are excuses you shouldn't, even if you have it in your head, that shouldn't come out of your mouth, I would say.
Absolutely. We're going to continue the build-up to today's second T20. Live from Chennai, the ground is starting to fill up. The atmosphere was off the scale in Kolkata. More of the same expected today, especially if the likes of Abhishek Sharma start tucking in, or maybe the homeboy Varun Chakravarthi, who's playing here today for India, and Washington Sundar as well. So the crowd, the Chennai supporting crowd, are certainly going to have a couple of hometown heroes to cheer on. But that's a big thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Now, for the third T20, we're going to be joined by Gareth Batty, Surrey head coach, former England spinner Monty Panesar as well. Spin, Abhishek. India have come in with 5 of them today. England have decided not to bring in Rayan Ahmed. I was watching Ravi Bishnoi bowl. Now, he's a predominantly googly bowler. So's Rayan Ahmed. Bowls a lot of googlies. It's not the surprise ball in the way that it used to be. You could bowl like 3 or 4 of them and over. England have decided not to go with an additional spinner. They brought in Bryden Carse, who impressed all of us while we were covering the recent New Zealand series. He was fantastic. But it always makes me a bit nervous when an opposition team come and play completely different tactics or employ very different tactics in terms of team selection to the team that are playing at home and know the conditions well.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they didn't pick Ryan Ahmed, because he's a good bowler. He's got the variations, and I always think on conditions like this, especially in Chennai and in India, you need different kind of bowlers, and he could have made a difference. But again, England, I think, going a bit more with the stats of the 2024 IPL rather than looking at the surface at the moment and how it's going to operate. Because you're absolutely right, India being the home team, they would have assessed the condition and know the condition better. Obviously, some information have gone through to them from the ground staff as well, and hence they've gone with an extra spinner rather than picking Mohammad Shami.
Do you think it's partly down to the fact that India have got 4 right-handers and only 2 left-handers? Maybe a reason that Ryan Ahmed isn't playing, if he's going to be bowling the googly, so the ball is going to be going away from the left-hander but into the right-hander. Do you think that is, or do you think that's where matchups just become a little bit too?
I think if you ask me, with majority of the Indian batters being right-hander, there's more reason to play Ryan Ahmed, because it always creates a doubt in your mind as a batter when somebody can bowl the googly and also take the ball away from you. And against a left-hand batter against the likes of Abhishek Sharma, also he comes in handy, because he goes round the stumps, try and bowl the googly. And if you see Abhishek Sharma, he loves going aerial. He loves hitting sixes against the spinners. So again, the ball going away from him can always bring in an opportunity to pick up his wicket. So I think they should have gone with an extra spinner, but they must have a good reason not to.
The other aspect to all of this is, it wasn't the bowlers for England that got bowled out. Well, they were part of the team that got bowled out for 133, but it was the mode that England went about their batting. And you wonder whether this was with a nod to the dressing room, whether this is how they've just been told to go out and play. But from about the 3rd wicket down, Jarrod, myself, Andrew McKenna, we were all asking the question, why are the batters coming in not just getting off strike and getting Buttler on? Because he's seeing it smog or else. He's seeing the ball brilliantly. But they just didn't, at no point did any of them try and do that.
And that's the point we were trying to make earlier, John. Do they have the skill set to do that? Or they just know to play one way, which is try and go out there and try and hit 6s and 4s. And somewhere in that preparation, which they do all about power hitting, they've lost the touch of trying to get 1s and 2s. And that's something they'll have to work out today, especially because, again, a even better spin attack, Sundar being out there. And I think on a Chennai pitch, if it starts doing a little bit, they're going to find it difficult again.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala will be with us throughout the second T20. He'll be back next weekend as well. And Alex Tudor, former England fast bowler, about to come into the commentary seat. But now it's time to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Alex Dunn joins us to run through all the markets ahead of the second T20 between India and England.
And just a few days ago, I was sat in this very seat saying that England might be a bit of value. How wrong I was. India today at 2-5, England at 19-10. And you can't really argue with the fact that India deserve to be pretty short-priced favourites for this. But how do we get a bit more value out of this? Well, there's a couple of enhanced odds markets that I do quite like the look of. Josh Buttler to hit over 1.6 and Phil Salt to do exactly the same has been boosted from 3-1 out to 4-1. Buttler was one of the rare bright sparks the other day. But the bet that I do like, and if you are looking at backing India here, it could well be Sanju Samson to be the top India run scorer and India to win. That's been boosted from 7-2 out to 9-2. Terribly unpatriotic of me, but India have to be the bet here.
Good stuff, Alex. Thank you very much. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So if you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, it is India who have called correctly at the toss for the second match in a row, and no surprise whatsoever for the second match in a row, they are going to have a bowl first. 2 changes for both sides with Reddy and Singh out for India. Reddy is going to miss the entirety of the tournament. Rinku Singh could come back for the 4th or 5th T20. Washington Sundar and Dhruv Jurel, 2 batters and bowlers in regard to Sundar, who England have come up against in the last 12 months or so in Test cricket. So they're the 2 changes for India. For England, Bryden Carse comes into the side in place of Gus Atkinson, who had a little bit of a horror showing in the first T20. 2-run score from 13 deliveries, and he was smashed all around the park. His 2 overs went for 38. So Bryden Carse comes in for Gus Atkinson, and Jacob Ethel, England's number 6, is unwell. So that means Jamie Smith is going to play his first match for England since becoming a dad. Plenty more build-up to come here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
I'm Jeff Stelling. Get kitted out for another formidable weekend of live and exclusive football on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
What a turn, what a goal!
This afternoon from 3, get pumped up for a potent Premier League clash as Liverpool take on Ipswich live on talkSPORT.
They are turning up the heat at just the right time.
Then have your say with a full-on game day phone-in from 5:30 live on talkSPORT.
Fantastic finish!
Buckle up for a big weekend of live and exclusive football on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
Around the wicket he goes again, little bit of width. Oh my days! And India win the game by 7 wickets.
Yeah, look, we'll be better for the run out. It's nice to get into the series, even though it's a loss.
5 matches, T20 matches can change, series can change.
Down the pitch comes Abhishek, inside out over extra cover, 6er.
Chakravarti again. This is deceived Harry Brooks.
This is brainless cricket. I absolutely don't understand what the England batters have tried.
On the day, sometimes it won't come off, but you know, we're backing everyone in the dressing room to play however they want to play and commit to it.
12 overs and 5 balls to score 133 to win the game.
We need to improve, we will improve and sort it out at Chennai.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. Let's all get our positive hats back on, shall we? New day, new game, new teams. And we are, 11 minutes away from the first ball. If you are just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 for this second T20 International, India have won the toss. They have put England into bat. The England team is the team that was announced yesterday, so there are 2 changes. Jacob Bethel is ill, so Jamie Smith is in for his T20 debut, and it's Bryden Carson for Atkinson. So Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Joss Buttler, Harry Brook, Liam Livingston, Jamie Smith, Jamie Overton, Bryden Carse, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. 2 changes for India. That is because Nitish Kumar Reddy is out now of this whole series because of a side strain, and Rinku Singh has picked up some back spasms. India have actually called in Shivan Dubey and Ramandeep Singh to the squad. Neither are involved today, though. Nitish and Rinku missing out as Dhruv Jurel and Washington Sundar are into their side. So it's Sanju Samson, Abhishek Sharma, Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Dhruv Jurel, Washington Sundar, Akshar Patel, Ravi Bishnoi, Varun Chakravarti and Arshdeep Singh. So those are the 11s. A very good afternoon to you. I'm Andrew McKenna. Alex Tudor is alongside me. We'll be picking up the commentary for the first stint in just a few moments' time. There's a lot of talk about the fact that we're now down in Chennai, a bit warmer, and it will spin a bit more. But Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, our Indian expert, the man who's played at the venue, but more importantly watches a lot of games recently, said that in the IPL, the last IPL, it was far more seam friendly. So I've actually got our statsman Gary to run the numbers for me. Last 3 IPLs, 18 games played, because Chennai do sometimes take games on the road and whatever. So 18 games have been played. Spin has taken 71 wickets in those games at 28.9. That's 23 balls per wicket, which is pretty darn good. Pace has taken 139 wickets at 26.1. at 17 balls a wicket. So in other words, in the last 3 years, over 18 games, seam has taken double the amount of wickets than spin. So what that means is you've got to respect pace and seam, but you can't ignore spin. So just to remind everyone, England have gone in with 4 seamers, which I don't think India have got 4 seamers in the whole squad. It's a very brave call.
It is a brave call. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it is. But I just think the England team feel that their best chance, you know, I mind Adil Rashid, who's been brilliant for years now, and he's Joss's go-to bowler when he needs a wicket. He just shores things up, calms it down, and is threatening whenever he comes on. But I reckon they feel that their best chance of taking the wickets is by their quick bowlers. And sometimes you may have spinners in your squad, but as a captain and as a manager, you sort of think, no, I think pace is the way we have to go, even if the opposition play their spinners. I think our best chances, we've seen their best chance of getting England out is with spin, isn't it? I mean, the way that the lads played that in the first T20 wasn't great. Watched back the highlights and had a look at sort of game plans, really, or what they were trying to do. And for me, you just saw someone at the other end who was batting extremely well, who hasn't played for a while, but is batting extremely well. Give him the strike. I think I heard you say in the podcast, and it comes in after our transition, you know, he's got 68 of 40 odd balls. Give him the strike. He's just not batted enough balls, has he, really? And just the way that lads were getting out, and I always look at the overs when we're getting bowled out and when individuals get bowled out. There were still 4 overs to go when I saw Atkinson run down a wicket and miss one. And I'm just like, just get one and get the other lad on strike. So, little brainless cricket, but as you said, that's now gone. It's a new day. As you say, they will always back you, Buttler and McCullum at the helm now in this ODI format. And the guys have just got to go out there and impress. As you say, there's a big tournament coming on next month and lads are vying for position. So when you get that opportunity, make sure you take it.
Right then, let's get stuck into today. Actually, if you're one of those teams that love to be dominated by stats, there simply aren't that many for this. India have only ever played 2 T20 games in Chennai, and the last one of those was 7 years ago. So the first one was in 2012, when India actually lost to New Zealand by 1 run. New Zealand put 167 for 5 on the board and then restricted India to 166 for 4. The second game, and therefore the last game, was against the West Indies in November of 2018. West Indies posted 181 for 3. India chased them down. Final ball of the match, 182 for 4. It means the average score batting first in this stadium in T20 internationals is 174. But the caveat is we've only got 2 matches to compare, and the last one was quite a long time ago. And as we've just talked about, this pitch in the last IPL will play completely differently to those 2. So we can kind of ignore that. What that also tells you is that England have never played a T20 international in this venue against India. This is in India home matches. Now, obviously, there might have been World Cup games, but I'm only counting home games here. So they've basically got to play what's in front of them. Actually read a pitch, adapt to it, rather than go in with mountains and mountains of stats to basically be fed this and almost be pre-programmed. It's a little bit old school in a way, Tudes, isn't it? It's quite nice.
You're not allowed to use that word, man. Old school. Listen, you're dead right. Listen, on any given day, pitches can change, conditions, bowlers, personnel. You just got to go out there with the cards that you're dealt with, assess the situation. A bowler could be having a bad day. Know that as a team, jump all over them, make the captain make a decision to bowl someone else with maybe a less experience, someone he might not want to bowl too much, and then you seize upon it. But what you don't want to do is leave balls in the hutch. That's getting bowled out early, not making sure you bat your 20 overs, your 120 balls, and then just assessing the situation over by over. Sometimes it's this, we're just going to go hard all the time and just going to try and get 200 plus. It might not need 200 plus, as you say. Get to 160, get to 170. Give your bowlers an opportunity and a chance. Take your catches, field well, and then, as you say, it's a new day. Go out there, and change around. And it's 1-1, and everyone forgets about that first game, and you move on.
You are listening to England against India in the T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Well, we're about 3 minutes or so from the first ball. The teams will be out with us. New umpiring pairing, by the way, today. Manthorp Manaban and Virender Sharma have stepped up from third umpire and fourth umpire duties, respectively. So they're standing in the middle. Rohan Pandit will be the man looking at the replays. Nitin Menon is basically the T-boy for the afternoon as fourth umpire. Right, something I want to touch on, Tudes, before the England batters come out. Phil Salt versus India. His numbers, generally speaking, this is going to be his 4th T20 international. 1,100 runs at just under a tick under 36. 300s, 450, strike rate 164. Against India, 4 matches, 13 runs at 4.3, a highest score of 8, strike rate 76.5, and he's faced only 17 deliveries. How do you get round that? Do you almost... I know the Brendan McCullum way will be keep swinging, but is there almost a case actually a little bit of crease occupation wouldn't necessarily be the worst? That whole thing, give yourself a chance.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the power to play catch up. As you say, the great Chris Gale, he used to always give himself a chance. Sometimes he'll play out a maiden, 5 dots, but he knew that he had the immense power to make up for that, and Phil Salt's the same. He has the power to kick on very, very quickly. So as you say, his record against India is not great, but again, it's a new day, new challenges. Go out there, as you say, Macca, give yourself a chance, just see a few, and change that stat. As you said, his stats as a T20 player are fantastic. 300s, as you say, averaging 36 at a strike rate of 160 plus. That is outstanding. They need something like that today, though. He starts from the front.
Well, if he wants to wallop boundaries, generally speaking, the square of the wicket are both shorter than the straight. So 66 and 68 to the sides, 75 straight. So there's not much in it, but it's a little bit longer straight. So that'll just give you an idea. But of course, the ground is not a million miles away from the beach, so there will be a bit of breeze to take into account of that as well. Right, we're about to get going. Arshdeep Singh has ball in hand, 3 away from 100 wickets in this form of the game. Would be the first Indian to get there. He is the leading wicket taker, having overtaken Yuzvendra Chahal in the first game the other day with his 2 for 17. What is he going to go with today? He got some good early shape. Jarrod Kimber is back in alongside myself and Tudes. Good afternoon, Jarrod.
Macca. Tudes, what I like about Arshdeep Singh is he's a left-arm bowler who swings the ball in both directions. You can swing it in and away. Most left-arm bowlers can swing it one way, if you're lucky, and he can do it both. And the other day he swung a couple in to Phil Salt, and then he was like, I think I'll do better swinging it away, and that's how he got the wicket. A little bit of extra bounce helped him as well, but he's a really skillful bowler. They're putting some pressure on him. They want him to be their potential third bowler for the Champions Trophy, but he's a really talented player. Not fast.
Well, he's going to start with one slip in place. And here we go then. Let's play is the call, and Arshdeep is running into the bowl, left arm over. There's a little bit of induck, but it's been clipped over mid-on by Salt for 4, first ball. Well, he got himself in a couple of tangles in the first games in Kolkata, as he took a couple on the thigh pad and then tried to pull one that wasn't there. That one, just a little bit of shape, but it was a little bit of shape onto the middle of the bat tunes. England are up and running, 4 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful start from Phil Salt. Just getting long in length, just straying onto the pads. Any batter worth his salt, and excuse the pun, is not going to miss out on that, and he's clipped that lovely over mid-on.
No, I'm not excusing that. In Arshdeep once again. Now he's bowling again towards the thigh pad. Salt aims an enormous pull at that one. Doesn't get anything on it. It will go off of the thigh pad down to fine leg. 4 a leg by 5 without loss after 2 deliveries here on talkSPORT 2.
And Jarrod makes a good point. You know, listen, he's not quick, but that doesn't bother me. If you're very skilled, which he is, sometimes people worry about pace all the time. If you're skilled, I remember Bhuvnesh Kumar not too long ago, very, very skilled. I was like, if I was ever to pick a county team, he would definitely be in my county team, because in England he would cause people all sorts of trouble. He was so good.
He's the cricketing equivalent of a surgeon. He was precise, wasn't he, in everything that he did?
I mean, it's just the last couple of years just starting to struggle a little bit more, Bhuvi Kumar, but geez, he was good for a long time.
When he was good, he was phenomenal. Right, Duckett on strike, deep point goes back in place. Arshdeep is in, it's swinging away. It was coming in, he thought Ben Duckett towards leg stump, and then shaped away, leading edge to point, and England take a single. That was aerial for a while.
Yeah, very good wrist position from Arshdeep. Beautiful seam presentation. Looks like just open him up. Then he looked like he was going to go leg side. It's straightened. It's got a thick edge. And for the life of me, and I was having this conversation during the Christmas period with another fine fast bowler. And why do bowlers not have gullies? I don't get it. When you're tall, you get bounce. I never bowl without a gully. But what do I know?
Absolutely nothing. That's why you're sitting next to me. Arshdeep in once again. Short ball. Salt goes on the pull. He's not got all of this one, and it's straight to the fielder. A deep square leg. Washington Sundar is the man who's out there into the side today and takes the catch. And Salt goes 4 from 3 deliveries. The same amount of deliveries he faced in the first game. He at least gets a boundary today, but he takes on Arshdeep's shorter ball. Made decent contact, didn't get it flush out of the middle, and the fielder out on the boundary. Barely had to move. Catches it Australian style, hands high over the shoulder. England 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Arshdeep. As you said, the batters know that he's swinging it and he's pitching it up. He just dragged that one down. Gone for the bumper, but what did for Phil Salt? He had to fetch it. It was quite wide outside off stump. He's had to fetch it. It would have been better trying to hit that sort of mid-wicket to sort of long on area with a flat back to full face, but he's tried to hit it behind square, and as you say, big Washington Sundar didn't have to move, and he wasn't going to drop that. And Phil Salt's record against India continues. It's not a great one. He departs. And as you say, the skipper Butler comes to the wicket, and England depend on him massively in this format of the game.
Well, you could say he played to his average. Average 4.3 against India, and he makes 4 today. Well, it means the skipper is in early once again. Played beautifully the other day. England need him to do so once again.
He might as well open at this point, right?
Yeah, he effectively is, isn't he? There we go. 4 50s in his last 9 T20 innings. 3 in his last 4 against India. 83 not out, 9, 52 and 68 the other day. You've got to be a good player to do that against India. And he is. 2 slips in play like this. Arshdeep goes in. Oh, he's outside leg stump though. And it means Butler can straight away turn this out to Sundar. Deep square leg and is underway immediately with a single. It's all going on all very early here on talkSPORT 2. England losing the early one, 7 for 1 in the first.
You know, what's interesting about the Arshdeep wickets is that we talk about how skillful he is and swing the ball both ways and not being quick. Both the times he's got salt has been with a shorter ball now. One was kind of more of a pull shot. That's probably more of a hook shot, that one. He's only bowled 18 balls to him, and these are the only 2 dismissals. So it's not like he's had the wood over for a long period of time. But I feel like India have decided that if you're going to bowl to Salt, there's no point putting the ball in his area too long. Maybe bowl 1 at the stumps early, try and get the cheeky bowled.
Final ball of the first over. Ben Duckett gets a straight one from Arshdeep, pushes to mid-on, takes the single. Duckett has 2 from 2. England 8 for 1 after the first here on talkSPORT 2. Shoots.
I was just going to say, Macca, square of the wicket, how long is it?
65, 66 and 68.
Just thinking, sometimes, you know, I always moan about the size of the boundaries, but sometimes you've got to, as a bowler, know your dimensions, and he's most probably thinking, it's sort of slightly big enough, I'm going to try it, and try the bumper. But he had width on it, so as I said, he had to fetch it. He would have been better off trying to hit that to sort of wide mid-wicket to long on. He's tried to hit it square, and it was his undoing. It's good bowling, it's clever bowling. And that's why he's, what, 2 away now from becoming the first player to get to 100 for the Indians.
Right, Hardik Pandya to set the second over, as he did in Kolkata. And if we're being brutally honest, his opening couple were absolute cafeteria. He did not bowl well, but because he's the only other seamer, he has to take the first over. He then came back well to finish up with 2 for 42 in the end. In he goes, starts with a full, slower ball to Duckett, who it's basically landing on the crease line as it gets there, squeezes out to point, and there is no run. So India play their cards very, very openly. It's 1 quickie. Hardik will do what he can, and then it's spin boys.
He does. He bowls a bit of licorice all sorts, doesn't he, old Hardik? I do love him as a cricketer. Up and at him, tries everything, leaves everything on the pitch.
He's in, past the umpire. Short ball, hits Duckett on the helmet. And we're going to get the concussion test here, because that has taken Duckett flush on the grill. He's fine. Hardik Pandya goes down, gives him a little sort of wave as if to say, you know, nothing meant, and no one thought it was. But it was a decent ball. Duckett wasn't really there as a shot, and just gets flush on the grill.
Yeah, he's slippery, is Hardik. You sort of look at him, sort of all long arms, and you know he's not massively built, but he does produce some good pace when needed, does Hardik. He just surprised him there, just rushed him, got through the shot. Just a polite, are you okay? Just round about the jaw. A little bit of blood there. I saw there, Macca. So there's a little bit of blood.
Yeah, just through the shot, wasn't he? Which meant that it sort of clattered on. Hardik got 14 wickets against England in T20 cricket, which is the second most for India, actually. Yuzvendra Chahal, the aforementioned, leads the way on 16. Interestingly, no other bowler is in double figures. So those two are sort of out on their own there. So, yeah, Hardik has definitely been the man. 89 wickets altogether. This is his 110th T20 international. It's his debut back in January of 2016, so he's been around a while now.
It's just a shame that he's had injuries, because I'm always prone to a big comment, but I like it. I said it between him and Stokesy of the best all-rounders, because I remember he came to England, he batted beautifully, you know, he's sort of aggressive, he's a good fielder, he can bowl sharp, and I just said, be interested in these two going at it, but with injuries and everything else, it's just sort of stifled his career really in Test cricket, it is. And he sort of, I suppose, focused on white ball cricket, and he's done well, whatever he's done. But yeah, it's just a shame, because I did like him. I like him as a cricketer, very aggressive. You know, lets the bowl batter know that he's about with the ball, and when he's batting, he's aggressive, and he's stylish as well. And as you said, he's quite elegant as well, languid in his striking, and very destructive.
Right, Ben Duckett has been cleared to carry on, and has popped all the kit back on, and we're ready to resume for the third ball of the second over. Hardik Pandya is coming in, right arm over, and again it's a slower ball and enables Duckett to roll his wrists on this one, gets it down to deep fine leg, single taken. 9 for 1 are England. Duckett 3 from 5, Jos Buttler 1 from 1. Phil Salt, the man dismissed, 4 from 3 deliveries, that for a boundary off of the first ball of the match. It means that Phil Salt now has 6 single-digit scores in his last 8 innings. That's in all T20s, not just internationals, but all T20s.
It is worth remembering that I think he has the most 6s and 4s off the first ball of innings as well, so he's kind of playing it both ways, right? And he probably had a period, especially when he was playing for Kolkata and England over the space of about 6 months, where it seemed like he almost hit a 4 or a 6 first ball every time. There should be if you're going that hard that early, there should be a redress of that. But when it comes off, of course, if you hit a 6 first ball, we saw it a couple of times when he did it in Kolkata. It's like the opposition was like, well, that's us done.
Right, the sorting the field out here for Jos Buttler. There's 3 on the leg side, and 2 of them are out on the boundary, 1 at fine leg, 1 at deep square leg, so they're not a million miles apart. Might be short from Hardik. No, it's the double bluff. Goes in outside of off stump, push drive from Buttler to extra cover, no run. 4 balls of the over, 1 single so far.
Did I just see the captain hold his shoulder a little bit after that shot? Saw Buttler just hold his shoulder after he played that shot.
I didn't see that.
Are you talking about the Jos Buttler shimmy, or are you talking about post-shot shimmy?
No, I see things, Jarrod, and I just saw him after he played that shot.
I see bodies.
I see dead people.
I just saw him just feel his shoulder a little bit.
Oh, that's the last thing England need. Let's hope not. Hardik in, bowls an off spinner. Buttler is coming at this one. Again, push drive, can't beat it. Dhruv Jurel, the 1 or 2 changes for India today. He's the man at short extra, and there is no run.
They're on shoulder watch, not just for the shimmy. So you got excited last time when I told you about that, didn't you?
Did a whole video on it.
You did, I saw it. You went to town on that one.
There was probably more like, I don't think people quite understood I was having a bit of a joke. A lot of people were like, he doesn't just do it when he attacks. And I was like, I know, we were just having a bit of fun. Imagine being a bowler and coming in, and every time he does a little shoulder shimmy, you just go, can't bowl.
sorry.
He's going to play the attacking shot.
Right, India have brought in a 4th fielder over to the leg side to mid-wicket now from the off. So mid-on and mid-wicket inside the circle. Buttler comes down. I don't know if he did the shoulder dip or not. He aims an enormous hack into the leg side, doesn't time it, but they will be able to take a single. It's 2 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. England put into bat by India, 1-0 down in this 5-match series. 10 for 1 at the end of the second. Butler's got 2, Duckett's got 3. Alex Tudor's sitting alongside himself, Andrew McKenna.
It's interesting, Jarrod. I played with Chris Lewis, and Chris Lewis had, off the short run, he would bowl very fast, and it got round. And generally when lads would see him bowling a short run, they'll pull away to square leg, and he'd be like, oh, God, do you want to try and catch them off guard? So he ended up going off his long run again. But there was a couple of times, I remember playing against Northampton, David Sells wanted none of it. As soon as he came a short run, he was like, Jude's not fancying this. And he'd just pull away. There's the one time that I went short leg. I was 12th man. I went short leg because I knew I wasn't in trouble. He bowled rapid.
Arshdeep is going to bowl the third over, his second. Starts left arm over to Jos Buttler, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
So in the old days, it was very hard for the messages to get passed around all the players. And then the BlackBerry came in, and you had the BBMs. And Ajanta Mendis, you remember, Maka, had this incredible record from Sri Lanka where he had a bowling average of -7. Right? Like, no one could hit him. The only person who could hit him was Sehwag, who just, apparently Sehwag just went, he doesn't spin it much, I'm just going to slog him back over his head, and we'll work it out later. But Ross Taylor and a couple of other players realised that there was he had different fingers up for different balls, and they just, the whole of cricket through BBMs caught up with Ajanta Mendis, and his career kind of fizzled out.
Arshdeep is in once again. Buttler comes to meet him, plonks in one bounce 4 over mid-wicket. Well, it appears that Jos Buttler's left none of his form in Kolkata. He's brought it with him to Chennai. He's 6 from 6. England 14 for 1.
Yeah, he's good. Knows that he's going to be looking for length. Gets down, dispatches him sort of deep mid-wicket. It's a good cricket shot. It's like effortless, isn't it, with him? He's just all wrists, really quick wrists, through the ball. So dangerous. But England need him to do that for a long period.
Buttler waits. Bat raised. Arshdeep is in once again. Buttler standing still. Almost he's caught at mid-on. He just swung through the line at that one, and it landed a metre, 2 metres short of Hardik Pandya, who's not able to stop it in the process, and they will take a couple. Jos Buttler's heart would have been in his mouth for a moment there. 16 for 1. He cleared the front leg, backed away, and then it was the toe end. Oh, it was... Well, thankfully, it wasn't the Goodwood. If it was the Goodwood, it might have been straight to Hardik.
I'm just surprised. Their bats are so good now. I think as soon as he hit it, it was like, oh no. Oh, I've got away with it here. And Hardik's misfielded it. It's come back for 2, thanks.
Was a slower ball from Arshdeep. That may have been what did Jos Buttler. Goes in once again. Buttler threatens to play a scoop flick over his own head from well outside of off stump, but Arshdeep fired it a little bit wider, and he doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Sanju Samson, the Indian wicketkeeper. No run.
Just keep going downtown, Skip. Just keep going down. Just get a little nervous when I see those shots. But, you know, when they come off, it looks spectacular. But third over in, you're just thinking, Skipper, we need you there longer just to keep going. But that's the way they play, and that's the way he plays. And he's world-class in this format. And the Indian team know that they will need to see him back. While he's there, he's a threat.
2 balls left of the over. In goes Arshdeep, and Jos Buttler spanked this one over long on for 6. That was basically, in baseball terms, a throwdown. From the moment it left his hand, that ball was getting hit for 6. It was another slower ball. According to the speed gun, it was 113 kilometres an hour. I tell you what, it might have been 113 when it left his hand. When it left Jos Buttler's bat, it was doing considerably more. It was always going for 6. And Jos Buttler lasers it 78 metres back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, he's lucky it only went for 78. I mean, listen, he can go 3 figures meters when he dispatches it. But as soon as it left his hand, as you said, as soon as he left it, the length was all wrong. It had the width, and he just went, yep, I'm hitting you straight. And I do like when he starts doing that.
We had great camera work, so you could see he didn't actually put many revolutions on the ball. So the revolutions mean that the ball drops more, and so in the end it just sort of floated.
Very floaty. Arshdeep in. That's pace on. Buttler hits it between cover and extra cover for 4. Again, he was backing away a little bit so he could free the arms, but that's a cracking shot. End of the third over. 26 for 1. Butler's got 18 from 10. Duckett 3 from 5. You're listening to England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
And this is why he's so dangerous, because he manoeuvres, he moves around the crease. He's either coming at you or he's staying deep in his crease, showing you the stumps. As a bowler, you know, as you get into your bounds, when you're getting into that gather at the crease, what ball are you bowling? And he's sort of ready for most things that are coming. And the form he's in, the way he's seeing it, is so dangerous. Your margin for error as a bowler is very minimal. Such a dangerous play. That's why he plays the scoops and stuff. because he's sort of preempting what the bowler's trying to do, and you as a bowler, you're thinking, what's he going to do? Do I go Yorker? Do I go length? Do I try and swing one? You sometimes don't know what to do. Margin for error is so minimal against world-class player as Jos Buttler is.
Rob, because of the team changes for India today, they've made a couple, bringing in Washington Sundar and Dhruv Jurel. Washington can therefore bowl inside the power play, and that is what is happening. So Hardik's had 1 over, but now Washington Sundar in, and he goes in around the wicket. Ben Duckett's gone on the reverse, and it's gone straight up the chimney, caught at point. England 26 for 2. Duckett will go for 3 from 6. First ball of the 4th over. Sundar into the team, into the wickets.
In my head, Macca, just prior to that, I was just saying, just knock it for 1, get Buttler on strike. But this is what Duckett does, and he's a very good player against spin. But it's not happened. He's gone for the reverse. Washington Sundar is a very tall bowler. He's gone for the reverse. He's sort of hit it. It's come off his pad, gone up, got off the helmet. I think it's flicked the helmet. It's gone up. It's a dolly, really. No one's going to drop that, and he has to depart. It's disappointing, as you say, because you've got someone at the other end in your leader who's batting tremendously well. Just give him the strike.
I think it's quadruply disappointing. Because A, you get a top edge and you don't expect it to hit your helmet and end up at backward point. So I think you've got to, at the very least, if you get caught by the wicketkeeper or by short fine leg or short third, you think to yourself, wow, these things happen. But that's gone out an odd angle and he's been caught. But not only is he not giving strike to Buttler and everything else, I think the real issue I would have here, Tudes, is that based on the way that all the other players played spin the other night, the spin has just come on, and first ball, probably your second best player in spin is heading back. That's not what you were looking for, Macca. You wanted him to get into the over, maybe, move the ball around a little bit. Buttler plays spin quite well, Duckett plays spin quite well, and unfortunately, there was a little bit of lack of luck there. I don't know, though, that top edge might have gone straight up and the keeper could have caught it anyway, but it's too, there's a lot of spin to come, is my point.
Washington Sundar stays around the wicket to Harry Brook, and Harry Brook gets an outside edge on this one that's fielded at short third inside the circle. So Harry Brook will be underway with a single, 27 for 2. So Ben Duckett becomes Washington Sundar's 48th wicket in this form of the game. Therefore he needs a couple more to get to 50 and become the 11th Indian player to get to 50 T20s. Harry Brook's taken that from about middle stump, with an open face down to third. As long as you watch the ball, that's all right. Sundar in once again. Oh, that's quicker, flatter, and it's taken the outside edge of Jos Buttler's bat. It is fielded just about at short third, and they'll come back for a couple. Bit of a scrambling stop by Chakravarti, but stop it he did in the end. England 2 down. Salt, 4 from 3 deliveries. 4 balls into the match. Duckett, 3 from 6. England 26 for 2. Washington in once again. Jos Buttler's helped this into the leg side. It just clears the fielder. Out on the leg side boundary. Tilak Varma. He's gone a full dive over the rope in the hope that he can palm it back. But Buttler's got enough on it, and it sails for 6. But there was a bit in it for the batter and a bit in it for the fielding side there. For a moment, Tilak Varma thought he was in. Get Tuesday's thoughts in a moment, because Washington's already back into the attack. Buttler off the back foot, can't beat point, remains 35 for 2.
Yeah, it was in his hitting arc, just outside off stump, just stays a little bit leg side of it so you can get that beautiful elevation. So dangerous.
Sundar in, fires this one across. Jos Buttler whips the bails off to Samju Samson. It was fired quickly. Butler had a look at the umpire as if to say, well, are you going to call that one wide? And he said no. So it was 9 from the over with the wicket. 35 for 2 England, batting first after 4 overs. Jos Buttler, I keep saying this, 26 out of 35. Harry Brook at the other end, 1 from 1.
And as a team, you have to assess the situation. It's always, as Jarrod will know, gloves come back, information's always being relayed, what they feel is a good total, stuff like that. We can see that Buttler is in good nick. He's feeling it. He loves playing in India. He does well in India. just give him the strike. Don't always feel like, oh yeah, I'm going to try and match him and outdo him. Just give him the strike.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 games so far, and things could change quite a lot, Mac, but it does feel a little bit like World 11 at one end and Ilford second 11 at the other. Like, just get the good player.
Ilford.
Yeah. It's a Richard Hadley reference.
Akshar Patel is the new bowler, and he comes in a left arm around to Harry Brook. Harry Brook with a crisp drive to extra cover, not stopped cleanly, so England will be able to take a single. 36 for 2.
Because if Brook is 12 off 12 here, and Butler's still in, I don't see any issues for England at all. Whereas if Brook gets to 14 off 7 and is dismissed, hitting one straight up in the air, they're in trouble again.
If you don't get the Ilford second 11 reference, by the way, that was Graham Gooch talking about playing against New Zealand and Richard Hadley, and the fact that Hadley was so completely better than the rest of the squad. Akshar left arm around, Butler plays defensively back to the bowler, and he's follow through, no run.
Do you remember what Jeremy Coney did? He got Ilford second 11 T-shirts printed up, and they wore them for training.
Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that part of the story.
I have asked him if he still has his. He doesn't.
Akshar in left arm around once again. Butler hits to long off, and they will take an easy single. 37 for 2. Butler 27 from 16.
The many stories that the great man Graham Gooch told me. I've not told me that one. I was with him for 7 days on a ship.
Hang on now, there's a story in itself. Harry Brook's going to take on Akshar Patel. He's got enough of this one over, long on for 6. Harry Brook takes on Akshar and hits him all the way. 43 for 2. 4 overs and 4 balls for England. And Harry Brook just saw that the length was right there to attack that one and whacks it back over the bowler's head for 77 metres and the full 6 penneth. Akshar, what's the reply? Well, that ball's drivable, it's through extra cover, and there's no deep sweeper on the offside there. Tilak Varma's at long off, so it's 6-4, back-to-back deliveries, 47 for 2.
Yeah, and playing with the full face, just opening up the blade on contact to look to go up and over, sort of skimmed it a little bit to evade the fielder. Heart would have been in his mouth for a little bit.
Final ball of the over from Akshar, a bit slower. Punch towards point. No run for Harry Brook on that occasion. 5 overs gone then. 47 for 2 England, having been put into bat by India. Butler's got 27 from 16. Brook's got 12 from 5. Jarrod will give you some more wisdom, and then Jon Norman and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala will come in and take over the commentary.
Well, I did say that it wouldn't help England if Brook was 14 off 7. He's currently 12 off 5. So if he scores a 2 and gets out next, I think that's my work done for the day, Jon Norman. But I don't mind the second shot, because I think the second shot, the ball was a little bit, it was pushed through a little bit, it was over pitched, and there was a gap in the field. The first one he mishit, and he just happened to get enough over the top. But I think it tells you what India think of this wicket. We're now looking at our third different spinner in the power play, Ravi Bishnoi.
Delivery is tossed up and smashed back over the bowler's head as straight as a die, and Butler moves to 33. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, we've been enjoying what cricket we've had in the first 5 overs, and it's continuing much like the first T20. Struggles from Salt and Duckett, but Butler's playing a different game.
Yeah, it's just doing what he does. And what Indian bowlers have struggled today is with the length. They've bowled far too many balls in the slot to Butler and to Brooks as well.
Here's Bishnoi again, the leg spinner, and this time Butler at no timing or direction, squeezed out to deep square leg where it's fielded on the boundary, and he comes back for a second. Butler moves to 35, coming from just 18. Harry Brook 12 from 5. England handily placed, plenty of cricket to come, but they were in a decent position with these two at the crease in the first T20, and then it went horribly wrong. So you always feel you're never too far from an England collapse, especially when coming up against spin bowling of this quality that India possess. And variety as well, as Butler shapes to move to the leg side, but it's a bluff, and actually Ravi Bishnoi doesn't follow him, maintains a line just outside off stump, and it's just a single added to the score. England move to 56 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, hence it's important that one of these two players go and play a big knock. If they get out around 40-45 is not going to do the job for England, because they struggle at the back end of the batting at the moment. There's not much batters in form, so one of these guys will have to get a big one today.
Bishnoi's in again, in and around fourth stump line, and Harry Brook just wristily drives this, slaps it really along the ground to Long On, who comes in off the boundary. 57 for 2, so 2 balls left to the power play, and already India have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowlers. Touch more air this time. Revolutions on the ball as well from Bishnoi, who seems to me to prefer to bowl to left-handers. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl to, and after that 6 first ball, 5 runs coming from the next 4. Harry Brook, who raised an eyebrow or two with his comments about the smog in Kolkata. One big innings for Sunrisers Hyderabad in his only year of IPL cricket, as he comes forward and pushes this into the covers, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So 58 for 2 then. England asked to bat first, much like they were in that first T20, a heavy defeat at Kolkata, and they'll be relatively happy with where they're at. Jos Buttler's still there, he's 37. Harry Brook, a couple of big shots in his 7-ball stay, one slightly fortuitous one, but as I say, England probably would have taken this when they lost the toss.
Well, if you look at the previous over, that's exactly how you should be approaching against the spinners. Aggression with caution as well. They got 1 ball in the zone, they hit it for a 6. The reminders, they just were happy to take 1s and 2s and ended up still getting 11 of that over. And that's what they need to carry on doing. There's no point trying to get 20-25 of an over with somebody like Varun Chakravarti. Just wait for that bat delivery. Otherwise, as long as you don't play too many dot deliveries, as a batter, you're never under pressure. This is where the game is going to get interesting now. The power play is done. More fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
And India are going to make another bowling change. We've had 2 from Arshdeep Singh, 1 from Hardik Pandya, and it's been spin from Sundar Patel and now Varun Chakravarti. And Butler is down the track. He's hit on the pad. He's calling Brook through, who's not even watching his captain. And Butler's got to turn around and make his way back to the striker's end. Now, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala thinking that this is a good shout for leg before. The bowler was interested, but Surya Kumar Yadav not so keen. Sanju Samson behind the stumps, and we've seen a late call for a review from Surya Kumar Yadav in the past, and it's a late one here. 1 second to go, and we're going upstairs.
I think it was a lot closer than it looked.
TV umpire to director, we have a player's review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Feed
because
check,
he was in the middle.
Front on, please.
This is a big moment in the match. I think he's missing the bat, but is it missing
the ball passes
the stumps? It is going to be close.
I'll try on this, please.
Butler's trying to come forward, isn't he? It's just about on the front foot, but his front foot is perhaps 6 or 7 inches in front of the crease.
The ball passes the bat, satisfied, no bat involved.
I was really surprised they didn't instantly review that, because it just looks so... maybe the run out confused them a little bit because of what was happening with Harry Brook.
Stand by, waiting for ball tracking.
Could have been a double play, John.
Chakravarti wanted it immediately, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
But I think you're right, Jarrod. I think the fact that Butler started running down the track. We're going to see the replay here. It's going to be close.
Impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call, original decision not out. Viru, you can stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Well, a moment of fortune has gone the way of the England skipper.
Viru, you're on screen.
The ball projected to hit leg stump, but not enough of it to overturn the original not out call. And so Butler remains 37 not out.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when the umpire didn't lift his finger, because it looked pretty straight from where we saw front on angle. But at the end it worked for Butler. He wouldn't be complaining.
India don't lose a review though. Tossed up by Varun Chakravarti, and Butler takes a single down to long on. This is the first time that Chakravarti is playing in front of his home crowds. He actually played for Kolkata here, and the first time and only time I think that he played for Kolkata here at Chennai, all of his friends and family turned up wearing Chennai tops.
He played a lot of TNPL. And then the first time anybody saw Varun Chakravarti was 2018, when he came to the nets for Chennai as a net bowler. And obviously now one of the mainstay for Indian bowling.
A touch flutter and Harry Brook has been castled. There's a smile on the face of Brook, who has been completely bamboozled. He thought he'd covered the line, but Chakravarti has managed to snake the ball through bat and pad and hit off stump, and Brook's got to go for 13. England lose their third, 59 for 3.
Yeah, if you look at it again, John, look where he's trying to play that delivery. That's a googly. There's a huge gap between the bat and pad. That bat needed to come a lot closer to the pad, and hence, yes, it's a good delivery, but he got out because of a technical error there rather than it being an unplayable delivery. It was a pretty straight delivery.
In the first match of Kolkata, Jarrod, I think there was less than a degree of spin on show. It's not ragging, it's not turning that big here, and it didn't move that much there either, did it?
He didn't pick the wrong end, but the wrong end didn't spin. So, at a certain point, you have to say, look, we understand that you're confused by the ball that's come down to you, but also, it's a straight ball in the end.
Yeah, but
it's a wrong and arm ball.
But just one thing, Jarrod, when, as a batter, it's the basic. If somebody bowls at dusra or the wrong one, if you don't know how to pick it, you face every delivery as a googly. So you play him as an off spinner rather than a leg spinner. Because if the ball comes in, that's where you're going to get into trouble. If the ball spins away, you'll be very unfortunate to get an outside edge. So you always play Varun Chakravarti as an off spinner, so you have a better chance.
Who on this planet forecast Harry Brook 8 ball 13?
I can't believe I got that wrong. I had a 7 ball 14, and look, for the rest of the day, I'm going to get. Do you want me to put the duncer's cap and sit in the corner?
Now Liam Livingstone, whose innings on Wednesday, as he does get off the mark. First ball actually, playing back and across and clipping this ball from Varun Chakravarti through square leg for a single. He was England's tormentor-in-chief in the first T20. He was a player of the match. He took 3 for 23. On another day, he's taken 2 wickets in this over because Jos Buttler was given not out to a leg before call that was very, very close. The ball projected to hit leg stump, not enough of it to overturn the decision. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series, by the way, in partnership with Village Hotels. As a full toss from Chakravarti is clipped to long on for a single. Dying out play, workout, stay at Village. Did you know, Jarrod, you probably did, that Chakravarti before every game sequences all 24 deliveries?
So I've talked to bowlers about doing this before.
Last ball of the over, there's a slip in place, and Livingston trying to cut this ball past backward point, picks out the fielder. No run, 3 runs coming from the over, 1 wicket. England 61 for 3.
So there's a lot of baseball pitchers that do this, and the reason baseball pitchers do it is because people like Abhishek are reading micro cues all the time, and so if you bowl, like if you're a fast bowler and you bowl a short one and it gets hit for 4, then the next ball, obviously, fast bowlers are going to pitch it up. So what baseball pitchers started to think is, well, okay then, let's take that away so they can't read that anymore. No matter what has happened on the last ball, I'm still going to do the same thing the next one. I talked to Harry Gurney about this. I think it was on when I used to do what's the following on? What's the Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison show called?
Following on.
That one.
Bishnoi coming back for his second over. The first over went for 11, and Buttler deep in his crease, giving himself a little bit of room, cuts this in front of extra cover, moves to 40.
Yeah, we think I had Harry on, and I think we talked about it a little bit. I think for mystery spinners and for bowlers at the death, it makes sense, because otherwise the batter's got a huge advantage, because if you've just bowled a wide half volley or a wide Yorker and he's slashed you over cover for 6, you know the next one's not going to be that ball.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier against the fast bowlers.
Bishnoi again, this is a touch leggy and zips through, but Livingston can't lay bat on ball, so it's no run. 62 for 3.
Because you see those field changes mostly with the fast bowlers, not so much against the spinners, so it's hard to tell against the spinners, but you're absolutely right. With the fast bowlers, I can look at a field, I know exactly what he's going to bowl in most occasions in T20 cricket.
Bishnoi in again. Livingston on the slog sweep. It's a touch short, but it zips through. And again, he rides it on his pads. No run.
That was the reason I talked to Harry Gurney about it, because he sometimes would set up a field that was the opposite of the ball he was going to bowl. So I said to him, if you take it a step further and you're like, you know, you have 12 balls in the death, decide which ones are going to be fast, which ones are going to be slow.
Short again, and Livingston again trying to clear his front leg and smash this out of India. And he can only really times the ball poorly down to square leg, and it's another single.
Yeah, the only flip side, Jarrod, to that is if the captain is not in board with you on that, and you do that and the batsman picks you and hits you for a boundary, you look like a fool.
I think you have to be a star level player.
Touch ball flight, tossed up by Bishnoi, who gets through his overs quickly and also bowls at quite a fast speed for a leg spinner as well. And this is another couple of runs, this time to Butler, who's looking good for his 42. England less so, 65 for 3. One ball left of the 8th over.
The other thing I would add to that as well is that baseball, you don't have a pitch, right? So you do have to still be thinking about that. And Chakravarti will sometimes change his 24, I'm sure.
Last ball of the over, and Butler this time feels like he misses out because it was a touch short, and smashes it down the ground for a single. End of the over then, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs coming from it. Livingston and Butler at the crease for England, who are 66 for 3.
What you've seen in the last couple of overs, there's been a cautious approach from the batters to be a bit more, they've been a bit cautious against the spinners, especially against Varun Chakravarti. You saw the way they have approached him. They're not looking to go for those big shots. Very happy just to rotate those strike, takes those 1s and 2s, and I think that's some ways is a good ploy. You can attack the other bowlers, but with somebody who's in form, who's really created a lot of doubts and issues in the previous game, no point giving him another 3 or 4 wickets in this game.
And he is a confidence player as well, Chakravarti. Yep. I mean, there's kind of been 2 stages of his career, isn't there? He's going to bowl his second and tossed up. It's quite full actually, but wide and driven by Butler. He'll just take a single.
He's kind of on stage 3 and 4 if you look at it. I think he started as a fast bowler when he was young, or a batter, and then obviously studied quite a bit and wasn't thought of as a professional, as you said. He went down to the nets, and he worked quite a bit though on his bowling, even when no one knew who he was. It wasn't as if he was plucked from obscurity or anything, but he started as a proper carom ball bowler, and now he's almost a top spinner.
Here he is again, and this is on off stump, and it's picked up. The ball has smashed towards the deep mid-wicket. Axar Patel running around the boundary, puts in the dive, but it's just a couple of feet in front, and one bounce for 71 for 3.
We know how he's going to bat Liam Livingstone. He only knows one way. He's going to try and smash it if he can every delivery. That was a high-risk option with the deep mid-wicket being there. If you don't nail it completely, the chances of getting out is very high.
Again, it's tossed up. Livingston goes for the big shot, and if he got a little bit more on it, that would have gone straight down the throat of the fielder at long on. As it is, no timing at all. It bounces short. Yeah, you're right. Varun Chakravarti actually started out bowling a lot of carom balls, didn't he? It was more side spin, and then he's changed to more top spin, or overspin rather.
And the reason is he wasn't very useful on wickets that weren't spinning, and now he is.
Again, it's a little tempter there for Butler, but Butler just pushes this through cover for a single. That was good batting by the England skipper. There's a huge prize on his shoulders. He's coming up against a bowler in real form as well.
And if you look at someone like Nathan Lyon in the Big Bash, like, no one hits him, and it's not because he gets side spin, it's because the drop on the ball and then the overspin.
This is flatter from Chakravarti, clips through mid-wicket for another single. Livingston moves to 8. The score 74 for 3.
There's a big change in spin based on what we just saw, an incredible slow motion replay. And my son came in the other day, and I can't remember who the spinner was, but we could see the hand of the bowler. It might have been Nur Ahmed who was bowling. You could see so much that they're learning and they're making little tweaks all the time.
Last ball of Chakravarti's second over, and backward point is called into play. Butler can't beat the fielder. End of an over that's yielded 8 runs. England have moved to 74 for 3 at the 9 over stage.
And so what you're seeing is that Sunil Narine comes in as one kind of bowler, and he's changed himself twice. Once because of his action, but the other time just because people were playing him too well. You've got someone like Akil Hassan, who when I first saw him was a traditional left-arm finger spinner. Now he bowls in swing, right? When he starts off. So you're seeing bowlers, spinners bowl swing now, spinners bowl knuckleballs, and then you've got a finger spinner like Chakravarti who's bowling that ball he bowled a minute ago, the one he got the wicket of Brook, is what Abdul Qadir used to call a finger wrongin', which means that you can't see the back of the hand because it actually comes out of the gap between the fingers, so you don't lose any pace off the delivery.
Axel Patel about to bowl his second over, and certainly one run coming from it. Yeah, good running by England. There'll be a couple going the way of Liam Livingstone. So we've got a couple of leg spinners. We've got an off spinner, Washington Sundar. Axel Patel, left arm. Am I missing anyone?
Abhishek Sharma hasn't bowled yet.
Oh, yeah. 76 for 3 then. Livingstone about to face up. The vice-captain of India, Axar Patel. And this is driven through vacant extra cover. Livingstone moves to 11. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
There is a SA20 game on at the moment where there's no seam being bowled in the second innings. Joe Root's currently bowling at the death.
This is picked up, pulled towards deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, and the catch has been taken. Butler's gone. Axar Patel with the breakthrough. Massive, massive moment in the match. England lose their fourth. Their skipper's gone. 77 for 4 now.
I think that was short, that was there. George Butler would hit that ball 10 out of 10 times. I just think because of Axar Patel's height, that ball bounced a bit more than George Butler anticipated, and hence hitting high on the bat, just couldn't time it well enough. But that's a massive blow for England. A lot to do still, not even halfway mark yet. 9.3 over 77 for 4. Butler 45 of 30.
It was Tilak Varma who took the catch just inside the boundary, didn't have to move. Jamie Smith about to walk in on debut. Liam Livingstone at the other end, he skippered the white ball side in the Caribbean. Live on talkSPORT 2 recently. And then after that, Jamie Overton. Not a lot of experience to come. Carse in for Atkinson, Archer, Rashid and Wood. And this is another problem with this England side. Doesn't have the strength of batting that maybe the Owen Morgan team did for many, many years. Big moment in the game. And once again, the trial by spin is proving to be England's undoing.
Felt like he almost hit it twice. You know when you play tennis and you accidentally sort of hit the ball twice? That's it sounded like that as well, but to be fair to Butler, he played the right shot. He just didn't get it over the top. And, you know, compared to how everyone else has batted at the moment, that's kind of why I wanted Brook to play the 12 off 12, not the 13 off 8 or whatever it was in the end. So they just keep getting themselves into trouble. You're right, they don't have the strength of batting, but they do have Cast at 9, John, is it? Or is it 8?
I don't know, actually. I've got him down at 3, 6, 8. He'll come in ahead of Archer, won't he?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, they've still got some batting to come, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's batting to come. It's just how well they can do against this really strong bowling attack, spin attack. And now with Varun Chakravarti still has a couple of overs. Bishnoi got a couple of overs. Akshar still got 2 after this. So there's plenty of options for India. But they just got to be smart, I feel. You know, for the next couple of overs, just forget about the 4s and 6s. Unless it's right in the slot. Just look to rotate the strike by taking those 1s and 2s. And create a partnership.
Also, I think both of these guys can catch up as well, right?
Yeah.
So if you do get to 13 overs and you both scored at a run of ball and you're in, then start to go for the 6s.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see over the course of the next 3 or 4 overs whether that is how England go about things.
He will reverse sweep this on the charge.
And that's the thing. You sometimes feel like the England players, it certainly felt like it in New Zealand, where they were playing shots for the dressing room. That's how it felt, right? You transpose these things, possibly, but we'll see. Jamie Smith on debut, surely, with England 4 down inside 10 overs. We shall see. I mean, it's a quality bat, an introduction to Test cricket, international cricket, which has been up there, but this is a whole new world as he steps down the track and drives this to extra cover where it's fielded. I think you're right, by the way, Abhishek. I think it was just that bounce, wasn't it, that got rid of Buttler, as Jamie Smith with little foot movement prods this delivery outside off stump to the covers and comes through for a single. He gets off the mark. England 78 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2.
I think both these players, what Jarrod was saying earlier, that they can play the catch-up. And if you look at modern-day cricket, they've got such ability to clear the boundary with ease once they're set.
Last ball of the over, and Liam Livingstone shapes to pull, then realises it's a fraction too wide and coming onto the bat a bit quicker than he thought. Just aborts the big shot, realises the state of the game possibly, pushes it into the offside, and it is no run. So end of another good over for India. 10 overs in, England 78 for 4 with Smith and Livingstone at the crease. And after a quick word from Jarrod, it'll be Andrew McKenna and Alex Tudor.
So I just want to tell a story from a game in the SA20 earlier. As I said, Joe Root's playing in that game, and he made 78 not out of 56 balls. But early on in his inning, he was facing Jason Behrendorff, and he humped the ball to the leg side, and it went straight to James Neesham, who took a very, very simple catch. And as he went to celebrate the catch, he went to pump his hands in delight, and he pumped his hands into his leg, dropped the ball, it trickled over to the rope, and it now looks like Joe Root might have helped win that game. Andrew McKenna.
Nice one. Varun Chakravarti to continue with his third over. Jamie Smith off the back foot, punching through a deep backward point for a couple, and England are 80 for 4. They were 58 for 2 at the end of the power play, which means in the 4 overs that followed, 20 for 2. Work to be done. Smith 3 from 3, Livingstone 11 at a runner ball as well. Chakravarti is in. Jamie Smith's come running down the pitch, hits towards long off. Oh, it's well over long off. That's a 6. Worth every penny of them as well. 86 for 4. And maybe Jamie Smith can pick Chakravarti better than the rest of the team, or maybe he just decided it was going anyway, but that was clean as a whistle, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, young man, Jamie Smith. He's a fine player, and he's played out with the full blade. That's what I like about that shot, Macca. Full blade, hitting downtown. Risk averse, is that?
5th 6 of the England innings. Jamie Smith is deep in his crease as Chakravarti bowls again to him. Turns to deep mid-wicket. Single taken, 87 for 4.
He has a new sponsor as well. Jamie Smith,
he's joined the New Balance train.
He's gone the New Balance. You've been having all the gears now, all the trainers and T-shirts and all sorts.
He's watching at the non-strikers end as Liam Livingstone gets a quicker one, pushed in towards leg stump, flicked out to the deep mid-wicket man. Akshar Patel does the fielding for just a single. So 10 from the 4 balls of the over so far. Jamie Smith on debut, as we mentioned. He played 86 games of domestic T20 cricket, averaging just under 24. His highest is 87 with 7 50s, strike rate of just under 138. He'll get another single here as Varun Chakravarti is in, bowling pretty quickly, squeezed down to Hardik Pandya at short third, and they will take a single, 89 for 4. Yeah, strike rate of 137.7, 108 fours and 57 sixes in domestic T20 for Jamie Smith. And he's already notching them up in this form of the game. Big lunge forward from Liam Livingstone to complete the over to Chakravarti. Hits him down to long on. Comfortable single. Varun Chakravarti's now got 1 for 23 from 3 after 11 overs. England here on talkSPORT 2, 90 for 4.
Yeah, he's just an exciting player. You know, he sort of burst onto the scene, but the Surrey faithful and everyone that has been watching him even before then knew of the talent, knew of the potential. And then once it got seen, the world saw, and he's been missing it. He said he's a father now. Welcome to fatherhood. His life will change forever, but for the better. And that gives you sometimes as a sports person just that lease of life.
Oh my goodness! Akshar Patel has pulled one down, and Liam Livingstone has just slapped it straight to the fielder at deep square leg. He's out. England are 90 for 5, and Livingstone just puts his head back in absolute disbelief. It looked like Akshar had pulled down a rank long hop. Livingston spotted it was a run-scoring opportunity and just slaps it straight to the fielder and is dismissed. Livingston could have hit that anywhere. Literally, the fielder didn't go left, didn't go right. Washington Sundar took a couple of steps backward and takes a comfortable catch. And Akshar Patel, well, the smile on his face as he hugged Suryakumar Yadav tells you everything. That was not a plan. That was not deliberate. I'm sorry, it's Harshik who's on as a substitute fielder who's taking the catch. That is a rank bad ball that has taken a wicket, Shoots.
Yeah, as a bowler, sometimes your bad deliveries do get wickets. You bowl absolutely beautiful deliveries and it gets nothing. That was, as you said, a rank long hop. But his timing's been off all night, all evening. It's not been on. You know, it's at the bottom of his bat. Sometimes I think he tries to over-hit the ball and loses his shape. I mean, normally that would be Rose back, but I mean, he's found the fielder there. As you said, he looked disgusted as he walked off. There's big Jamie Overton's walked to the wicket, but there's still a lot of balls there that this England team need to bat there. They cannot get bowled out before the 20 Macca.
Got a lot of notes here, Macca. Do any of them say Akshar Patel might bounce out England today?
Do you know, I didn't look up that one. Akshar 2 for 16 around the wicket. Overton is forwards. Akshar tries to get past Jamie Smith at the non-striker's end and can't. And England will take the single. Well, this is not going quite as well as it would have been hoped for from an England point of view. Yeah, this is getting tough. Jamie Smith, forward, playing defensively out on the offside, pushing to cover, no run. Halfway through the 12th, 91 for 5. The average score batting first in the last 3 years in the IPL has been 170, to give you an idea. Oh, Jamie Smith's using his feet at this one to Akshar Patel. It squirts out on the offside. There is no run, but there was a lot of oohs and ahs. I wondered if that had taken Sanju Samson on the pads or something. I didn't quite see what happened there. So I was just looking down on that. Well, Jamie Smith isn't going to wait and find out. He's going to slap the next one into the leg side. Tilak Varma, the deep mid-wicket fielder, will do the fielding. Single taken. Well, the boys were asking a question a couple of moments ago. Would England rebuild for a couple of overs and set themselves a platform? The answer is no, Alex Tudor. They are going to play.
Yeah, it's not what they do, is it? They're just going to keep going. You know, they're allowed to do so from their captain and the management, and that's the way they're going to go about it.
Akshar in for the final ball of the over. Now, Jamie Overton's a long way across his crease there, trying to paddle that down to fine leg. It will be pulled back in. Chakravarti will do the completing up, and they have run a couple, and they're giving us runs rather than leg byes. So Overton has 3, 94 for 5 after 12 overs. And it was the old fast bowler's right boot comes to the rescue, and it is England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
Just an update on that SA20 game
Yes.
Joe Root is in. So Joe Root made 78 not out of 140. He then bowled 2 overs at the death shoots, and he ended up with 2 for 32 from his 4 overs as well, including his new role as a death bowler. Started his career as an opening bowler for Yorkshire, and he's moved to the end, Macca. Pretty handy game, though, that one, I would say. As I said, probably shouldn't have had the impact if Jimmy Neesham hadn't punched the ball into his pocket and thrown it over the boundary early on. But great game there. All 5 bowlers at par were spinners.
That's fantastic. Player of the match performance, that one, from Joe.
You'd be disappointed if you didn't get it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is going to be a happy man, because every time we keep mentioning the Indian spin options, he keeps saying Abhishek Sharma's not bowled yet. He's going to now. So India will introduce their 7th bowler of the innings, and this is only over number 13. I like this. I do like this from a side. Keep them guessing. So he's a left armer. He's in straight away, tight to the crease, and Jamie Smith, welcome to the crease, waxing back over his head for 6. 100 up for England. Jamie Smith's got plenty of that one. And he starts with a maximum, does Abhishek Sharma.
Yeah, welcome to the game. As you said, that is a long hop. Jamie Smith's not going to miss out on that. Too good a player. And he said as soon as he hit it, head down, didn't have to look at it, didn't need to track it, he knew that I was going for 6. And exactly where I like it, downtown.
Slightly short. Oh, that was a little bit uppish from Jamie Smith. He hit it wider point. It will go for 4, but just for a moment it was a little bit uppish as it left the bat. But it's 4 more, so it means that Abhishek Sharma has started 6-4. The England 100 up, by the way, 104 for 5 now here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, dragged that. No, he dragged that one down short. Yeah, it was aerial for a bit, but it was well placed. He does time the ball nicely, as Jamie Smith. Dangerous customer.
Abhishek is in. Jamie Smith is down the pitch to meet him, but he's headed straight to Tilak Varma at long off. Jamie Smith is bent over his bat, thinking to himself, what have I just done? You've hit 10 from 2 deliveries. He came down the pitch again. Couldn't resist it. Thought the cash machine was open. Unfortunately, his card's been rejected. Abhishek Sharma comes in. Jamie Smith. It's not quite there because there's a little flicked delivery from Abhishek Sharma, and Tilak Varma takes the catch at long off, and England have lost another one. They're 104 for 6 after 12 overs and 3 deliveries.
Yeah, it looked like to me that was the carom ball, and he might have just flicked it out. And what's happened is, when you bowl the carom ball, it doesn't have the same kind of revolution, so it doesn't drop. And so it's been fuller to him, and he couldn't get under it, and so he's ended up just hitting it straight to long off. But clever bowling from, let's be honest, Abhishek Sharma. Part-timer, I think, is the friendliest way of putting it in. I think he's played about 8 seasons in the IPL, and he's bowled 270 balls. But when he first started, there was a thought that he might be an all-round type prospect, but it hasn't quite worked for him. But today, probably not a bad choice to bring on someone like that, and it looks like he's been working on his bowling. But unlucky for Smith, because Smith probably saw that as a 20-run over, Macca.
His 4th wicket in this form of international cricket. He's going to go in and bowl to Bryden Cast, the new man. Now that's down the leg side. They will get a couple. It's going to be fielded at fine leg. So Cast is underway with a couple.
Yeah, he was averaging 45,
yes,
almost 8.5 runs and over beforehand. And that was on some quite spinning wickets as well. He's not a bad 7th bowler. Right, and he could get better as he gets older as well.
In he goes in, left arm around. Cast is playing defensively. Akshar Patel fields no run. Best of 1 for 10, so he's 1 for 12 already here. So he's going to need another wicket to get his best in this form. Left arm around, in he goes. It sort of hurries through to Bryden Cast, hits him on the thigh pad. Well, it was a mixed over. 6-4, wicket 2, ... 13 gone here on talkSPORT 2. England 106 for 6.
When Tude's played, 1 for 12 was a nice spell. He might not get another over as well, Tude.
Oh, no. Well, he's done his job, isn't he? Listen, come on, get a wicket, get him off. Get your other bowlers on. But yeah, Jamie Smith will be so disappointed. As you said, Macca, he's gone 10 from 2. And then as Jarrod was saying, it was like, could that be the 20 off the over just to get them going again?
Akshar Patel to bowl again. Jamie Overton is forward, turns on the onside because the man inside the circle on the leg side is at short fine leg. Akshar will have to go around and collect it himself, so it will be a single taken, and that will be it. 45 for Jos Buttler, 22 for Jamie Smith, Harry Brook and Liam Livingstone both 13, Phil Salt 4, Ben Duckett 3. The men dismissed for England. The bowling figures 2 for Akshar Patel as Cast goes down the pitch. Oh, and just clears the man at long on. I was pausing there for a moment. I wasn't sure he got enough on it to clear, but he does. So Cast has England's 7th 6 of the innings. They've only hit 6 fours out of 113 for 6. But Akshar Patel, in a weird kind of way, although he's gone for 6, won't be that unhappy at that. 2 for 27. He goes in and bowls a slower, loopier one to Cast. Put back down the pitch. No run.
His heart would have been in his mouth. Just looked like his left leg got across a little bit. He had to come round it.
Akshar, left arm around, sort of gets underneath the ball, cuts it. Carr stays down low, guides it past Abhishek at short third, and that's away for 4. 11 from this over, the 14th for England, 7th, 4 of the innings hit. Carr now has 12 from just 6 balls faced, 117 for 6.
Yeah, I like that cricket shot. It's got pace on it, just guides it, runs it down. Think of Ian Bell, listeners. How many times he used to do that, run it down to third. Vacant third. Nothing the fielder could do.
Abhishek in, left arm around again. From the crease is Cars. Playing to mid-off, no run.
Especially when you hit someone downtown, you generally know that they're going to fire the next one in. So he's played that well, Bryden Cast, but you have to continue. As I said, there's still a lot of balls left in this innings.
Akshar left arm around. Again, Cars is opening the blade, fielded at backward point. They will take a single, though. Akshar, I think, will be quite happy with that. So that's 12 from the over. 118 for 6 after 14, England's. And therefore 30 balls to go. In the last 30 balls, they've scored 44, but they've lost 3 wickets. So to get that 170 par that we're taking from the IPL, not from international cricket, they are going to need to go a little bit. It's talkSPORT 2. It is live and exclusive T20 international cricket. Don't forget, we are back on Tuesday for the 3rd game of this series. Rajkot is the venue for that one. And Ravi Bishnoi will come in and bowl his 3rd over. Well, it hurries on to Cars. He sort of pushes out on the leg side, thinks about trying to take a single. Overton, no interest in that whatsoever. Sends him back, no run.
Interesting, Washington Sundar came on, got an early wicket, and we haven't seen him yet. I think some of it is matchups, perhaps, with the right-handers, but it is. He must be thinking, guys,
hello, still here. In goes Bishnoi. Cars tries a big sort of mow into the leg side. Sundar does the fielding, so he's still on the field. He is there, but it's just a single. 119 for 6.
We might see them bowl spin all the way through here, Tudes. I mean, Arshdeep maybe gets 1 more over. I'm not sure they'll give him 2.
Bishnoi in with his leg break. Off the back foot is Overton. Hits to long off. Single taken. 120 for 6. 14 overs and 3 balls gone. Of course, took India 12 overs and 5 balls to get to 133 the other day. England have got just further than that. Bishnoi outside of off stump. It's a bit wide, and Cast will cut to the man who's out on the deep point boundary for just a single. I'll tell you what's very noticeable all of a sudden, Tudes. It's very quiet in my headphones. Although the Indian side are very much on top, the crowd have, I think, a little bit disappointed in this, because they're thinking we're not going to see India bat very long here. Bishnoi in once again. There's nothing on that from Overton as he pushes into the offside, no run.
I think you could be correct. I think they want to see lashes, don't they? They want to see ball dispatched to all parts. And England are making a Horlicks of it at the minute.
There's going to be pressure on Jarrod Kimber Yadav to bat first in the next few games, I'll tell you that. Final ball of the 15th, Bishnoi is in. Overton can't beat the aforementioned Sky. He will field the ball. That is 15 overs gone. So, 3/4 mark of the England innings. They're 121 for 6. And, well, they really need plenty of work here to get themselves back into this one. To talk you through it, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Jon Norman.
Thank you, Macca. You always know when Tudes is on, the word Horlicks is used. Seems to be used quite a lot as well, unfortunately. Chakravarti is in, and Bryden Cast goes aerial. Has he got enough on it? He has! Smashed over long on. He's trading in 6s. 21 from 12. That's his second 6 to go with a 4 as well. Jamie Overton at the other end, 5 from 6. And 5 overs remaining in the England innings. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Alex Tudor, and also Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, who got his wish. He saw Abhishek Sharma bowling over. Sadly, he was off commentary duty at the time. One of 7 bowlers as Cast goes big again and just about clears the boundary, backward a square. Hand off the bat. but it mattered not. That's his third six in the innings, and in a blink of an eye, he's 27.
He'd probably go into the dressing room and just tell everyone, I don't know what the fuss about Varun Chakravarti.
I can pick him. Well, let's see. 2 sixes from the first 2 balls. Varun Chakravarti did dismiss Jos Buttler in the first T20. The ball after he was hit for 6, so he's not one to panic, as this time it's pushed back to the bowler. All about the process with Chakravarti, isn't it? What happens at the moment the ball leaves the hand isn't down to him. So I think that's one of the changes in his mindset over the last few years. As long as he does what he needs to do, what happens after that ball leaves is not in his power. As this is cut really hard along the ground by Bryden Cast, who steps away, drills this, and it's well fielded on the boundary edge at cover, but not before Cast comes back for a second. He's 29 and just giving this England innings impetus exactly when they needed it, Tudes.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, you don't in a 20-over game, you don't want to leave any balls out on the field. As you say, Bryden Cast is doing a tremendous job at the minute, but he needs to continue.
He does, playing in just his 5th T20 for England. This is his top score as well, as he'll take a single to mid-wicket. And he moves to 30. Jamie Overton about to face the final ball of Chakravarti's 4th over. I wouldn't say he's been expensive, but 3 for 23, was it? In the first T20. Came very close to pick up the wicket of Jos Buttler, the first ball. As he will pick up a wicket with his final delivery. Jamie Overton, not reading the googly, plays all around it, loses his stumps, and that's the 7th wicket to fall. England 136 for 7 on the board, 4 overs remaining. Varun Chakravarti is done, and so is Jamie Overton.
As we discussed earlier, John, that you got to play him as an off spinner. If you see the 24 deliveries he has bowled so far, he's not bowled more than 3 or 4 leg spinners. Majority of them have pitched and come in. So to expect the ball to turn away, that's where you get it wrong. And Jamie Overton paid a heavy price, out for 5. He never looked set, to be honest. And if you look at Cast from the other end, he came with a lot of clarity in his mind. Anything in his slot, he hit it out. Otherwise, he was very happy to take those 1s and 2s. And now England under some serious pressure here.
And for the second match in a row, they're in danger of not batting out their 20. They only just about managed it in the first T20. The final wicket falling to the final delivery of the 20. 24 balls to go. Varun Chakravarti has been bowled out, and we've seen a really different approach today in terms of the bowlers used. Just 5 used in Kolkata. Chennai, we've seen 7. And 5 of them have taken a wicket. One of those who hasn't is Ravi Bishnoi, who is in. And this is a leg spinner, fired in. And there could be a run out at the non-striker's end. Jofra Archer, Bryden Cast. There was never 2 runs there. Cast wanted to get back to the striker's end. Archer wasn't going anywhere. And Cast is stranded. And his enterprising knocks comes to a close. He walks off with 31 from 17 and a run out at exactly the time England didn't need it. Mishap in the field, and India pick up their 8th wicket. 137 for 8. There wasn't 2 there, Choose, at all.
I work in a school, John, and that was schoolboy cricket. I'd be disappointed if my lads did that. They'd know to go to the other side of the field. You know, he's striking at 182, 31 from 17. Obviously, he wants to get back on strike. And it was that indecision. And you can't have that, as you say. Drill beautifully picked up, threw off with both his feet off the floor. Got it straight back to Bishnoi, who took it with no fuss. And as you say, 23 balls left. 2 wickets for the Indian team to get. And they cannot not face the rest of these 23 deliveries for me.
So once again, Adil Rashid comes into bat. Jofra Archer, who's yet to face a delivery. And it's Bishnoi in now, and clipped off the pads by Archer, who will get off the mark. I mean, that was a disastrous little passage of play. Overton going to the final ball of the 16th over, 15th over, and their first ball of the 16th. Bryden Cast, got to say, even if the two had come back immediately for that second, it would have been Jofra Archer who would have been stranded. It wasn't there. Good bit of fielding, but that was a poor bit of cricket from England. Rashid cutting in front of square on the offside, can't beat the fielder. 138 for 8. They've gone better than they did in Kolkata, but this is a better batting track. And they've going to leave runs and deliveries out there. As this time Adil Rashid will certainly take a run or two. In fact, he'll get 4. Gets it to the left of backward point on the cut. And Adil Rashid gets off the mark with a boundary. 142 for 8. He can bat, and England need him to.
Yeah, a bit of room. Allowed him to just free his arms and found that gap with perfection as well. Straight away we saw Surya Kumar Yadav coming to Bishnoi and just asking him to bowl a bit straighter on the stumps.
That's exactly what he does, but this time it's tickled fine. Fielder comes round though on the 45, and it's just a single. 143 for 8. Rashid is 5 and Archer is 1, and England really has been punched in the gut after that dismissal of Bryden Cast, who top scored, would you believe? 31 from just 17 deliveries, or 31 from 16 actually, as Ravi Bishnoi comes very close to the dismissal of Jofra Archer, who just gets his bat on time, thick inside edge. Back past stump and legs, back past his pad and leg stump and away for another single. Score moves on, 145 for 8. Already starting to wonder, what kind of score would be defendable on this track.
It looks a lot better surface than the previous one, than Eden Gardens, and we saw the pitch report. They said 180 is minimum, and if you look at the pitch tunes, it looks like 180-200 pitch. It looks an absolute belter.
Yeah, it looks like a good wicket to me. The England players have just got themselves out. Yes, there's been some decent bowling, but they've got themselves out, and you can't afford to do that against a very good India side. They know how to play, especially in their back garden, and you have to give your bowlers a chance. And England are going to come out with their pace, and the Indian batters, I can see Samson at the top, who I love. I think he's a fantastic player.
Talking of pace, and you know a thing or two about it, Tudes, Arshdeep Singh is back. He was crowned ICC International T20 Player of the Year yesterday. And this is a short delivery, slower bouncer, and Jofra Archer will get to play that one all over again because it's a fraction too short. So given as a wide, England moved to 145 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where you're listening to the India-England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. He'll become, at some point, the leading, or the first fast bowler to take 100 international 2020 wickets. We'll see. As wide of the crease, he fires this in. It's straight, full, and Archer swings the bat and takes a single to mid-wicket all along the ground. England just need to bat out the next 3 overs, but saying it a lot easier than actually doing it.
Yeah, 100%. As you say, they just got to try and get up to 170 if they can. With Rashid and Archer, I mean, 170 is a lot from me, I know, Johnny, but if they bat the overs out, you would like to think that they will get to 170. They'll bite your arm off at this stage.
Yeah, I think they'd take 165. Can they get another 20 runs from the last 2.5 overs as on off stump, Rashid this time hitting in front of square in the offside, but can't beat the field. I think what will be the disappointing thing from an England perspective is their worst starts. Brook 13, Livingston 12, Smith 22, Cast 31. Butler, for the second innings in a row will no doubt top score, but he can't do it on his own. And for the second match in a row, both Salt and Duckett were out early. You know, you lose your openers inside the first couple of overs like they have done in both matches. It's very difficult. Fired in again, and Rashid clears his front leg. Saw this shot actually in the first T20 when he almost, with a straight bat, steered the ball up and over extra cover and away for 6. Couldn't get the elevation or the distance in this occasion, but he'll come back for a second.
But if you look at the batting order, all the batters are themselves to blame because they were not unplayable deliveries. They just got out to very, very ordinary balls. And that's been the same scenario in the previous game. Archer and Rashid again left to do a lot, which the batters should have done. Now you left it to the bowlers. And at this point, the batters start expecting that, please get us to 170, please get us to 175.
Singh again as a swing and a miss from Adil Rashid, who loses his body shape, tries to overhit. He thinks it's a length delivery, but possibly a slower delivery from Arshdeep Singh. Indeed it was. 148 for 8. Yeah, there's something that doesn't look quite right with that batting order for me. I don't know why Buttler isn't opening. He's at England's best bat, and what is the difference between coming in at 3 as opposed to opening in terms of a positive?
But also, every time he's played in India, majority of the time he has opened in the IPL, so he knows the conditions really well, and the place suits him.
Singh again. This is clothed up and just dropped short of the fielder running in from the long on boundary. Another run to the score. England edge towards 150. 149 for 8. Jamie Smith is a player I'm a big fan of, and I think he comes back into the Test side as a wicketkeeper or not. I just would like to see him possibly batting higher up the order. Buttler going back to open. Can't quite see the reasoning for why he bit 3. He's coming in the first over anyway. Again, this is straight on off stump. Jofra Archer clears a bit of space and just helps this up and over. Beats the fielder running around on the cover boundary, and that's 4 runs. Much needed. 153 for 8 then, England. Still possibly eyeing that score of 170, Tudes.
Yeah, just giving himself a little bit of room. Going to the leg side, quite languid, good leverage. Through the ball there from Archer. They need a little bit more of that. 12 balls to come if India are good, unless they bowl a few extras. But 12 deliveries, and as you say, double that if you can. And as you say, try and get up to that magic number of 170, which you would not have thought of when they lost those 2 wickets very early on. As you say, Abhishek, it's a good wicket, and England left runs out on this wicket.
Hardik Pandya, who bowled the second over of the innings, it went for just 2. He's going to bowl the penultimate over as well. Overlooked for the captaincy of the T20 side, and he's in now, right arm over the wicket. And Rashid, this is a slow delivery, he's too soon onto the ball. Thick inside edge, I think, flies onto his boot and then away from the stumps, and Rashid paces through for a single.
It was a bit of a double bluff. Hardik Pandya, usually we know that he likes to bowl short, he likes to dig into the surface. And as a batter, especially if you're batting the back end of the innings, you expect shorter deliveries from him. So nicely done by Hardik Pandya. And the field was set for it as well.
$154 for 8 then England. And Pandya in again. This is very short, dug in and thrashed by Archer through point and away for a single. It was there to be hit, but again, I'd like to see the speed of that delivery. Hardik Pandya mixing things up. 155 for 8. Ten balls left of the innings. 170 the target, said Alex Tudor, somewhat optimistically an over and a half ago, but all of a sudden a possibility. Maybe this is the over to target as well. This is Fuller, and Rashid is going to take 1. Extravagant stroke play from the Yorkshireman, as he once again takes a full delivery and with as straight as a bat steers the ball up and over to the vacant cover region. It's an extraordinary shot, really, for one.
Well, both of them did the same thing in the previous match as well, where they got 20-odd runs in the back end of the innings and got them to 130. Today, the whole team is hoping they get them to 170. And the more they get, it's better for them. They'll have something more to bowl at. Otherwise, they'll be struggling when they come out to bowl.
156 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as Hardik Pandya is in. This is cut away, powerfully so. Best shot that we've seen from Archer today, but he'll just pick up a single. Almost times it too well. On the bounce, fielded by Tilak Varma on the extra cover rope. He fires it back in at the non-strikers, and Archer comes through for a single, and he's thinking, I hit that so sweet.
It's reminiscent of Gordon Greenidge, if listeners can remember Gordon Greenidge square cut, Robin Smith. That square cut was so deadly.
Good shot for one. 157 for 8 then. 8 deliveries left of England's innings. Adil Rashid facing Hardik Pandya, who is in past the umpire, and that's a huge heave-ho from Rashid, who misses the ball by quite some distance. It's fielded by Sampson behind the stumps, and this is a very tidy over from Hardik Pandya. 4 singles and a dot ball so far. I don't think he's bowled a single ball at full speed, possibly the 4th delivery. Either way, it's all been cutters and slower balls and mixing up his lengths. Excellent death bowling from Hardik Pandya. Can Adil Rashid take a boundary from his final ball? No, he can't, and he's been caught behind as well. Another slower delivery from Hardik Pandya, and Adil Rashid on the pull can only take the outside edge. Sampson does the rest. Minimum celebration from India, who are behind the over 8. They need to get in position to be bowling this final over. Rashid went for the boundary, but he's got to go for 10. England lose their 9th, 157 for 9.
And also, John, this is a completely new role for Hardik Pandya. Adil Rashid out for 10, a crucial 10. But we have never seen Hardik Pandya bowl at the death before. It's always going to be Bumrah or Mohammad Shami, and because of the absence of those two, and Shiraz. But I like what I'm seeing so far. And Hardik Pandya, fit to bowl, is a completely different player. He completely changes the complexion of the team, and he just gives them so much more depth than they usually have.
Exactly, and I said it earlier when I was on. When he burst onto the scene, I likened him to Ben Stokes, because you say Ben Stokes is the same. When he bowls, he gives the dynamic of that team. You know, you can play the extra batter if you want, or whatever it is. You know, you can change your team up. He's exactly the same. Fit Hardik Pandya is a very good cricketer.
Arshdeep Singh to bowl this last over, and it's a wild, slower delivery, which Archer could have played about 4 different shots at by the time it went past him. Almost like he's trying to swat a fly. It's a knuckleball from Arshdeep Singh, which gets good bounce. Tennis ball bounce, who just sits up there, and almost like a fly buzzing around his nose. Archer tries to swat it, misses, and it goes through to the keeper. No run. 157 for 9 then. And Arshdeep Singh, who's sitting pretty on 97 T20 wickets for India, replacing Hardik Pandya, who's taken 92 of them, as Jofra Archer manages to nutmeg himself. Takes a single. That brings Mark Wood onto the crease. 158 for 9 then, England, in the final over of the 20.
And in those 2 deliveries there from Arshdeep, you saw the skill of the man. The slower ball, knuckle ball, deep in his hand, the way it came out. Takes a lot of practice. But then to go straight in, fire in the Yorker next delivery. And these are the skills that bowlers now these days have to practice. You also have to be able to hit length, but you've got to have the skills.
Here is Arshdeep Singh continuing. This is Fuller on off stump, and Mark Wood, first ball, just opens the face of the bat, guides it back past backward point and all the way along the ground for a boundary 4.
I think a top order batter would be very proud of that shot, the way he played it, the way he opened his face, and also to find the gap to perfection. That was not an easy shot to play. Great game awareness from Mark Wood. Didn't try and muscle it, just timed it brilliantly. Wonderful.
It's just inches from being a perfect delivery as well.
162 for 9 then. 3 balls left of the innings if it lasts that long, as Arshdeep Singh this time over the wicket to Mark Wood, swing and a miss, no run.
Really is it's good bowling. As you say, the margins for error for a bowler are minimal. As you say, he was inches away from bowling a perfect Yorker, gets dispatched really well, as you said. Abhishek down the third, just to open up the blade, knowing that third's up. Really, really good execution of that shot.
But also the way he's used the angles in this over. He's bowled from both sides of the pitch, he's gone short, he's gone Yorkers, a slower delivery. And as a bowler in modern day cricket, you've got to have all the bases covered.
4 men out on the boundary, all in front of the batter, Mark Wood, who rides the bounce as Arshdeep Singh this time comes around the wicket, trying to cramp Wood for room, and does so as well. Can only take a single to the offside. That means Jofra Archer will face the final ball of the innings. England 163 for 9.
That's the difference in the skills for me. I watched a little bit of the highlights when I watched Gus Atkinson, and he was very predictable. He wasn't able to hit his skills in the last game. And that's what Ashleep does, and that's when I speak to young bowlers now. You just can't run up and bowl rego bowls. You've got to have a good bouncer. Have you got a good Yorker? Can you mix it up? If the batsman's showing the stumps, can you follow him? Can you bowl it slightly wide? You have to have all these facets to your game, because if you haven't got them, you're going to get found out.
Rego bowled. Last ball of the innings, and Jofra Archer deflects a full-length delivery on off stump, thick inside edge. Fielders run in from the boundary. 2 runs then from the final ball. England aren't bowled out, but they're 9 down, and they're going to need a superb performance from their bowlers. 165 for 9 then, the target 166 for India to go 2-0 up in this 5-match series. And once again, Alex Tudor, it went horribly wrong for England, facing a bamboozling spin threat in the middle of the innings, and high quality pace at the front and back end.
Yeah, 100%, as you say. Not quite on it at the top with Salt and Duckett going very early. It was left on the skipper, who looks in fine touch. You know, you think about his 45, where would England be? He got to 45. You can say unlucky, he held out to a ball that normally you would dispatch 30 rows back into the stand. But he looked good, and as you say, you know, there was some starts, but no one really went on until Bryden Cast came in. 31 from 17, 16 balls really. Got run out needlessly really. Tried to get back on strike, was never to. Jarrell, beautiful. Got to the ball extremely quick. One-hand pick-up through, you know, when he wasn't stable, but it was a good flat throw straight back to Bishnoi, who took the stumps, and really England's chances of maybe getting 170 plus went when he dispatched. And as you say, teams around the world are watching this. England, for me, is struggling to pick the spinners.
So
and when they play in these tournaments, you know, teams when they come up against England go heavy with spin.
Even when England were winning games all over the world in 20 over and 50 over cricket, there was this stereotype that they could only win one way. They were mightily impressive. They had a fantastic lineup, and they won numerous World Cups. And if not for COVID and the way that the T20 World Cup was very haphazard in when it was played, they probably would have won more tournaments, and probably should have won more tournaments when you consider how strong they were. Good teams know how to win more than one way, and India, in just these 2 matches, and they're the T20 World Cup winners just last year, they've moved on. Jadeja, Kohli, Sharma, they've all retired, but they've shown just in 1.5 matches that they can win more than one way, right? And their bowling and the way they went about things in Kolkata, very different from how they've gone about things today. 5 bowlers used then, and how many have we used today? 8, 7, and wickets everywhere.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Surya Kumar Yadav's captaincy. He just doesn't go in thinking about a particular plan. He's ready to go out there and just make those changes if necessary. If some bowler is not bowling well, he's happy to bring in another bowler. But in Indian cricket, the biggest shift I've seen, John, in the last 12 months, with the batting especially, is the amount of guys who are getting 100 in T20 cricket. So the mindset is not just, we'll get a 50 and then we'll get out. That even in this format, we need to keep going. We need to get to those 3 figures. And Hence, you've seen 7 or 8 hundreds in the last 2 or 3 series from the Indian batters.
More from Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and also Alex Tudor coming up very shortly here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, that's it for England's innings. They huffed and puffed a bit. They flattered to deceive at times. They were really up against it. They countered, but essentially India favourites from here. They've been set 166 India after England managed 165 for 9. Joss Buttler top scoring with 45. Little cameos from Bryden Carson, Jamie Smith, but not a lot else to report on. How England and India fare in this second at T20. Well, keep it dialed on talkSPORT 2 or keep watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You are listening to India versus England in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. You're listening to talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
It is talkSPORT 2. It is the halfway stage in this T20 International. The second T20 of 5 of these matches put into bat. England have posted 165 for 9. The top scorer once again was Joss Buttler, 45 from 30 for him. And at least England made India go through their various combinations and options. I think 7 bowlers used in this particular innings. And that is where we are, and we can review the action thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
And here we go then, let's play is the call, and Arshdeep is running into bowl, left arm over, clipped over mid-on by Salt for 4, first ball. Salt goes on the pull, he's not got all of this one, and it's straight to the fielder, a deep square leg. The skipper is in early once again, goes Arshdeep, and Jos Buttler spanked this one over long on for 6.
Margin for error is so minimal against a world-class player as Jos Buttler is.
Benduck, it's gone on the reverse, and it's gone straight up the chimney, caught at point. England 26 for 2. Harry Brooks going to take on Akshar Patel. He's got enough of this one over long on for 6.
Smashed back over the bowler's head. Struggles from Salt and Duckett, but Butler's playing a different game. The touch bladder, and Harry Brooks has been castled, completely bamboozled. There's a fielder there, and the catch has been taken. Butler's gone, Akshar Patel with the breakthrough.
And Jamie Smith, welcome to the crease, waxing back over his head for 6. 100 up for England. Straight to Tilak Varma at long off. Jamie Smith is bent over his bat, thinking to himself, what have I just done?
Bryden Cast goes aerial. Has he got enough on it? He has. Cast goes big again. Jamie Overton, not reading the googly, plays all around it, loses his stumps. There could be a run out at the ball. Striker's end. Jofra Archer, Bryden Cast. There was never 2 runs there, and Cast is stranded. Can Adil Rashid take a boundary from his final ball? No, he can't, and he's been caught behind as well. 165 for 9, then the target 166 for India to go 2-0 up in this 5-match series.
Yeah, all thanks to Village Hotels, those first innings highlights.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
So a second innings, India needing 166 at 8.8 and over. Delighted to say that Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, the former IPL batter, is alongside me in the commentary box at the moment. And this is a slightly different second innings in the fact, Abby, because the other day we said, well, you can't contain the opposition to a victory in that, simply if England had to take wickets. This one feels a bit different. And if Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Bryden Cast can get a couple of early inroads, yes, OK, England might be 20 short of a par score on this, but they'll feel like they'll be in the game.
Game with 165, and again, the brand of cricket India plays is a bit similar to England. They'll go hard. They're not going to shy away from it. So if you can pick up a couple of early wickets, especially Abhishek Sharma and Sanju Samson, who are both in terrific form, that puts a lot of pressure in the lower order. And there's been a few changes. Nitish Reddy, who's been in very good form, he's out of the tournament because with a side strain. You got a new batter coming in, Dhruv Jurel, who's again a very good player, but still playing his first game against England, might be under a bit of pressure. So yeah, it could get very interesting if they can manage to get a couple of early wickets.
Yeah, if you weren't with us right at the top today, Nitish Reddy is now out of the series because of a side strain. Rinku Singh is missing today because of back spasm. So India made 2 changes, Washington Sundar in and Dhruv Jurel in. Dhruv Jurel has played only 2 T20 internationals before. They were both back in July against Zimbabwe. He only got 1 innings, and he made 6 in that. So you really can't tell a great deal. But of course we remember from the Test series a year or so ago that he came in and played really well. He's obviously a very high quality batter. He just doesn't have the numbers in his back pocket at the moment to back that up. So 166 is what India need. Would be 2-0 up for them if they are able to do that. And bearing in mind that it's Rajkot, Pune and the Wankhede in Mumbai to come, India will feel pretty good about themselves. The players are all going through the final parts of their warm-ups and loosening up at the moment, and that was one thing that we did see from England, one of the most pleasing things, that when you've got Jofra Archer in your side, you want him to come in and bowl quickly. He did that from ball number 1 the other day, so they're going to need that once again as the players come down the steps to come onto the playing field, Abby. They can't have a couple of balls here or there to get in. They've got to be at it straight from ball 1.
Oh, absolutely. And they've got to be right on the money. They've got to execute their plans. But the only difference from Kolkata and Chennai is that they're not going to get the same amount of bounce which they managed to get in Calcutta. So which can work in the favour of the batter, because the ball will come onto the bat quite nicely. It's a far superior pitch in terms of batting than Kolkata. That'll help the Indian batters as well. But as you said, it's all about the first 6, how they control the first 6. If they can manage to get a couple of wickets in the first 6, there is some chance for England.
Worth pointing out, Kolkata we had due from before the game. They were taking ropes around before the game. At the toss earlier on this afternoon, Suryakumar Yadav was saying, well, we expect you to play a part later on. So now this might be the part of the evening where it does appear. Haven't seen many ropes going around, but it might just have a little bit of an effect. And of course, for the bowlers trying to grip the ball, it just makes it that little bit more tricky.
Oh, absolutely. But England only playing with one spinner. Yeah, we might see Liam Livingstone rolling his arm over, might bowl a little handy off spinners or leg spinners depending on who's batting. But still, I just feel that they should have got another spinner in their attack today, a frontline spinner.
Yeah. You see, I go back to the other day. I remember saying with Bumble, when we saw the way that Bishnoi was bowling, I said, it'd be very interesting to see how Jacob Becker bowls, as he bowls sort of googlies at a high pace as well. And he didn't bowl the ball. So I now wonder if he was actually suffering with that illness that's kept him out today. Maybe he was suffering with that then.
Yeah, probably. Otherwise, there's no other reason for him not to play. Another very talented player, Sanju Samson. Great career so far, especially in the last 6 months. He's done really well for India. There's always been a question mark with his consistency, not just for India, in the IPL as well. He often starts well and then he fades away. And this man, Abhishek Sharma, we can't talk enough. Career strike rate of 183, probably one of the highest in world cricket.
Yeah, it would be up there, wouldn't it? 79 from 34 the other day for him. He's actually at the non-strikers end at the moment. Sanju Samson is taking guard, but he's doing some repairs to the back grip. He's rolled up the top grip so we can adjust the one that's beneath it. And now he's popped it, rolled it back down again so that we can get ourselves up and going again. So it is going to be Jofra Archer. One slip. England have got the leg gully in place once again for the flick off the hip or the fend off the rib cage, whatever it may be. Archer was up to speed straight away in his first over, so we'll keep an eye on the speed gun today. Can he do it once again? In he comes in, past the umpire, right arm over. It's been fended just short of Harry Brook, the man who was at leg gully. He's knocked that ball down, and India are underway with a single to Sanju Samson. But it's exactly what we thought. 144 kilometres an hour first ball going in at the rib cage, and England have got the right field set.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a bit of pace, a bit of movement as well. The ball came in slightly to the right hander after pitching. But Sanju Samson was not shying away. He was prepared to play that pull. Couldn't control it as well as he would have liked. But still, I think it's a better pitch to bat. Now Abhishek Sharma on strike. This could get very interesting at what length he bowls, what line he bowls. He loves flashing anything on the offside, Abhishek Sharma.
The left-handed opening batter, so the field has to adjust a bit from Jofra Archer. Two slips as well. Like this, very much like this from the skipper. It's around the wicket for Jofra Archer. Abhishek Sharma waits, bat raised, and he goes, swing and a miss. Little bit of movement on that from Archer, again away from the left-hander. But Abhishek Sharma was not standing on ceremony then. He saw that it was an opportunity to throw his hands at it, and he did bid in it for both there.
He does flash it quite hard, doesn't he? And that's what you're always taught as a young kid, that if you've got to go hard, especially with the white ball. Even if it gets the outside edge, the chances are it's going to fly over the slip fielders.
Phil Salt took that throat high, fingers pointing upwards. I think Brook and Overton, the two slips, will be watching very closely here. Archer is in. It's punched over the cover region for four by Abhishek Sharma. And and he just basically got up and underneath the bounce, and off the middle of the bat, it was a sort of a short punch. But because of the pace of the ball, which was just shy of 147 kilometres an hour, it flies away for 4, and India are 5 without loss.
Yeah, the thing with him is he keeps it very simple. He stands very tall, stays very upright, and then if the ball doesn't really move, look how deep he goes in the crease as well to use those long levers, and then keeps it very simple.
Archer in, what's his response? Quick, short, flies through to Salt. Little bit of a fend towards it from Abhishek Sharma. I think batter was maybe wanting something in terms of the umpire to say bowl it again for a wide. He simply doesn't. He says that's 1 for the over so far.
Yeah, he did try to just lap it over the slip. It was a bit too far, a bit too quick on that occasion, but just you got to love his approach, Abhishek Sharma. He keeps a very steady head when he plays those shots. Very good technique. Bat comes down nice and straight.
Brook and Overton with Salt waiting. As Abhishek Sharma backs away to leg side and hits Jofra Archer, 1 bounce 4 over extra cover. Have some of that. 9 without loss, India after 5 balls.
Wow. That is some shot. He did give himself a bit of room, and at that pace, not an easy shot to play. 140 clicks, that one. He followed him as well, but he just created the room, and look at that again for a shot. Just a clean swing of the bat, and off she goes. 1 bounce into the fence.
He's played an extra cover drive to a ball 2 foot outside leg stump. It's a remarkable shot. It's a brilliant shot.
He said to a ball of that pace, it's not an easy shot to play. I'm not sure. That was just over 90 miles an hour. I'm not sure there is a shot that's easy to play. I don't know if the running down the wicket on the up lofted cover drive is one of them, though.
Wow. It's a shame there's only 1 ball left of this over. Quite like to see this carry on for a bit. Maybe we can invoke the 100 rule. We'll have the extended over, please. Archer around the wicket. Abhishek goes up and over, and it lands just short of the 3rd boundary. It'll be 4, so 3 boundaries in 4 balls. Abhishek's got 12 from 5. India are 13 without loss. And Jofra Archer's actually laughing here on talkSPORT 2 because he realises just how ridiculous that whole last couple of minutes has been.
But again, what a shot. Again, the game awareness. He knew there was no fielder, just opened the face of the bat. Absolute carnage from the first over. 3 boundaries already in this over. England under immense pressure. India starting exactly where they left at Eden Gardens.
Aren't they just? Aren't they just? Good crowd in, by the way, in the Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai. And I think they're going to enjoy themselves for the time being. Now this is interesting. Mark Wood will get the 2nd over. It was Gus Atkinson who bowled the 2nd over in the first match. He's not playing. And Mark Wood will be straight into the attack to follow up pace with pace. To the right-handed Sanju Samson, 2 slips in place. Quick ball from Mark Wood. Sanju Samson thought about going on the pull on that one and bailed out. That was quick. Through to the keeper, no run. I'm not seeing a speed gun reading on that one yet. Maybe it was too quick for the speed gun.
Probably. That ball just flew to the wicket-keeper, and also where the keeper took it. Salt. Yeah, Sanju Samson was nowhere close. His bat didn't even come out before the ball reached the wicket-keeper. And look how deep he was in the crease as well.
He's got... But both feet are still inside the popping crease line. I'm not talking about being on the line or touching it. They are both inside it. Mark Wood in quickly again, once again. Sanju Samson guides it down to 3rd, where Adil Rashid is stationed. And there is a single. 14 without loss for India here on talkSPORT 2.
We were talking about Abhishek Sharma early, what sets him apart from every other batter. It's the time. We discussed about the time he has. You look at Sanju Samson, the way he is playing Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, it looked like he's rushed. It looked like he's hurried. But every time Abhishek plays, it seems like he has a lot more time than Sanju Samson. Again, the same sort of a delivery. And that's what sets him apart.
You're listening to India against England in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great getaway. Visit villagehotels.com. Now it's 1 slip for Abhishek. the left-hander. Mark Wood's going to bowl over the wicket to him, and it's down the leg side. There was a little bit of swing on it, though, but unfortunately the umpire has to raise his arms to signal the wide. 15 without loss. India, after 8 legal deliveries, trying to make 166 to win this second game here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, certainly some swing there. That was, I think that's the first Mark Wood ball that they've showed the speed. That was about, what, 91 and a half miles per hour there. It's 148 kilometres. It's good pace. We're about to see if he can continue to play with extra time. Abhishek is a little bit quicker than Jofra. Not much, but a little bit.
Mark Wood in, bowls, takes him on the pad. That's got to be out. LBW it is. Mark Wood appealed from his knees because he fell over after delivering, but he won't care a jot. He normally hates it when he falls over, but he's got Abhishek LBW. Now they're talking about reviewing it. They have to be talking about height with the way that Mark Wood bowls, but that to me looked great call real time. They have reviewed it, so we will get the voice of Rohan Pandit in our ears very shortly. Here he is.
For LBW, original decision is out. Feet checked, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
So the first part, first replay. Now it's hit the back leg.
Ball is clearly missing the bat.
Above
Ball
the
tracking
pad.
when ready, please.
It's definitely not missing the stumps for sideways.
Copied, stand by.
I think that's free out. And also, he's very deep into the crease as well. So not much time for the ball to travel.
Yeah, that's the other factor when we're talking about height, in the fact that he's so deep in the crease. The natural angle. Right, here we go.
Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket sitting, original decision out. AP, you can stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen.
India lose their first. 15 for 1, and Abhishek goes from 79 in the first game. He's not been able to follow that one up today. Abhishek Sharma makes 12 from 6, so it was still a decent lick, but 9 balls into the innings. India 15 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2.
Again, if you look at the shot, usually he tends to keep his shape and go over the bowler's head or go over long on. On that occasion, just going across the line, going to a square leg. And it's Tilak Verma, and we discussed it in the previous game as well, that if the right-hander gets out, maybe Surya would have come in. But because it's Abhishek Sharma, the left-hander has gone out, it's Tilak.
Yeah, that little bit of shape probably as well, with the way that he probably knew it was swinging into him, so thought he could help it on the leg side a little bit more. But yeah, Tilak Verma looked a little bit rough in the last game. I think he was about 12 off 12 at one stage, and they certainly worked him over. Was it almost first ball he gloved one to points or something like that? And by the end he looked fine, but early on I think we'll see short balls at him.
Yeah, probably he didn't realise, why am I pushed back to number 4 after getting a couple of hundreds in South Africa at number 3?
He was confused. Yeah, he finished up 19 not out from 16 balls faced, means his last 3 innings have been not outs. As he mentioned, the South Africa games, 107 not out and 120 not out. Mark Wood's into him. Oh, that was quick, and Tilak Verma only just got the bat down in time. He's got enough on it to get it out to Jamie Smith, who's doing the fielding duties down at deep square leg, and he'll be underway therefore with a single. Phil Salt keeps the gloves, Jamie Smith in the side, but Phil Salt keeps the gloves. And England, well, we said if they could get one early doors, and they've got the man they really wanted early doors. That's not to say that Sanju Samson and Tilak Verma can't do something similar, but the way that Abhishek Sharma played the other day, you absolutely wanted him out. Wood in quickly. Sanju Samson hurried, just defends, plays it out on the onside. Jos Buttler will jog round from mid-on towards mid-wicket, pick up the ball, and they will take a single.
Yeah, Sanju and Tilak won't hurt you as much as Abhishek Sharma. The way he goes about his business, striking at 200. Sanju again takes a bit of time at the start of the innings. Yeah, he can go at 150, 160 strike rate, but he tends to give himself a bit of time, and especially against Wood and Archer, he wouldn't be as confident or comfortable as he is usually against somebody bowling at 130, 135 kilometres.
Mark Wood's been up over 150 again this over, this first of the innings, and this one again hurries on to Tilak. bat sort of closes in his hands, face closes as he defends the ball out onto the leg side. 2 overs gone then. 166 is the target for India. They are 17 for 1 after 2 overs here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, and I think what Abhishek Sharma does, and we've seen this with, you know, Travis Head and Heinrich Klaasen and Sky and those sorts of players, is any plans you have just disappear so quickly. These two will bat more normally. So even if Sanju gets on top of you, you can think to yourself, okay, we can go through the gears here, and we've tried this length, then we'll try this plan and everything else. Whereas, unfortunately, when you're bowling to Abhishek Sharma, you can't do that. But it's another couple of wickets here makes this game very, very interesting. And Jofra Archer did not bowl a bad first over. He just got Abhishek Sharma,
which is why he's going to come in and have a second. Oh, Sanju Samson's backed away. Jofra Archer follows him and takes him on the body. And there is no run. Sanju Samson very early backed away to the leg side. And Jofra Archer sent a very quick delivery down to him that has taken him on the left bicep, which gives you an idea of how much he's bounced as well.
Also, Sanju loves giving himself room because he loves going over covers and point. That's his strong area. He's not that strong through the onside, especially against somebody really quick. And what Jofra Archer is doing really well, rather than falling into his trap and trying to go for the stumps or bowling outside the off, he's following him, bowling in his body, cramping him.
Archer in once again. Samson has clipped this only just over Bryden Castle at mid-wicket. Did not get a good one. They've come back for a second. Unfortunately, Castle's throw isn't accurate enough. But Sanju Samson has sort of spooned that one into the leg side. As much as anything else, it was up near the stickers. Seeing the replay, and he gets a couple for it.
He has not looked comfortable so far. In the last 14 deliveries we have seen, Sanju has struggled. And we've seen that with extra pace with him, haven't we?
I'm not sure. If just right at the moment, he wouldn't be better off just being off strike. Like, he'd prefer to miss-hit that and get a 1 than get a 2. Not saying there's any issue with the way he's batting or anything, but just he's been hit on the body. That one hit his arm, then his helmet. That one came off the splice and could have gone anywhere. I think I would have just said, I slipped at the non-strikers, Macca.
Absolutely. Archer comes into Samson, who swings into the leg side. Lot of height on that one, not enough distance, and caught deep out on the leg side. Cast takes the catch, and Sanju Samson goes for 5 from 7 deliveries. India are 19 for 2. Sanju Samson did not enjoy that. He's had a proper working over from some hostile fast bowling, and Jofra Archer has another wicket. No real control from Sanju Samson.
And that's what fast bowling can do. 5-10 extra kilometers can hurry you up. You lose your timing. And we could see that coming, couldn't we? We knew that something's going to give. Sanju Samson was not having fun. He was not comfortable out there. And the bowling so far has been absolutely brilliant from England, right on the money. And India now under immense pressure.
Yeah, it was that too, wasn't it? If that ball goes about a metre shorter, they get a 1. He just needed a second to be away from strike. Suryakumar Yadav, not been in his greatest form of recent times, but obviously once he gets going, he's a magnificent player. He would love to try and get inside the line of the ball and flick it away. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of line and length they bowl to him, because they've been going short and at the body of Sanju Samson, and if he gets 1 or 2 away, Suryakumar Yadav, we might never see the ball again at this pace.
Yeah, they just got to make sure that they get him early as well.
The Indian skipper is in, Suryakumar Yadav, averaging just over 40 in this form of the game, 421 50s. But he's got Jofra Archer tearing in, and Suryakumar Yadav lashes it through cover for 4. He was leaning back on that one with a real full-blooded swing of the bat, carved it away. That was 147 kilometres an hour from Jofra Archer, and Suryakumar Yadav well, almost treated him with disdain there, off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, I think it went to the boundary at 290 kilometres an hour the way he hit it. That ball flew. I think even if it went straight to the fielder, they couldn't have seen it. That was played brilliantly. And look at Jofra Archer, not happy.
23 for 2. 4 fours for India so far. Now England have elected to move the leg gully to square leg about 5 metres in front of the umpire. Sorry, 5 metres nearer the stumps to the umpire. Oh, big swinging in-swinger from Jofra Archer. It'll be down the leg side. It's called wide. But that really went.
So he set him up for a bouncer. There was a deep fine and a deep square. And then he went for the big booming Yorker. Just couldn't execute it, but was a very, very good delivery. Well thought out delivery by Jofra.
He really is a wonderful bowler, Jofra, isn't he? Makes you realise, well, we knew it when he was missing, but when you see him back, you just think, what is possible when this man plays cricket? He goes in once again. Suryakumar Yadav is equally as skilled and adept, though. He's hit that backward of point along the floor for 4, and again, that was hitting the boundary cushion almost before the fielders have seen it. Suryakumar Yadav has faced 2 balls, he's hit them both for 4. India 28 for 2, trying to make 166.
And probably those 2 deliveries have brought him back in form. But those 2 shots look incredible from Surya. He had so much time.
And the incredible thing, he literally didn't move his feet. It was all hand-eye coordination and whip of the wrists.
Yeah, they've decided to go very wide of off-stump to him here. I think tighter off-stump would be fine, but they've gone with this line.
Final ball of the 3rd, quick, shorter. And Suryakumar Yadav tries to get up and underneath this, over the offside. Can't catch up with it. 3 overs gone. Very eventful overs as well. 28 for 2 India. Suryakumar Yadav 8 from 3. Tilak Varma 1 from 2. The men to go. Sanju Samson for 5. Abhishek Sharma for 12. 1 to Archer. 1 to Wood. England 165 for 9 from their 20 overs. Jos Buttler again the top scorer. This time though didn't go past 50. 45 from 30. At least some of the others joined him past 20 this time. Bryden Carl's making 31. Jamie Smith 22. But as you'll notice from those are some of the players from further down the order. Now new over from Mark Wood, and Tilak Varma is straight away getting down to play the paddle flick. It is down the leg side, it's through to Phil Salt. The umpire has called wide, and Phil Salt is not happy that that's been called wide.
Mac, a lot of times I'm thinking, are these shots because he wants to play it, or is it for the public who are watching? Because the game at this situation doesn't need that shot. 29 for 2, you get out playing that shot, you get bowled or caught playing that shot. You're putting your team in a very, very odd position here.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. In goes Mark Wood, bowls it again. This time he's outside the off stump. Phil Salt takes that very low to the ground. There wasn't much carry on that at all. No run, 29 for 2.
There does seem to be a little bit less bounce at this end than there is at the other end, I've noticed a couple of times.
Yeah, I was going to say, suddenly it seems like the ball has lost a bit of pace, and also the zip has gone, because the lacquer obviously would have come off a little bit as well in the first 3 overs. We got those couple of wickets and also quite a few 4s have been hit. So suddenly losing a bit of sheen.
This will be a concern for England, bearing in mind their bowling attack. They've been hoping to keep the pace going for a while. Mark Wood 1 for 5 so far, in right arm over. Now that's quick, it's straight. Tilak Varma is up on his tiptoes, jumping in behind that to play it from throat height down at his feet, and there is no run.
And also these 2 know that probably Mark Wood and Jofra Archer are not going to bowl again. I'll be very surprised if Jofra gets another over, because then they'll be left open at the back end of the innings. So as a batter, you know that this is probably the last over I'm going to face of real pace, and then I'm going to get some medium paces, some spin. So just got to be a bit careful at this part.
I remember saying the other day, there's no point saving Archer's overs because there won't be a back end. There should be a back end today. Therefore, you need those overs. Wood comes in for the 3rd ball. It's quick! It's through to Phil Salt. Tilak Varma has gone for that one. He's leaning back and trying to pull it over the leg side, trying to pull it over the stand on the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Another delivery closing in on 150 kilometres an hour, 148. So you're basically talking 91 miles an hour, this from Mark Wood. Thundering in through to the keeper, no run.
And there's no better side than a fast bowler bowling at 150 clicks, a bouncer, whisk passes the batter. Brilliant.
He's actually slowed down this over too, Mac.
Yeah, he's conserving energy. Wood in once again. That one's quicker. It's pitched further up, guided down to 3rd by Tilak Varma. Jofra Archer will do the fielding. Single taken, 30 for 2. You can just about hear the crowd getting back into this one. They went a bit quiet earlier on as England slumped, because I think the penny had dawned on them. They weren't going to get to see much of the Indian batting. But with this total, 166, they'll get a chance to see Surya Kumar Yadav bat, the Indian captain in this form of the game. Still got Hardik Pandya if they need him, another big player in this side in so many forms. Now, Mark Wood has still got the slip in for Surya Kumar Yadav. They've got a backward point and a short third. So they're sort of feeding the outside edge, as it were. Wood in. Oh, he's gone leg side though. And Surya Kumar Yadav will clip it over the man inside the circle on the leg side, knowing that there's no sweeper out, and it's a boundary 4. I think Mark Wood's made a mistake there. 34 for 2 as we approach the end of the 4th.
Again, he gets in such good positions. If you look at Surya Kumar Yadav, the way he stands with an open stance, with his left leg slightly open to access either side of the pitch, and then keeps it very simple. That ball slightly drifting on the onside, still very deep in the crease, but just makes it easy for him to access the onside with that sort of a stance.
93-mile-an-hour delivery from Mark Wood. Disappears. There are only 3 on the leg side. Wood goes in once again. Surya Kumar Yadav has a little fence at that one. It's swinging away. It pitches just in front of Phil Salt, the keeper. Does well to take it. End of the over with no run. So Mark Wood's 2 overs, 1 for 10 so far. India 34 for 2. That one just shy of 150 kilometres now, so just under 93 miles an hour. So that's 4 gone. England's team today has Bryden Carter in it, has Jamie Overton in it, so there's more options in terms of seam. We would expect Adil Rashid to bowl the 7th over, the first one after the power play. So some options for Jos Buttler to chop and change around. There's also Liam Livingstone's off-stroke leg breaks, and it will be Jofra Archer to continue for a 3rd. He will be around the wicket to the left-handed Tilak Varma.
He's got like a catching point in, and then almost directly behind that point, there's a backward point on the edge of the circle.
Archer in once again. Tilak Varma backs away and slaps it past one of those men for 4. 38 for 2. It's almost like he thought Archer's going to come in and bowl that angle, so he simply backed away to create the space to free his arms. He's standing a 1.5 feet outside of leg stump as he plays that shot, and he absolutely creams it through point.
Yeah, absolutely no chance for the fielder. He washed the ball all the way into the bat, timed it brilliantly.
Archer round the wicket. Tilak Varma's gone across his stumps and flex it over deep backward square for 6, and that's in the car park. What a shot! Tilak Varma 12 from 8, India 44 for 2.
That is just sensational batting. Made the bowler come into his stronger side, gave himself room. Jofra Archer had to follow him this time, and look at that for a shot. He had so much time to just get down on his knees and just lift it over, fine leg, and that ball went mild. Oh, an appreciation from Jofra Archer as well. The reaction from him, saying, how do you play that?
Yeah. 7 4s and a 6 already for India in this innings. We've only had 26 legal deliveries. England better today in terms of the boundary hitting, but these two are launching the attack. They're both 12 not out, Surya Kumar Yadav and Tilak Varma.
I think they bowl I think they're just being a little bit too full to him. I think when they bowled a little bit shorter, both of those balls are at bail height.
Archer around the wicket. Tilak is moving around in the crease, then gets back into his normal position, pushes it out to Harry Brook at cover, no run.
I've got no problem with that because that was the Yorker because he saw him running around the crease. But those other two balls, like with the first one, obviously they brought in the catching points or whatever you want to call that position, and then he bowled a length ball outside off stump, which allowed him just to slash at it. And then the next one, of course, was full and he could flick it over his shoulder. I think when we've seen Tilak struggle against England so far, it's been more at the chest. I think that's probably the better length for him.
Archer in. Tilak Varma has managed to flick this way over the keeper's head for 6. He's tried to go into the leg side again. Hasn't got it quite right this time, but has got it so fine. It's gone for a second 6 of the over. Joff Buttler and Jofra Archer are actually laughing about this. The Indian 50 is up in 4 overs and 4 balls. But Tilak Varma, it's almost past him when he played the shot.
But I still think he was in a very good position. Even if he timed that, that would have flew over fine leg. Just because he got a top edge, that went over the wicket keeper. But still, I feel, yeah, he was in a great position for that delivery.
I think that's the better length though, isn't it? Because that's a genuine mistake.
Tilak Varma is backing away on this occasion. Gets it down to short third and they will take a single. 51 for 2.
It's gone for 6, but if you're Archer and Butler, you have to be thinking it could have gone straight up in the air as well. But he's off strike now, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with 7 balls to go in the power play. Because this is only 1 over left of Archer. To be fair, though, he hasn't bowled as well today as we've seen. I think he's just got his lines and his lengths wrong 2 or 3 times. Well, to 2 or 3 batters, actually, is probably the better way of putting it so far.
Also, I just feel the reason for it could be that there's less bounce, so he has to give a bit more onto the surface, and that has taken a lot away from him in that humidity in Chennai as well, which can be very difficult. Coming from Kolkata, which is a lot cooler than Chennai, there's different conditions in India, different weather, so it's always challenging for the fast bowlers.
Final ball of the 5th over is a cutter from Jofra Archer. Suryakumar Yadav trying to force it into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. 51 for 2, therefore, after 5 overs. It is England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. That's me and Abhishek done for the time being. Jon Norman and Alex Tudor are coming in to take over.
Thank you, Macca. Yeah, 51 for 2. Wow, that was quite a 5 overs, and very different from the 5 overs that started England's innings. Out and out pace for England. 3 overs from Jofra Archer, 2 from Mark Wood, both going past 90 miles an hour. Both right arm fast bowlers. India, their first 5 overs that were bowled to England, as Bryden Carse is going to continue the all-pace attack. Short, dug in and hooked away for 6. And this is the problem if you're an England cricketer, because Tilak Varma has faced 12 deliveries. They've all been pace. He's more than accustomed to facing right arm fast, and it means there's no surprise when Carse comes in. There's no element of surprise, that is. And he was in complete control of that shot.
So again, they've gone short, and again, he's got a top edge for 6. So he's playing a very risky game here.
This is pitched up. Snakes past the outside edge of the bat as Varma, who doesn't want to get onto the front foot, possibly a bit late to latch onto this shot. It's a swing and a miss, no run. It was a top edge, but again, it seemed like it was quite compact. He took it on.
No, but I suppose what I'm saying is, if you've got 165 runs to play with and you've only got quick bowlers and you're going to bowl short, a couple of them are going to go for 6, right? And if it happens early, rather than get, like they got the Sanju Samson one, but since then they've gone for 6. Now they're so far behind.
Carse again. This is a length delivery pushed by Tilak Varma. Comes through for a single. 58 for 2.
Like, what's plan B at this stage, Tudes? Like, they've tried the bounces. They've gone for 6s. Adil Rashid will obviously come on, so he's part of plan B, but it's hard to see how they pull that back.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's society, and as you say, you know, the world game loves to see proper fast bowling. That's what we're seeing with Wood and Archer. But batters now are not really scared about pace. They use it to their advantage, and if you're slightly off, I mean, Archer's first over, there was nothing wrong with it. He ended up going for 13. he bowled with extreme pace, but as you say, batsmen now give themselves room.
Here is Kars again. He impressed it with the bat, and he gets a wicket. Surya Kumar Yadav chops on into dominant footwork, doesn't quite get forward, in the end plays defensively, and the ball takes the inside edge, bounces down and goes on to hit the wicket. 58 for 3, and boy, did England need that.
Yeah, massive wicket. We were just saying off air, weren't we? If we can get Surya Kumar Yadav out, such a dangerous player and scores so freely and quickly. But Brydon Cast backing up the pace from Wood and Archer. That delivery at 141 kilometres an hour. It's just the angle of the bat just didn't sort of get the angle, sort of went straight down by the crease and just trickled onto the stumps. And the skipper has to depart. As a new batter, Jarrod, busy player, good player. People have known him from the IPL, really good player.
Well, it's been all-out pace in the power play for England. Three overs going the way of Jofra Archer, 2 to Mike Wood, and Brydon Cast, playing in just his 5th T20, has just picked up the wicket of Surya Kumar Yadav. Inside edge, down into the turf and back onto the stumps. So a 7-ball 12, and that means that Jarrod, one of 2 changes for India coming into today's game. He's only played 2 T20s. He was part of a makeshift-looking Indian side who toured Zimbabwe shortly after India won the T20 World Cup, and he's about to face his first delivery from Brydon Cast, and he's pulled away handsomely, and he'll pick up a single. Backward a square, and Jarrod is off the mark. England get rid of Tilak Varma, and possibly, Alex Tudor, they're going to start believing.
100%, Johnny. Yeah, if they get him out, he looks dangerous, but just keep going hard at him, as you say. Jarrod said if Rashid comes on, you like to think he's going to cause a few issues. But this Indian team, a little bit like England, they'll keep coming at you.
Cast again, and a swing of the bat from Tilak Varma. Gary Morgan has just sent through this stat. This series so far, England bowlers bowling back of a length, short or bouncer to Varma, 19 balls, 32 runs. So Jarrod asking what is plan B, possibly not bowling short bouncers or back of a length deliveries.
I reckon 3 of those are edges. So you're taking the risk, and that's what they do in under McCullum in Test cricket, right? They bowl a lot of bounces and they take risks, but sometimes they're going to get hit before. You can only put so many fielders out early on, right?
Yeah,
like Varma hasn't always looked comfortable. He had one earlier where he dropped at his feet and almost stood on his stumps. Like, he touched one to point the other day. Like, there's a reason why they're doing it, but when you're defending 165 and you only have one frontline spinner in your side, it just doesn't give you a lot of backup.
And to go into a match with 3 out-and-out fast bowlers and not bowl short would be just mad. You've got to try it, right? If you could bowl at 95 miles an hour, 93, and let's get that short ball in there.
Listen, if I was able to do that, every ball was going to be at that pace.
One slip in place for Adil Rashid, who's about to bowl his first delivery, and Jarrod will take one through cover point, and that'll be it. Just the single. India don't want a run out here. The score's very evenly matched at the power play end of at 58 for 2 England, 59 for 3 India. So England marginally ahead in terms of wickets. Hardik Pandya, Washington Sundar and Axar Patel, the next 3 bat scheduled to come in for India. And it's Tilak Varma, fresh from 2 centuries in a series against South Africa. He was unbeaten at the end of the first T20, as tries to pull a leg break from Adil Rashid round the corner. There's a short fine leg who fields. 60 for 3 then. Rashid, can he do some damage? He at least is bowling with a touch more scoreboard pressure than, if there's even such a thing as scoreboard pressure anymore. I don't know if there is in T20 cricket, but either way, England's certainly in the game a little more today than they were in the first T20 when Rashid was brought on to bowl, as he's in now. And Tilak comes forward. This is on leg stump, and he just plays with a straight bat and opens a face of touch, clips it square, and comes through for a single.
Both these players combined have a strike rate of 150 against leg spin. Tilak Varma averages 42 against it. Jhunjhunwala hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket so far, so he hasn't faced a lot, but he hasn't been dismissed by leg spin yet either. So both of them don't mind it.
And it's going to take a single to backward point. Just goes to not that far to the right of Jos Buttler, I think it is, who's standing at first slip. That brings Tilak back on strike. Certainly seems like a better batting pitch today. And that shot there by Jarrod plays very, very late. Almost changes his mind in terms of what shot he's going to play. But it's Tilak Varma who plays back and tries to drag this ball really to the leg side. Only manages to scuff it back to the bowler, Rashid, who fields. And this has been a decent start from England's leg spinner, Tilak Varma, trying to overhit on that occasion. And this time plays wristily, slaps it back to the bowler, goes much straighter than he intended. It was in the air as well, but no catching opportunity for Rashid, who's been inexpensive in his first over. Just the 3 runs and a leg by, and India have moved to 63 for 3.
What do you do in the next over here, Judes? Because you've got Livingston if you want to try a little bit more spin, or do you now go, okay, let's see if you can keep hooking the bouncers but with 5 guys out and not with 2 guys out?
Yeah, I'll go either, as you say, I would go pace still. As you say, if you can try and get one of these 2 out, get Hardikin, you know, you're thinking this is game on. Definitely, as you said, margins, there's small margins, but you know that he's susceptible to the short ball. I'll keep going for it. I really would.
I think it's worth 1 over from Cast bowling short here, or Overton, whichever your backup seamers is, and then you can maybe, hopefully, try someone else, another spinner afterwards.
And it is Cast to continue, and it's tucked off his pads by Tilak. Comes through for a single. Yeah, possibly if they hadn't lost that wicket, then maybe Livingston may have been the option, but I think you're right. A wicket here for England. Pandya in. Jarrod playing just his 3rd match. And as you say, it's one thing to take on the hook when you're ahead of the game, but there's a little bit more jeopardy attached to Tilak Varma losing his wicket now.
Well, they've got 4 players out.
And the fact that there's more, the fielding restrictions obviously favour the bowler, unless, of course, it sells into the stands for 6, in which case you can have 11, including the bowler on the field. As this is pushed into the offside by Jarrod, and it comes through for a single.
I mean, it's one of the reasons Cast is in this side, right? It's the bowl. No, and when we say bouncers is one side, but it's also just back of a length and say, well, I'm quite tall, I hit the pitch quite hard. Are you going to be able to flat bat this past mid-off? And if not, you're going to have to take me on with the pull shot or, you know, the uppercut, and I've got fielders set out for that. That's why he's in the side. It's the Liam Livingston type role, isn't it?
Liam Plunkett. Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah,
Liam
it's the
Livingston
Plunkett role.
Not quite as good with the short balls. I knew it was a Liam.
Cast again, he's past the umpire, and Tilak Varma shapes to come forward, and then is kind of caught in no man's land, so plays an upright stance that opens the touch, opens the face of the bat a touch and guides it down to 3rd. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. I mean, it's been a much better contest, this second match, than we saw in the first. The game was done by this stage. But England still with a lot of work to do. Pass again. And it's been a while since the boundary. And has it paid off? Rayan Ahmed on the field as a substitute at short mid-wicket. And Jarrod, with no timing whatsoever, has pulled this. It's gone low, right in front of Ahmed, who's collected the catch, and England have picked up their 4th wicket, 66 for 4, and Cast has 2 in the bank.
Yeah, where's that hard length from Braden Cast? Just rushes Jarrod. Hits the splice of the bat. And a good catch for Ryan Ahmed, who's subbing on at the minute. And Jarrell has to depart for 4, and India 66 for 4. Definitely game on. And the right decision to carry on with pace.
And also the right length. That's the exact shot we were talking about, right? Like you're going to have to take us on at our strength here. We've got the field set for it, and if you smack one over the top of Ryan Ahmed's head, it's 4, right? And instead he clossed it, and it's caught. So I think they made the right call, even if that hadn't have been out. But it's certainly come back now, and this game's quite interesting now, Mr. Tudor.
What is also interesting is that Tilak Varma, who could have been out on a couple of occasions, is the only batter in India's top 5 to have batted more than 7 deliveries. So maybe it's not quite as a good a track for batting as maybe it looks from afar, or from what we've seen so far today.
I mean, they went quite hard as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
2 wickets off pull shots, I want to say, so far. 1 back of a length defended onto the stumps.
Cast continuing. This is pitched up and driven by Hardik Pandya. Touch over pitch, but he's opened his body up a touch and just steered this to the left of extra cover and beats the fielder running round from deep point.
He really is a quality all-rounder. There's a lot of style in his batting. I really do love the way he plays. His first ball, yeah, it's a long off volley. There is sort of just missing the wide Yorker, and he plays that effortlessly through the covers. Great shot.
Last ball of the over for Cast, and it's picked up and pulled by Hardik Pandya, who's into his work early. But what a stop by Ben Duckett, running around from deep square leg. That looked like it was heading to the boundary, but he's put in a terrific dive, and that's restricted it to just a couple. In fact, was that just a single?
Yeah, you might be right, John. I think it might have been. That's tremendous work.
Oh, that is a brilliant bit of fielding from Duckett, who was mindful not only of stopping the ball, not holding on to the ball, but he realised that the force of his dive was going to take his legs onto the boundary, so he had to get rid of it quickly as well. Brilliant stuff. That was just a single. Means Hardik faces the first ball of Adil Rashid's second over. India 71 for 4.
That's where the games move forward, Johnny. You know, back in the day, Martin Bicknell and myself would have had the size 12, 13s down. Good luck.
Here is Rashid. Oh, and this just goes on. Hardik playing deep in his crease, playing defensively though, with a straight bat. And it's defended out to the covers, no run. Game in the balance here on talkSPORT 2, or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as Rashid continuing. This is on off stump, over pitched and driven. Not too far from Rashid, who puts the dive in, but no chance of a catch there, and it's fielded by Overton at long off. Just a single.
It completely changes things, that wicket, because otherwise this is the over that Tilak Varma starts to look at deep mid-wicket and go, do I want to hit a couple of sixes here? I don't think he can now. I think he has to push. He didn't look like he was pushing the ball around well.
It's Varma who's deceived this time. He's going to take runs. It may actually be 4. Mark Wood puts in the chase at short third. But actually this was aerial. Just for a minute, Tilak Varma would have had his heart in his mouth. It didn't go too far to the left of Mark Wood. He was surprised by possibly a touch more bounce on the googly. Either way, 4 runs that go into the book, and India moved to 80 for 4.
Yeah, it didn't pick, well, he certainly didn't pick the bounce, as you said. He ended up playing a really odd shot, but he gets a 4. He's done very well with his mishits today.
Fielders inside the circle at third and at fine leg. As this is pitched up by Rashid on the pads, and Tilak comes forward and takes a single. 77 for 4, the game in the balance. 89 to win now, India. 6 wickets in hand, 68 balls remaining. The problem for England is that whilst Wood will bowl a couple, Archer's got 1 more, Carter's got 2, and Rashid will be bowled out, of course. Leg break, pitching on middle and off, and turning away from Hardik Pandya, who takes a single. They do need to get 4 overs away from Livingston and Overton. No Bethel today. And Jamie Smith is not behind the stumps, so they have lost that option. The last ball of Adil Rashid's second over with India 78 for 4, and it's Tilak Varma 34 not out facing. The left-hander again playing deep in his crease and pushing this out to Jofra Archer, who rushes in from point. And that's the end of a decent over for both sides. 7 runs coming from it. And India find themselves 78 for 4. Hardik Pandya 7 from 5, the new batter. First ball with a 4. Alex Tudor, we do have a contest here.
We do have a contest, and that's what early wickets does to a chase. If you can break the top of the order, this game on the middle will have to come in and do some work. As you said, Abhishek, who was fantastic in the first game, scoring all those runs very, very briskly. He was gone for 12. The skipper, Surya Kumar Yadav, fine player, but he only got 12.
Here is Jamie Overton. It's a short delivery, and Hardik Pandya has been caught behind for 7. Overton has struck, and India are 5 down.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, well,
can you hit? You can hear a pin drop.
Yeah, no.
Alex Tudor.
Yeah. Well, sorry, bowler. Coming on, bowling back of a length. Let's try to run it down to third. Bit too close, getting a bit of glove going through to Phil Salt. First ball, that's massive for Jamie Overton. The confidence that's going to give him, the confidence that's going to give this England team. India 78 for 5. Hardik Pandya goes from 7 from 6 balls faced. And we got a contest, Johnny.
Well, I'm not sure it was a wicket ball, but the scoreboard would disagree.
I just think the ball's not quite coming on at the pace that they're always expecting it, and perhaps when the new ball was there and it was skidding on quicker, they were playing those back of the length balls in a very different way, and now suddenly that ball's just holding up a little bit, and we have seen a couple of wickets from that kind of style. So India's now going to have to win this with, I think Rashid plays the holding role now for me, Tudes. I'm not saying he won't get a wicket, but if he goes at 7s in the rest of his overs, and everyone else is just going to run in and wang it into the pitch, and it didn't work for them early on, but now they're ahead of the game trying this. So well done for them for keeping it up. Well done for us for saying they should. We had to get one.
This
right?
is why we're here, right?
Well, we had to get one right.
Yeah, of course we did.
But I think they're having a drinks break here as well, John.
Yes, absolutely. Halfway stage of the innings in terms of the wickets that have fallen. 78 for 5 India, chasing 166. We thought England had left, 15, 20 runs out there. And maybe they have. But their bowlers have done exactly what was required. It was out-and-out pace for the first 6 overs, and 3 wickets fell. Jofra Archer following up Mark Wood with a wicket in the 3rd over. Mark Wood picking up the wicket of Sharma in the 2nd. And then Bryden Cast with the 6th over of the power play. So it meant 59 for 3 at that stage. And they've lost 2 wickets since. One going the way of Adil Rashid. No, not one's going the way of Adil Rashid. It was Rayan Ahmed at mid-wicket as Bryden Cast picked up his 2nd. And Jamie Overton, who's only been bowling 1 over spells throughout his reintroduction to the England team. First ball, short delivery, and Hardik Pandya getting a toe end of the bat, going through to Phil Salt. So Tilak Varma, who's only played 20 T20 matches for India coming into this series. This is his 22nd. And it will be Washington Sundar, I imagine, alongside him.
Yeah, you'd think the right-hander would come in now, would be the guess. Tilak Varma, once he's in, he is dangerous. We haven't seen the best of him today. He's got a couple of boundaries with a little bit of luck. He's played some very good shots in between that as well. The early to Jofra Archer, the cut. Oh, I don't even know if it was a cut because it was probably too full to be called a real cut. But we are seeing Washington Sundar come out. They've still got Akshar Patel, but it gets a little bit thinner at this point. And Washington has struggled at times in limited overs cricket to come in the middle overs. He likes to open.
Overton continuing then, and Washington Sundar playing a similar type of shot, the left-hander that saw Hardik Pandya dismissed. Nothing shot first ball, really playing a wristy flick to another back of a length delivery from Jamie Overton. Very, very close to being caught behind.
Yeah, scrambled seam. He's running his fingers over the ball. Well, it's just a gouge shot. It's one of those ones that the coaches give catching practice to the slips cordon at the beginning of the match.
I mean, there's a slip in place and he didn't hit it with much power. I don't think it even would have gone over the slip cordon if he had got a connection. As this time he does lay back on ball, but fielded at point. Washington Sundar, who is part of India's unsuccessful Border Gavaskar trophy side, played a couple of test matches, and just showing a replay of the Hardik Pandya dismissal, and the ball actually came off the glove. I thought it came off the toe end of the bat. Steps away this time does Washington Sundar. Another short delivery from Overton, who maintains his line. A swing and a miss from the bat of the off spinner, and no run. 78 for 5. What an over this has been so far.
Yeah, this has been quality, and you know, I watched a bit of him out playing for not the Sixers, he plays for Adelaide Strikers, doesn't he, in the Big Bash, and he did this type of a job. He will come on, doesn't bowl many overs, as he said, 1 or 2. He did it really effectively.
Continue with the wideish first slip, and this time Washington Sundar does lay bat on ball, guides the ball down to third, where it's fielded by Jofra Archer. You're listening to the India vs England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. The Pacers doing the biz for England tonight. All the wickets have gone the way of pace, and Rashid's bowled a couple of tidy overs as well. All eyes on Tilak Varma. 34 from 24. Slow delivery from Overton, and another play and a miss from Tilak Varma, who just tries to steer the ball down to third. Misses. What an over that was. What a game we are bringing you here on talkSPORT 2. Halfway stage of the innings in terms of overs and wickets. Possibly 79 for 5 India, 10 over stage. And to take you through the next 5 will be Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Andrew McKenna, after a word from Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, just having a look, because we're now pretty sure that everyone's going to be getting back for length balls and short balls from here on in. We were pretty sure of that before, but certainly doubled it down. If you look at Akshar Patel, who's due in next, he struggles a little bit more with the short ball. Washington Sundar, so far in T20 cricket, has handled it really well. Generally, that will be against the new ball. This is a different kind of challenge, especially now we've had one ball bounce over the bat, one ball bounce under the bat in the last little while. But yeah, it's just worth keeping an eye on that so far and how it goes. They've still got some fast bowlers left to bowl, and of course the leg spinners.
And here is one of them. It is Rashid to start to the left-handed Washington. Turns through square leg and will take a single. 80 for 5 India, trying to make 166 to win this game, and therefore go 2-0 up. The England seamers are very much doing it. We did ask earlier, were there too many seamers, not enough spin? Well, I mean, the game's not won, but at the moment they're doing a job. So Adil Rashid to the left-handed Tilak. Over the wickets. It's a googly. It's pushed into the offside. And we could hear the call then, and you could hear, yeah. It sounded like one of them was having to persuade the other one to come. They do complete the single easily enough. It's 81 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a very different approach from both teams. India going spin heavy, England going pace heavy, and both worked. For India, they managed to get wickets with spin, and so far it's been brilliant from England. And all their bowlers have actually executed their plans, which they couldn't in the previous game.
Rashid in. Washington goes on the reverse, gets in a tangle, doesn't get any bat on it, and Phil Salt will go out from behind the stumps towards square leg, and there is no run. In fact, Adil Rashid is the only one of the bowlers so far yet to take a wicket. And he's in his third. 1 for Archer, 1 for Wood, 2 for Cast, 1 for Overton. So in terms of wicket taking, it is all seam so far. Rashid in over the wicket. Push drive from Washington. Beats Archer at shortish mid-off. Jos Buttler is behind and will gather the ball in. Just a single taken.
I still feel there's no need to panic They've got a bit of batting to come. They've got Akshay Patel, who's more than handy. These two can do the job for the team. It's all about getting a 30-40 run partnership.
Rashid gives that one to Mayer. Big stride forward from Tilak Varma. Plays it defensively. Back to the bowler. Good over from Rashid so far. One ball left of it.
And try and somehow take it to the last 5 overs, because we've seen so many times in modern day cricket, if you need 50-55 in the last 5 with wickets in hand, it's pretty easily doable.
Fourth ball of this over 96 kilometres an hour. Fifth ball 70 kilometres an hour. The fastest to the slowest in the space of one delivery. Tilak waits for the final delivery of the over, plays it defensively out on the offside, and Jamie Smith is there to cut it off, and there is no run. So it's 84 for India to win this game from 54 deliveries. Here on talkSPORT 2, Adil Rashid has bowled 3 overs, so he's only got 1 left. He's got 0 for 13 so far.
Yeah, what England has done so far really well, they've managed to pick up wickets on regular intervals, and they've got to keep doing it, because from here they get a 20-run partnership, they get it closer, then it comes down to the boundary count. And the modern day cricketers, they start thinking about 4s and 6s, they break it down in terms of 4s and 6s, and then the odd single. So still India pretty much in the game, but yes, England, if they can pick up another wicket, that would really put them ahead.
Jamie Overton to continue, and after 1 for 1 from his previous over, why wouldn't you? He starts on the thigh pad. On this occasion, though, it'll be flicked down. Oh, Adil Rashid's done brilliantly down there to dive away, flick it up, and stay the right side of the boundary sponge. So it's 2 to Washington Sundar. India 84 for 5.
He's bowled really well. They would like to check it if any part of the body or the foot touches the rope.
His back foot suddenly flicks out in sort of a Kevin Peterson flamingo shot kind of style. Does that brush the top? Yes, it does. That advertising sponge is probably, what, 10, 12 centimetres high, and his toe drags over the top of it while he's got his hands on the ball, and it will be 4. Jeter, if that's an old-fashioned rope, that's not 4, because It's not that high. God, that's harsh. Overton once again to Washington Sundar, opens the face, guides it down to third where Jofra Archer is single taken. 87 for 5. Jarrod.
Just on this pitch so far today, so generally bowling back of a length and short at Chepok doesn't really help all that much when you're bowling seam. Slightly different kind of attack, but for both teams so far today, the short ball has gone at a strike rate of 117 while taking 4 wickets, an average of 7, and the back of a length ball's gone a strike rate of 80 with 2 wickets. So those are the lengths today.
Overton goes short, and that took off straight over the top of Phil Salt's head for 4 wides, so 5 in total. That's just hit the seam and gone like a power ball, you know, those really solid rubber balls, and that's taken off. I mean, he dug it in, to be fair, but you wouldn't have expected it to do that. Anyway, 5 to the total.
Yeah, coming back to the point Jarrod just made, it just shows that there's been invariable bounce and also maybe double pace.
Tilak Varma waits in the crease, guides it past the diving backward point on this occasion down to third, and they'll take a single. 93 for 5.
Yeah, but the way that ball kicked off, as a bowler you can't do a lot because you just bowled a normal bouncer, but that just went over the bowler's keeper's head. Absolutely no chance. But he's bowled really well. What Jamie Overton has done so far, what he has done well is change of pace, and again not letting the batters predict what's coming, kept them guessing with different balls, and also the execution has been right on the money.
Overton in once again. That takes Sundar on the body. No run there. Overton and his follow through will collect that. 11 overs and 4 balls gone. Of course, if you think back to the series in the West Indies before Christmas, Jamie Overton was on a restricted bowling programme, so he bowled in one game and then didn't bowl in the next. Then he could bowl and he didn't. we don't really know whether he's on a restricted programme here, because of course he only bowled one over in the first game and he's in his second, but
he didn't bowl many in the Big Bash, did he? A couple of times he bowled in the Big Bash and I thought, oh, they'll need another over from him here, and he sort of disappeared. So I would assume there's some kind of restriction still on him at the moment.
I did ask a couple of questions and I didn't get a very clear answer, if I'm honest. Overton goes in, it's a full ball outside of off stump. Harry Brook is the man at cover who fields, and there is no run.
But if he's not bowling, do you still pick him as a batter at number 7? That's the big question. Do you go for a
He's a sort of a
genuine
specialist
batter?
finisher and batting 7 or 8, isn't he then?
I don't think he should play if he can't bat. But
if he can't bowl.
Sorry, if he can't bowl, yeah. But if these games, if they're not that important and you're just warming up for the Champions Trophy where he might bowl a little bit more. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
Is it worth him batting and not, bowling in some games? But I can understand England fans are not particularly happy in the games where he bats at 7 and doesn't bowl.
Overton is in once again. Washington Sundar clips him over the leg side. Cast is out at deep long on. He'll get round and they will take a couple. Sundar therefore goes to double figures. He's got 10 from 12. India 95 for 5 after 12, trying to make 166 to win this game.
Yeah, they're all similar sort of players, Hardik Pandya, Jamie Overton. If they can't do both, it's very hard to pick them for just one particular skill. Same with Hardik. We saw him lose his spot from the India side for a while because he couldn't bowl. And I just feel it's pretty much the same for Jamie Overton. If you know before the game that he's not going to bowl, is it right to pick him?
I think if it's a really important game, I think you're 100%. But I think if you're just thinking about the Champions Trophy and getting some games under him and, from that sort of thing, I have no issue with him playing some of these games. Mark Wood coming back on. I was about to say, I wondered, Adil Rashid's got one left, doesn't he, Mako?
He has indeed.
And I was thinking, if you have Adil Rashid with one left, it's probably worth holding that over back for perhaps some of the batters down the order later on. If it gets a little, it could come back to bite them. But I like the idea of hitting the wicket again, and especially with a very fast bowler.
It is Mark Wood. 2 overs, 1 for 10. He got Abhishek LBW appealing from his knees earlier on. And then he comes right arm over. It's Tilak Varma who's guiding it down to third. Accumulating in singles at the moment. He's now got 37 from 30 balls. India 96 for 5, so they need 70 from 47. You're listening to England against India, this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. You can pack more into a break away at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Yeah, I think as long as both these players can keep it under 10, which they are in the previous over by getting 12 or 13, it made life a bit easier. They can easily afford to just take 6 singles in this over and not try and take any chances against Mark Wood. He's been the premier fast bowler in this match. He's bowled really well. So it's just about how they plan this innings, both these young players, fairly young players in international circuit.
Tilak Varma's got 37 from 30, and we've not really spoken about him. Well, we might not talk... Oh, no! I was about to say we might not talk much more about him, because there was an opportunity there, but there was very nearly a wicket, with Washington Sundar chipping it straight to Adil Rashid at mid-on, and it's been dropped. And the ball runs away from him, and they're able to take a single. Washington goes to 11 from 13, and Mark Wood should have 2 for. It was fairly low and flat. It's not coming out the floodlights. Adil Rashid is trying to take it shoulder height with his hands away to the side, and down she goes. Wood goes in again. Tilak on the pull, doesn't get anything on this, and Mark Wood's chasing after it towards mid-wicket himself, and it lands 2 metres away from him. That could have been 2 wickets in 2 balls. The scorebook says 2 singles.
I think both these players need to realise that Mark Wood bowls slightly quicker than they usually face in domestic cricket in India, and hence they're mistiming all their pulls, but that should have been taken. But at the same time, I think he got a bit surprised. He didn't expect the ball to come at a pace it came. He thought it's going to come a lot slower than the ball did, and hence his timing went slightly wrong there of Adil Rashid. But that's a big, big drop.
I mean, you're right. I just don't know if he's going to be able to convince Mark Wood of any of that. Abhishek.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is...
Oh, Mark, did you not see?
Catching
square leg in place. Mark Wood is going in, and Washington Sundar is trying to fiddle that down to third and misses it. It's through to Phil Salt. There's no run. 98 for 5, 68 from 44, the equation from India.
I like that from Washington Sundar. Oh! Didn't want to hear that.
First time we've heard the ice cream van of death this series. It's a no ball. Mark Wood has overstepped, and it means he's going to have to bowl that one again, and more importantly, it is a free hit. So if Washington Sundar wants to back away and just swing himself off of his boots, he can do so with gay abandon.
If you expect anybody from this bowling attack to bowl a no ball, it's got to be Mark Wood, because of the extra effort he puts in some deliveries. He goes for those big booming yorkers or the bouncers, and that's where you tend to overstep.
It's one of the few times he stood up after bowling the ball.
Right. Well, I don't know how much the crowd are shouting sixer, sixer. Washington Sundar may just close his eyes here and hope. In goes Mark Wood. It's in towards the body. Sundar has got it out towards the leg side. Is it a sixer? It is! Duckett was there. There's another fielder trying to get around as well. It was one of those that came down almost vertically over the boundary. It brings the 100 up. Washington goes to 17 with the fourth six of the innings. He's hit 152 km/h delivery away for six, and the free hit pays dividends.
Again, is that going to be a game-changing over? That drop catch, that no ball, that six, suddenly the momentum slightly shifting towards India. And these small things plays a massive role in the outcome of the game at the end of the day. But that was a wonderful shot, very nicely picked by Washington Sundar under pressure.
Mark Wood around the wicket, hit hard by Washington. Now mid-off is inside the circle, and it's a one bounce four over the top, 11th four of the innings. And it's 57 required from 43 balls now. And Mark Wood's face is that of a man who is getting somewhat frustrated with proceedings, because he could have seen the back of both of these batters this over, and at the end of it, he's taken a little bit of a pounding.
He has 12 from the previous over, 15 already from this one. So suddenly 27 in the last 11 deliveries changes things completely for India. Good partnership now. Runs required 57 of 43. So a lot within reach for India here. They've got to pick up another wicket here.
Washington 21 from 16, faces Mark Wood. He's gone for it again, and mid-off has stayed inside the circle, Joss Buttler, and it's a two bounce four this time. He's playing it with a sort of horizontal bat, so it's a sort of a flat bat off drive, if that works. But it goes away for four, and it's 113 for 5 after 13 here on talkSPORT 2.
Oh, it's a harsh game, cricket, especially as a bowler, and also for Adil Rashid. Every time there's a boundary, the cameraman straight goes to Adil Rashid. No place to hide, but that's a massive, massive over. 19 coming off that over. Washington Sundar putting a lot of pressure. Last 12 deliveries, India has managed to get 31 runs without losing any wicket. And now 113 on board. Brilliant.
166 is the target after England were 165 for 9. Bryden Cast will continue. 2 for 16 so far. The big man from Durham has taken. Got Suryakumar Yadav bowled as he guided it onto his own stumps. And then Jurel into the side today. Caught by Rayan Ahmed, the substitute fielder at mid-wicket. Those were the 2 wickets for Bryden Cast. He's going to be bowling to Tilak Varma, 38 not out. Tilak stays deep in his crease, punches out to Ben Duckett at deep point on the boundary, and they will take a single. 52 required to win the game.
Again, that drop is on our screen from the leg spinner Adil Rashid, and after that it was carnage. Brilliant batting from Washington Sundar. Took full use of the no ball, hit it for a 6, and then a couple of boundaries to end the over with. 19. I think he's one of the most underrated cricketers in India. Even in Test cricket, he averages 40 in the last year and a half, but never has a permanent spot in Indian team. And same with any other format, really. He's such a utility cricketer for India.
Yep, he chips in. This is his 53rd game of T20 cricket. Strike rate of 130, near enough. He's got 150 to his name. He's on strike to Bryden Cast. That's a nice looking shot. Punched back down the pitch on the bounce to Cars gets a handout but can't stop it, so they're able to take a single. Washington goes to 26. It's 1:15 for 5.
Was it a chance? I felt that ball went straight to Cars.
Okay, my first thought was bump ball.
Yeah, we'll
so
just
the
have to wait
replay
and
is
see.
going to tell one of us we need to go to Specsavers.
Probably it's me. Probably me.
Well, the fact that actually they're not replaying it on the TV probably implies that it wasn't a chance, because they've given that a brush off pretty quickly. Cars is in. It's worked onto the leg side by Tilak Varma. Harry Brooks coming in from long on. They're not going to take on the arm. They will stay with one. Tilak goes to 40 as he closes in on a half century that would be his third. He's got 250s so far and 200s to his name. So when he gets there, he tends to go big.
At the moment, the way this game is progressing, India could think in different ways, but if you look at the difference between the ball and the bat, or ball and the runs required, it's just 2 sixes gets them there. So they don't really need to panic.
Cast right arm over, bowls Washington Sundar. Leg stump is lying at 45 degrees. He tried to fiddle this one down towards third, and the stumps and bails are flashing orange, and India lose their 6th. And just as Abhishek Jhunjhunwala had said, you don't need to do anything too drastic, you just need to play. It was a cutter delivery from Cars that Washington, if he had his time again, would not play that shot to. He goes for 26, 116 for 6.
After batting really well in the previous couple of overs and getting a chance where he was dropped by Adil Rashid, that was a nothing shot. He didn't need to do that. All he needed to do was get some bat and ball, get those 1s and 2s, keep picking the singles, and couple of boundaries gets them home. But again, tried to be a bit too cheeky, tried to run it down to third, and making a complete mess of that one. A big wicket. Cars is doing it for his team so far. Brilliant with the bat. 3 wickets for 19 of his 2.4 overs. Still got 8 more deliveries left. Yeah, India now under a bit of pressure again. Suddenly that partnership, which was working really well, is gone. Akshay Patel comes into the middle.
Another lefty. Now again, he's got good numbers. 150 in this format of the game. His strike rate of 142.3. And his best score came in a T20 international that was played in India against England, a best of 17. But again, the strike rate is still up there. A shade under 162 in terms of strike rate against England. So he will definitely be a factor in this. England can't just assume. So Cars on his way in to bowl to Axar. Shorter, quick, through to the keeper Phil Salt, who has an appeal, and there is nothing doing there. In fact, it's called wide. So it's 117 for 6, and Cars now has 3 for 20. They're going to show this replay of the Sundar dismissal a few times, and it's not going to look any better the more times we see it.
I just think he thought it was going to be short, didn't he? And he's giving himself room, and it just took too long for him to work it out.
In goes Bryden Cast, bowling to Akshar. Push drive down to mid-on, and they will take a single.
What he's done really well, Cars, is the length he has bowled, and also the changes. Good use of the slower delivery, use the short ball well. And that's what you were thinking about Atkinson in the previous game, that was pretty up and down. He didn't really do a lot. But today, the bowling has been right on the money from England, especially from the fast bowlers.
Bryden Carty's best figures in this form of the game is 3 for 23. He's got 3 for 21 so far, with 7 legal deliveries available to him still to send down. Final ball of the 14th, he goes in and bowls. Tilak Varma is solidly in behind this, drops it into the offside, and they'll take a single. 47 needed from 36 balls. Taking a single is not a problem, as Abhishek Jhunjhunwala has mentioned. It only takes a couple of boundaries or a couple of big ones, and all of a sudden you've got the equation down to 1 a ball. It's 47 off 36, as I say here on talkSPORT 2. After 14 overs, 119 for 6 India.
Yeah, both of these players must be thinking, let's get it down to the 17th or the 18th over. within that 20-run mark, then even with the rest of the batters to come, if one batter is there, you can still get to that target. But if they lose another wicket or two now in the next couple of overs, that really puts them in a very backward position. So they have to somewhere find that 20-25 run partnership between these two.
Batter's just taking a drink. This is interesting. Liam Livingstone is going to come on and bowl in the 15th over.
Is that a big risk you're taking with the part-timer? He can pick up a wicket or two, because with two left-handers he is going to bowl off-spin clearly.
I mean, he's not a complete part-timer. He's definitely better than that. But I always think, is it a risk bring someone into the bowling at this stage? He's going to be around the wicket with his off-spin to Tilak Varma. Tilak's reaching a long way forward, pushes it out to Overton down at deep mid-on, and they'll take a single. Akshar on strike. 120 for 6. 46 needed from 35.
The one Akshar Patel does really well, that he's very good against spin. He loves dancing down the track and going over the bowler's head or going over long on. So maybe that's something he might be thinking, but against the spin, will he take the chance?
Livingstone around the wicket. Akshar hits to long on, takes an easy single. 121 for 6. 45 from 34 here on talkSPORT 2 is the equation.
Yeah, well, I mean, generally you want to bowl short at Akshar. So it's interesting that they've gone the other way, but they maybe just wanted to steal that extra over at this stage and spin the ball away from the two left-handers.
Livingstone goes in. Tilak Varma goes on the reverse, and it's going to be a 2-bounce 4 over what starts off as deep backward point, ends up as square leg. Good shot from Tilak, and he's now within a shot of a half-century. He's 46 not out.
Got to have a lot of courage to play that shot at this point of the game, to play a reverse sweep from the middle stump. He absolutely nailed that, but a very high-risk shot, and a high reward too.
I was just looking it up. They both play off-spin really well. These two.
41 from 33 is the equation. Livingstone is around the wicket. Tilak comes down the pitch, almost yorks himself actually. Livingstone jams it into the feet, and it's squeezed down to mid-on. They'll take a single. Tilak's got 47, 126 for 6.
In the last 3 years, they both average over 50 against off-spin. I saw this in an SA20 game the other day, where the team almost lost because they kept bowling off-spin to the two left-handers, but Devon Conway was one of them, and he prefers the ball spinning away than he does in. So
Livingstone around the wicket. Akshar Patel has launched this into the leg side. He's picked out Ben Duckett. The gamble has worked. England have their 7th. Akshar goes for 2, and it's 40 from 31 the equation for India, but with only 3 wickets standing.
Yeah, that's a terrible shot. Doesn't matter how confident you are against an off-spinner, the ball turning away from him, the game is within the grasp. All you need to do is take those 1s and 2s, wait for the bat delivery. But this is not very smart cricket from Akshar Patel. And a massive blow. And the wicket England needed, as you mentioned, the gamble worked. Livingstone doing what he was bought for. Akshar Patel out for 2, India 7 down for 126.
I mean, that probably was the bad delivery, wasn't it? If you look at that again, that's pitched about a foot outside leg stump. If he'd stayed inside the line, he could have just helped that on its way for 4, and at the very least probably gets a 2 out of it. But he decided beforehand he wanted to slog sweep it, and because of that, he's just made the wrong decision. Had he known it was going to be that kind of ball, maybe he could have changed or changed his decision a little bit later, but that should have been a 2 or a 4, and it's ended up being a wicket and completely changed this game again.
And it brings Arshdeep Singh to the crease at number 9. He's already had a good time so far in this series. 2 for 17 in the first game, 1 for 40 today, but it's now with the bat he needs to produce. Liam Livingstone gives one a little bit of air. Arshdeep comes forwards, hits it back to the bowler in his follow-through. He can't gather it in on the first occasion, can bring it in on the second. So that is 15 overs gone. 126 for 7 are India, and I'll just give you a comparison. England were 121 for 6 at this stage. So it is a nice tight one that'll be described for you by Jon Norman.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Yeah, what a game we've had. And what a game we're bringing you on talkSPORT 2. You're listening to India versus England in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Tilak Varma, the key now, you'd say, as Alex Tudor makes his way back into the commentary box. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala with me for the next 5 overs. If it takes that long, Jofra Archer with 1 over left to bowl has been called back into the attack after Liam Livingstone nipped out Axar Patel in over number 15. And Archer is in, bowling to Tilak Varma, who plays defensively. 47 from 38. No run from the first ball of Archer's 4th over. Seems like some time ago that he picked up the wicket of Abhishek Sharma. It wasn't Sharma he picked up, was it? It was it Surya Kumar Yadav? I'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Either way, 6 overs apace in the power play. It was Sanju Samson that he dismissed. Archer is in. Close to the umpire, and Tilak is going to reach 50 with 6. And we've seen this shot 3 times today on the pull. Thick outside edge, a leading edge, a top edge, flying up and over the keeper and away for a maximum.
Johnny, you call it a fluke, you do it once. If you do it 3 times, you've mastered the stroke. Brilliantly done by Tilak.
You're right. It's like he means it. As you say, he's done it 3 times now, isn't it?
I mean, facing that kind of pace, what's more likely to happen? The thick edge to go right up in the sky and it's caught, or to just go over you and away to the boundary for 6? Maybe it is a percentage shot. What's Archer's follow-up? In, and Tilak is going to pick up 6 over deep point. Extraordinary shot. Gives himself some room, manufactures the whip, and cuts this airily up over the boundary for a back-to-back 6. 138 for 7. India need 28 from 27. It's a runnable from here.
Yeah, that's clever batting. Just using the crease, gambling that he's going to go short again, giving himself that room, creating the angle and slapping that behind point for 6.
Archer again on the pad of Tilak, who just for a minute there, as he takes a single to square leg, wonders whether actually he should just maintain the strike from here on in.
It's going to be a difficult one. You've got to trust your partner because there's still plenty of runs to get. So you cannot expect to do all the heavy lifting yourself. So you've got to trust at least Arshdeep. Yes, maybe if the next wicket comes, you can try and score it with boundaries and 6s. But at the moment, he's got to take the singles.
Yeah, it's not as though they're 8 or 9 down. He's not going to be stranded at the other end, is he? The damage, you could say, has been done for the over as well. Just 2 balls to go. And Tilak Varma, what a cameo this is. Arshdeep Singh then to face. He also gives himself some run. And he will probably never score a 4 like that again in his life. He's essentially given all 3 stumps to Jofra Archer, who's fired it in. Yorker length. Swing of the bat from Arshdeep. Thick inside edge. And it's travelled down to fine leg for 4.
He's not bowled bad at all. He's gone for 58. He's still got some balls to bowl. I mean, don't get me started about, bowlers and batters, and it's a good Yorker. A thick inside has gone down a fine leg, and all he can do is smile and laugh, because what else can you do? He's executed it really well.
Once again, he makes space. It's gone in the air, but it's just going to drop over the shoulder of Overton, who was at short cover, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. As the batters are completed a second. That's good running as well. Good game awareness. Means that Tilak Varma will face the first ball of the 17th over. And how many runs have come from that? 19 runs. And Jofra Archer's 4 overs have gone for 60.
That's ridiculous. He's bowled well. Please listen, he has bowled well. He's bowled with extreme pace. But with that pace, sometimes batters, they use it to their advantage, and they've manoeuvred around the crease, given it the angle, and they slapped at it. A couple of top edges have gone for 6. A flat bat has gone backward of point for 6. He hasn't bowled badly. He's got a Yorker that's gone to fine leg for 4. It's just one of those ones you've got to throw your hands up and just think, it just wasn't going to be my day. He's ended up going for 15 and over.
Well, it was a close match an over ago. Maybe we should get Macca back on. Adil Rashid's going to be called back on. He's got 1 over to bowl. And Tilak Varma, who's got a terrific record against leg spin, is just going to see off this first delivery. There was a 2-over spell where Adil Rashid misfielded and gave 2 runs to the opposition, turned a 2 into a 4, and then the very next over put down Washington Sundar whilst fielding. It was a short ball wide from Jamie Overton as well. You can't just pick out 1 or 2 moments from a whole match, but certainly that brought India back into the game. And then, boy oh boy, that last over from Jofra Archer, as Rashid is in again, and Tilak Varma turns down the single.
And I think what that over has allowed now to Tilak Varma to just sit back and relax. He's not really worried about the run rate, because suddenly if you need a 35 of 4, he had to take a few chances, he had to take some risk, but at the moment he can just sit back and not take any risk.
Again, he's going to turn down a single as he opens the face but can't beat backward point. So 3 dot balls, is that the start of Adil Rashid's 4th and final over. It's gone for just 13 runs, hasn't picked up a wicket. Bowled very tidily, but England need more than tidy bowling now. They need something special. Jofra Archer's been bowled out, Adil Rashid about to be bowled out. I'm not sure we're going to see another one from Overton, as this is tossed up by Rashid. Quite a lot of turn on the leg break. Wraps Tilak Varma on the pad, but again, no run taken. There actually wasn't one there. Would have been fielded by the keeper.
Yeah, Adil Rashid, I think, just pointed out to Jos Buttler that let's bring the long on to mid-on. I don't think that's a good idea, because you bring that in. If it gets the 4, then it completely opens up the game even more.
Here is Rashid. This is tossed up, going across the left-handed Tilak Varma, who just drops the ball into the offside. Comes through for a single. That means Arshdeep Singh basically will see off the over.
I would say it's a free hit for Arshdeep. Slog it.
Is it a bit early for the... Doesn't need to do
I
it,
still think India's got 3 wickets. He slogs it. It goes for a 4 or a 6.
What about
Makes life a lot... Doesn't matter. You still have 2 wickets. And Tilak Varma is on strike.
I think at the end of the next over,
yeah,
with maybe 7 or 8 from the total. I think still 1 over too early. We shall see. We shall see. 20
Some teams
needed.
don't like taking it to the last over, Johnny, do they?
Well,
like to do it early.
True. 20 to win then, here on talkSPORT 2. 19 deliveries to go. Adil Rashid's 4th and final over has gone for just 1 run, and it's Arshdeep Singh, 6 from 3, who's going to face. It's been quite a quiet crowd at times today.
And that's what you want, John. From T20 cricket, this is exactly what you want from a T20 match.
Absolutely. There's fielders all around the bat as well. 4 men out, but one of them only... Actually, just... Yeah, 4 men out. One of them only just at mid-off. One at deep point. Deep square, backwards of square with a leg slip and a traditional slip. And Arshdeep Singh does go for the big shot. Jofra Archer nestles under the ball and takes the catch that keeps England in the contest. Rashid strikes with his final ball of 24. Arshdeep Singh goes. India 146 for 8. They need 20 runs from 18 balls to win.
I think that's the message that was given to him by Tilak, that if you get it, just go for it. Doesn't matter you get out. We got 2 more wickets. And now he can control if he wants to take a single or not. And he must be thinking, I'm 3 hits away here, Tilak Varma. If he can hit a couple of 6s and a 4, he wins the game for India. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be nail-biting.
Don't go anywhere. It's certainly interesting and nail-biting. This has been a cracking T20. England earlier today, 165 for 9. Boy, what they'd do for another 10 runs. Jos Buttler 45, top scoring for the 2nd match in a row. Bryden Cast with a little cameo of 31 before he was run out. 22 from Jamie Smith from 12. Not a lot else though. 2 wickets for Axar Patel, 2 for Chakravarthi. Well, if it gets that far, Abhishek, yeah. But India could chase down the runs. Maybe both sides are factoring in it's going to be done in 2 overs, so we shall see. Bryden Cast, who's taken 3 for 22, is in past the umpire, and Tilak gives himself a little bit of room, pulls the ball to deep square. It's Livingston running in from the boundary, and Varma turns down the single.
Yeah, I think not the right fly. You've got to take a single. You still have Varun Chakravarthi. Ravi Bishnoi can hold a bat. So I don't think that's the right option, because if you don't take a single in the first ball, you're not going to take it in the second, third, fourth.
I'll tell you, coach weren't happy. Gambia was fuming.
Not for the first time. Here is Cast again. Tilak Varma pulls the ball, and it's fielded by Jamie Overton, running around from long on, and once again Varma turns down the single. Oh, did he take the single this time? He did. That means Ravi Bishnoi is about to face, so something's changed between those first 2 deliveries.
That's what I meant.
And it's probably Gautam Gambhir's face.
He looked at the dugout, is what he did. He looked at the dugout, and the coach was saying, listen.
Suddenly felt a real cold chill. Thought, it's quite a humid evening. I don't know why I'm suddenly freezing.
Now, if you did that in the 4th delivery, I understand. But to deny a single in the first delivery is just, I don't understand how you're going to win the game from there.
Ravi Bishnoi then, right-handed bat, about to face his first delivery, and back of a length delivery from Bryden Cast, and Bishnoi stays where he is, opens the face, runs the ball down to 3rd, and you can hear that big cheer from the crowd. 148 for 8, 18 needed from 15.
Yeah, sensible cricket. As you say, get the main man, Tilak, back on strike. He's going to try and go for a boundary in these next 2 deliveries for sure.
You're full of risk though, jeopardy though, isn't it? That's the problem. 7 down, less so.
That's the game.
That is the game. The scores are even. This is where England were 17.3 overs in, and Bryden Cast comes in and affords Tilak no room whatsoever. Couldn't have been much straighter on the body, and Tilak takes a single through mid-wicket, brings Bishnoi back on strike. Good over from Bryden Cast. 3 runs coming from it. He's already picked up 3 wickets. Boy, if he could just take 1 more.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. He has bowled so well. It's just about the change-ups, the length he has bowled. He figured out what was the perfect length to bowl on this particular pitch very early in his spell.
And it means Bishnoi is now facing. What does he do as well? This is pitched up, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket, and it's going to race away to the boundary for 4. What a shot from Ravi Bishnoi, all the pressure in the world. Angling in on the pads, and I tell you what, that wasn't just about placement, it was timing as well.
I suddenly felt it was VVS Lakshman who played that shot for a minute.
It was class shot, wasn't it? How did you say? Just full. It's the wrong line. Clipped it beautifully to the vacant mid-wicket. Valuable runs for India here. Runnable.
But what does Bishnoi do here? He doesn't go for the big shot, surely.
I think
but
not
does
now.
he take the single?
I think he wouldn't take a single. He shouldn't take a single now. He can just play it off, because they've already got 7, as long as he doesn't lose his wicket or edge it.
Last ball of the over. Cast is in, and Ravi Bishnoi pulls out an absolutely beautiful front foot defensive push back past the bowler. He sets off, then remembers, no, I don't want the single. He turns round to get back. It's actually fielded brilliantly at mid-off, and the throw at the stumps, I think the batter would have been in, but Cast doesn't realise that actually there's a potential run out, and he fields the ball. Actually should have just let it go.
All the boundaries we've seen today, Johnny, best shot of the day. I'm telling you now, there's something about a forward defence that I get excited about. You just don't see it in the game anymore. It was solid. You'd have loved that, Abhishek.
I get so excited, but also the technique. There was no gap. It was perfect forward defence for a number 10.
This is a brilliant T20 we're bringing you on talkSPORT 2. You're listening to the India-England series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. And Jamie Overton is set to bowl the penultimate over of the match, unless, of course, Tilak Varma hits 13.
I think that boundary has taken so much pressure off Tilak Varma. Now, run a ball from here. I still think he should take a single. If there is to take one, he shouldn't think about finishing up with boundaries. And yeah, take it to the last over from here.
Oh, hang on. Is there a change? Is there a change in?
I'm not sure about this, Johnny. I'm not sure about this, Johnny.
That is a call. Jamie Overton, who was getting ready to bowl the penultimate over, and Josh Butler's decided to change things around, and he's actually now thrown the ball to Liam Livingstone.
But also what it allows now, Ravi Bishnoi being a right-hander, they all love slogging. Allows him to slog against an off-spinner. If he gets one right, that could finish the game.
Unless he bowls leg spin.
Unless he bowls leg spin. He probably would, yeah.
Well, 13 needed. 2 overs to go. Left-handed Tilak Varma at the crease. And Liam Livingstone started, I'm not sure you could say ran in. He started running in before Tilak Varma was ready, so he'll do so again. And he's in now. This is full and driven up to long off by Tilak Varma, who decides not to take the single.
Don't look towards the dugout, young man.
I mean, that is bizarre. When he batted so beautifully in the previous over, Ravi Bishnoi, you've got to show some trust in him.
Livingstone again. This is fired in on the pads of Tilak Varma, who helps it round the corner. Fine leg is up inside the circle. Fields, no run. 153 for 8. The 13 needed from 10.
The only man I think can do this is MS Dhoni.
Mid-wicket, watch out. Again, this is straight on the pads of Tilak Varma, who clips it towards mid-wicket. Sets off quickly. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's a poor throw from Ben Duckett running in. And even if Liam Livingstone had collected the ball cleanly, I think the batter would have been home. 2 runs added to the score, 11 needed from 9.
Good free delivery from Liam Livingstone. Tilak Ibi, the blood be pumping. Ravi Bishnoi doing the right thing, diving in. I think he would have been safe, as you said, Johnny.
Nervy, eh?
It is, isn't it?
I think Ravi Bishnoi was thinking a dive as soon as he started taking the first one.
There's a vacant space, sort of deep extra cover. And he's looking for that shot, isn't he? And he's just following him.
Yeah, he's bowled really well.
It's good bowling.
Bowled really, really well. He's not giving him any room, no flight at all to come down the track either. Tilak Varma is just waiting for that one delivery, which he can hit outside the park.
Long on, mid-wicket, square leg of the 3 boundary fielders on the leg side. As Livingstone is in, and he flat bats it, does Tilak. He gets down on the sweep and pulls it to Harry Brook at square leg, who comes in from the boundary, and it's just a single. 10 needed from 8.
Come on, Ravi, slog it. You've got to slog it.
It's a free hit for him now, isn't it?
Well, 2 balls left of the over.
All right,
he's not going to slog this one, is he? Wait to the sixth ball. You're not going to be asking the number 11 to come in to face the final ball of the over.
Chest pads coming off. He's going to create some damage. He doesn't want any restriction whatsoever. He's going to be swinging hard.
Oh my days, he is stripping off.
Yeah, I think maybe Tilak Varma just would say, try and get a single here. Get a couple of singles, leave 8 for the last over with 2 wickets in hand. He can probably control it a little bit more.
Well, the 8th over, or rather the final over. Oh, Mark Wood still got an over, by the way. Well, you wouldn't want Bishnoi facing Mark Wood, would you? Ooh. I think England might be down a fielder outside the circle, by the way, for that final over. Do you think that's why they brought Liam Livingstone on? Either way, this Livingstone, Bishnoi with a slip in place, and Bishnoi steps away from the crease. There's a chase on by Rashid. He's not going to get there. Bishnoi has just carved this delivery up and over backward point and away for a boundary. 6 needed from 7. And surely, with the final ball of the 19th over, this is a free hit.
Why is he batting at number 10? Why is he batting at number 10?
Man looks good. As we said, it's going 2 balls left. He was always going to swing. The chest pad came off.
You might be thinking 6 to win it. Yorker length on the sweep. Big shout for leg before from Livingston. But I don't even think. Well, they will. They'll go upstairs, but this is hitting the batter clearly outside the line of leg stump. So we'll go through the formalities. But it does appear, guys, that India will be 160 for 8. Needing 166 to win the second T20 with 6 balls to go.
5 for a super over. 6 to win. Clearly pitching outside the leg stump. I don't think there would be any issue, but what a roller coaster this has been so far, dudes.
It has, isn't it? And it's going to be margins again. It's margins, as we said. You know, England batting in the first innings, if they come to lose this game, they left runs in the hutch. And again with their bowlers, they got wickets up top. And Tilak's come out and batted really well, batted really responsibly for one so young. You know, backed himself, which you need to do, and that's why they've picked him. Go out there, young man, show what you can do. But the game's just so margins in this game in the T20, isn't it?
And also, yeah, the amount of maturity we see nowadays from younger players is just unbelievable. It's incredible. Also, they get to play a lot of leagues around the world, and they get under that kind of pressure situation a lot more than they used to previously, and that gets them used to those situations. But to do it in an international game when you're still very young, it's still a very young career for Tilak Varma.
Stand by, still building.
Brilliant so far.
We're still going through what is needed to be done to see the ball projection, but I mean, there's very little drama despite that.
And also in this last over, because they're not bowled their overs in time, a fielder will be in the ring.
And that one fielder, you know how much of a difference to that makes. Just 4 outside the 30-yard circle, it opens up a lot of gap for you as a batter.
It's taking so long.
Finally.
It's like VAR, isn't it?
Clear gap on the
Get on with it.
What annoys me or frustrates me sometimes is why don't they just show where the ball pitched first, and then we don't have to bother with all of this.
Ball tracking when ready, please.
We know it didn't. We know that the ball didn't hit the bat or the glove, or we were quite sure. Okay, here we go. And I mean, about 4 minutes ago we said that the ball was clearly pitching outside leg stump. But here we are. Anyway, let's forget that ever happened. 160 for 8 then, India. Ravi Bishnoi and Tilak Varma, the 2 batters at the crease for India. And it's going to be Jamie Overton who will be bowling the 20th over for England, which does mean that Mark Wood will only bowl 3. Possibly the extra pace may help the ball to the boundary. Possibly that is the reason. I don't know. I don't know about that, but if you're Ravi Bishnoi, who in that last over, who do you want to face, Liam Livingstone or Mark Wood?
Yeah, and also I think, yeah, you would go for Mark Wood, because if he nails one of those Yorkers, it doesn't matter if it's Tilak Varma or Ravi Bishnoi, the stumps are going to be all over the shop. So I would always go with extra pace if I have it in my kitty.
Tilak Varma, 66 from 53, and it's Jamie Overton on the pads, a dive, a brilliant dive from Liam Livingstone has prevented a boundary at deep square leg. That was not a good ball from Overton. It was on the pads, it was hit hard towards the boundary. 2 runs taken, but England still just in the game. 4 needed from 5.
Yeah, that's outstanding fielding. That's brilliant. One hand.
Fairness. Good filming too.
Yeah, that's good, yeah. Outstanding. That's what the game needed.
Tell you what the game needs. A wicket.
Yeah, it does.
That really would set in motion something extraordinary. 4 needed from 5. Jamie Overton, who's picked up 1 wicket, start of his 3rd over, with Tilak Varma 68 not out. The only batter across both sides to go past 50. Is it going to be a match-winning knock? Here is Overton now. This is drilled through extra cover. The chase is on, but the ball will win, and so will India. Tilak Varma takes the helmet off, the bat in hand, the crowd are on their feet, and India celebrate a nervy, entertaining game of T20 cricket which went one way and then the other. And despite a great fight back from England with ball in hand, it's India who win the game by 2 wickets, and it's India who go 2-0 up in this 5-match series.
Yeah, that's one hell of a knock. That's what shows characters. That's what builds characters. These sort of innings makes great players. He'll be mighty proud with that innings, Tilak Varma. He stayed like a glue in one end. Doesn't matter what was happening in the other, but boy, did he play an unbelievable knock and got his team over the line.
Yeah, showed great maturity. I have a lot of belief and faith in this young man, and he's backed it up with a bit of class and panache. Didn't sweat, even though there was times when he didn't take the single. And then say Gautam Gambhir in the dugout didn't look pleased, but he was like, listen, I got this under control, don't stress, I got it, I got you. Ravi Bishnoi came out, batted like he was in the middle order of the India team, took off his chest pad, wasn't worried about any pace, was looking like he was going to cause some damage, hit that boundary, and that just relaxed them a little bit, and then they finished off there nicely. But again, Johnny, we will talk about it, I'm sure, in the podcast afterwards as well, where England have left runs on the pitch, 10, 15, what we're talking about. That's a different game, and they just have to read situations better. The frustration for us England fans, people listening, is that they seem to be making the same mistakes, and they need to be learning from this fast. Got big tournament coming on next month. You need to learn fast.
Good teams win games, right? And India were up against it, they were behind the game, and yet because of their record, because of their personnel, perhaps because there's less pressure on their shoulders, they persevered, they got through, and they won. They've got a terrific record, and they lent on that record, and they saw themselves through a real nail-biter in Chennai. It's been great to bring it to you on talkSPORT 2, and we will continue to look back at all the action. Andrew McKenna stepping into the hot seat. He'll be alongside Alex Tudor and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala to look back at India's 2-wicket win in Chennai. But for now, thanks for listening to India against England in the second T20 of 5 in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
You are listening to Following On. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'll be joined by the former England fast bowler Alex Tudor and the former IPL batter Abhishek Jhunjhunwala to look back at the second T20 between India and England in Chennai as India go 2-0 up after a tense 2-wicket win. We'll be discussing more problems with the bat for England, a gem of an innings from Tilak Varma to get India over the line, and we'll be hearing from the England captain Jos Buttler as well. So plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. This is Following On. Oh, what a corker of a game that was, the second T20. It started in the same manner as the first, with India winning the toss and putting England into bat, and there were 2 down in the 4th over. Phil Salt's 4 from 3 balls made it 6 for 1 as he was caught by Sundar off the bowling of Arshdeep, and then Ben Duckett caught by Jarrell off the bowling of Washington Sundar. 3 from 6, 26 for 2 as I say. But then 45 from Jos Buttler, 13 from Harry Brook, 13 from Liam Livingston. Jamie Smith on his T20 international debut made 22. Jamie Overton 5. Bryden Carter, very bright and breezy, 31 from 17. Jofra Archer 12. Adil Rashid 10. Mark Wood 5. So 165 for 9 from 20 overs. India having to chase that down at 8.8 and over. They have done so with 4 balls to spare, winning by just 2 wickets. England took some with them with some more very fine fast bowling. Sanju Samson 5, Abhishek Sharma only made 12 from 6 today, but it was Tilak Varma who starred, 72 from 55, not out for him at the end. Surya Kumar Yadav 12, Dhruv Jurel 4, Hardik Pandya 7, Washington Sundar 26, Akshar Patel 2, Arshdeep Singh 6, Ravi Bishnoi was 9 not out from 5 at the end, and the leading wicket taker for England, Bryden Cast 3 for 29, 1 each for Archer, Wood, Rashid, Overton and Livingston. So it is India who go 2-0 up. But as I say, Alex Tudor, I know it's the same outcome in the fact that England lost, and so therefore England will be disappointed. But you know what? I enjoyed that game of cricket. That was a good game.
Yeah, it was a great game, and sometimes, you know, we want to see the 200 and plenty v200. I like these low-scoring games because you know it challenges you differently as a cricketer. And the pressures, and England came out, to be fair, got early wickets, put that middle order under pressure, but they had, you know, at the top of the order that just gave them, you know, as a young man, you know, given his opportunity, and it's about, can you take it? And he put his hands up, and there was stages in his innings where, you know, as I said, the dugout were looking at him thinking, why are you not taking singles? Back the lower order, and he was like, don't stress, I've got this. And he backs his game. He knows what he's doing, and he executed brilliantly. And as you said, we'll get into, you know, England and not enough runs and stuff like that. But I felt, as you said, Macca, it was a great game, great one to watch. I hope the listeners enjoyed it, and we go again.
Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is with us. Enjoyable game. It's now a second significant performance from one of the newer members of this Indian side, you know, where there isn't Rohit anymore, there's not Virat, you know, we've moved on from that. That'll be pleasing the Indian management, won't it? Abhishek was in the first game, today it was Tilak Varma.
And that's what we want to see as a management and as a team as well, that somebody new puts their hands up every time. You don't want the same guys doing the job for you day in, day out. And that's what this group brings. There's so much talent, and there's so much talent waiting. And that puts a lot of pressure on these guys and brings the best out of them as well, because they know the competition is so high in India in terms of keeping their spot. So they got to keep producing these match-winning knocks, otherwise somebody will come and replace them very quickly.
Which kind of leads me on to, I'll stay with you on this one as the former batter, how concerning therefore from an England point of view that Jos Buttler is the only one of the top 5 who again made any runs. He was the only one past 20 today. He was the only one past 20 in the first game. It seems to be a little bit rinse and repeat at the moment.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the shot selection and also how you want to build an innings in T20 cricket. Yes, we know modern day cricket, you want to strike at 200, you want to get to 220 every time you play in any surface, but there are times when you need to reassess, you need to assess the conditions, you need to see which team you're playing, and sometimes, you know, 175 could be enough. You don't need 220. And that's where the adjustments needs to be made by the England batters. I think at the moment they're going on a very similar mindset every time. You know what? We're going to go out there, we're going to try and play our shots. If it works out, it's fine. If it doesn't, somebody else will do it. They've got to take the responsibility on themselves, not leave it for others.
Jude's on that. I mean, Bryden Cast is the second top scorer, 31 from 17. He's batting at number 8. In a T20 game, your number 8 probably shouldn't even be needing to strap the pads on, let alone be the second highest scorer.
Yeah, definitely. And then what it's showing is that England leaving too many balls still on the pitch when he's coming in. As you say, at number 8, you shouldn't be left with too many deliveries to face, but he is. And, you know, it was unfortunate. They were trying to get a 2 to get him back on strike. It was never a 2. Jurel with some fantastic fielding to keep it to 1, and a throw when he was off balance, straight back to Bishnoi, took it brilliantly well. And as you said, when he went, I suppose all chance of England sort of getting to that 170, even maybe 180, had all gone. And you look back now, the game was close, went to the last over. But again, you're thinking 10, 15 more runs, we get a different game.
Well, as we mentioned during the commentary, par batting first, or average score batting first in the last couple of years in the IPL on this ground has been 170. So England were a little bit short of that, and they probably left about 15 or 20 out there. So realistically, they should have been there or thereabouts in terms of a competitive score, shouldn't they?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they should have been. And you know, I watched highlights of the first game, and it's just you're sort of making that same mistakes. And Abhishek makes the same a great point where this is how we play. This is how we've been allowed to play. We're going to go out there and we're just going to throw the bat at everything. I think conditions, situations, you have to readdress to be world champions and to be very successful around the world, not just at home. You have to be able to adapt, and at the moment we're not adapting quick enough for me. We're making mistakes that, you know, these are good players. Ben Duckett, players like that, Brook, these are good players, and I just feel, not to say that you have to rein it in, but just assess the situation just slightly different. Give yourself a few balls and then maybe go, but going gun-ho right at the beginning, not too sure.
And also I think they need to break it down. Your number 8, 9, 10, 11 got you 60 runs out of that 165. This shouldn't be getting you 65 runs. You know, the majority of the top 6 or 7 should be getting 160, and probably they would be chipping in with another 20, 25 at the end.
We've now had 2 games of the Brendan McCullum era of the England white ball T20s. Are you seeing much different, Tude, from what we've had previously?
Nothing at all. No, I haven't seen anything different at all. I don't know if he's really had time to really implement what he wants, but we know what he likes to implement is just go out there, entertain, put bums on seats. That's what we're here to do, and I'm not going to stop you from doing that. My only argument would just be I'm all for that, but there's times in games where you have to assess it. A bowler could be bowling well, see him off, maybe get the captain to make another decision and then attack that bowler. But it's like we're just gun-ho. We're just going to go out and play one way. And you don't want to be a one-trick pony, and you're not going to win many major tournaments around the world if that's your mindset.
What is working at the moment is England having 2 absolutely lightning-quick fast bowlers. Jofra Archer and Mark Wood sent down some absolutely unplayable deliveries as I turn to the batter sitting to my left. I mean, that is properly hard work in any format of the game, isn't it, Abby?
Yeah, absolutely. But also you need to realise how many times can you get both these players playing together and both fit. It's not going to happen very often. They're very lucky they've got both of them here in India. We are very lucky that we're witnessing that in front of us, because you don't often get to see fast bowling of that quality in international cricket anymore. Yes, sometimes when Australia is playing, you see the Cummins and the Starks doing it, but apart from that, 2 bowlers operating at 150 clicks, how often do we see that?
Well, Brendan McCullum did say in the lead-up to the series that there would be less wrapping up of players in cotton wool in his era. In other words, if they are available to play, they are going to play, because, as you mentioned, Abby, there are going to be occasions that they're not available to play. So you get them out there. Jofra finished with figures of 1 for 60 from 4 overs, which, bearing in mind half of them were unplayable, was just crazy.
Utter madness, lunacy. Let me tell you, there were deliveries that he bowled that were on point, like the Yorker near at the end, and it's gone to fine leg for 4, and you know the batter's taken a bit of a punt. No, he's going to sort of go and bowl that hard length, just top of the stumps. So he's just going to show his stumps and flay it. Well, not flay it, you know, flat bat it over point. You know, they're calculated risks that these batters take now, and they do that really well. And all he could do is smile. You know, there's no point getting frustrated. He's bowled well. He's bowled with extreme pace, and to see Archer bowling with that pace, as an England fan and as someone that loves to see fast bowling, it is great to see. But he doesn't even have to think about that 6, and I'm sure he won't. It's just an absolute nonsense. He's bowled well, he's bowled with good pace, but I suppose in this format of the game, that sort of thing can happen.
And also you got somebody in front of you who's master top edging it over the wicket keeper for 6 and do it 3 times to you. So unfortunately, if I'm Jofra Archer, I'm not looking at those figures, because I think, as you mentioned as well, Maka, he bowled brilliantly. He bowled some unplayable deliveries in the first 2 overs or 3 overs. And as a fast bowler in this format, you will have days like this. You can't do anything.
When you've got 2 bowlers like that, you then also need the safety valve. Let's call it that. Liam Plunkett was the safety valve for England for a very long time. And I don't think Liam Plunkett's given quite enough credit for the role that he did in sides when England were successful with the white ball. Have England finally found their new safety valve in Bryden Cars? And that's not to say that he can't be an enforcer, a dominant force on his own, but he appears to be doing that Liam Plunkett-esque kind of role of hit a hard length, hit the splice of the bat, and he will allow Wood and Archer to just tear in.
They're quite similar, aren't they? They're both tall, strong, built, come in, high action, hit the wicket hard. Liam Plunkett is a bowl more cross-seam deliveries than Brydon Cast. But Brydon Cast, the one thing for him, Mac, would be, can he play around amount of games continuously? He's come on, he's been around for a while now, but he's unfortunately had a few injuries. If he can stay fit, for me, yes, he can be that man. He can be that man that comes in, hopefully, you would say, if there's 5 overs left and he can come beat ball, get 30 or 15 balls. He's that type of cricketer. So keeping him fit would be massive. To back up the pace of Wood and Archer would be a fantastic for Buttler and McCullum. And then obviously with Adil Rashid, Liam Livingstone, Overton, who's going to bowl 2-3 overs tops. It doesn't look like a bad lineup for me.
And then you've got the spinner, and I'm going to call him the spinner. Adil Rashid, 4 overs, 1 for 14 in a T20 game. You and I were actually talking about him out the back of the commentary box earlier, Abby. He is just incredible. And again, his worth, I mean, we all know how good he is, but I think it'll be one of those that when he stops playing will really magnify how good he is.
I just think he is one of the most underrated leg spinner in the world. If you look at his stats, he's as good as Rashid Khan. I think in no term he is less or above, but they're both very similar bowlers in terms of what they do for the side. Yes, one bowls really flat. Adil Rashid has got all the variety in terms of his flights, his variations, his googlies. But it's beyond me to understand how can somebody of his quality be so underrated in world cricket.
Because, again, we were talking earlier about the fact that he's never been picked up by an IPL franchise, which, on the face of it, is crazy. Now, there's an easy kind of cop-out answer is to say, well, look, India produces a lot of spinners. He's not going to be a cheap player to buy. And then also, it takes up one of your overseas players. But Chris Gale got picked up all the time, and India had an awful lot of batters that could give it a good whack. It is staggering that he's never been picked up.
Every year I see his name, and I hope somebody picks Adil Rashid, because for me he's one of the best spinners, not just a leg spinner or a left arm spinner or an off spinner, one of the best spinners in world cricket. And it's shocking not to see him getting picked for the last 8-10 years in the IPL.
I think it's only once, isn't he?
Once.
I think
and he hardly got a game.
And he hardly played, didn't
he?
Because I think they had Ashwin. I think he played in the same team that Ashwin played at, and so he didn't play a lot. But you're just thinking, it's mad. It's maddening. He's absolute quality, especially in the white ball. Didn't quite work for him in red ball cricket. He had the injuries and we missed out on that. But in white ball cricket, last 5 years, he's been different gravy.
And he's been doing it for so long. His debut was against the Netherlands at Lord's in June 2009. Coming up 16 years he's been doing this. Absolutely bonkers. Adil Rashid once again continues to keep churning it out. So England are 2-0 down. Let's put it in pure black and white terms here. It's a 5-match series. Their fortunes, it's win or bust in Rajkot, isn't it? It's as simple as that.
It is. It's as simple as that. They need to come out in Rajkot. They need to, be positive, but be smarter. Be smarter up top when it comes to batting. Just give yourself a chance. As I said, you've got players that are good players. Just show everyone what you can do. Just show everyone you can do. As I said, you're not, this Indian team, they're buoyant, they're young, they're vibrant, they have the backing of everyone. They're just going to go out there and express yourself. Go man for man. Match them. Just be a little bit smarter with your execution. That's my only thing. I'm all for positive cricket. I'd love positive cricket. That's what we used to do when I was playing at Surrey and stuff like that. But I just think there's just an over-reliance on just, this is how we play. And this is how we're going to go about it.
I just think that whatever the message comes from the team or the coach or the captain, at the end of the day, when you're out there, you're an individual. You got to figure out what's the best way for me to play. What's the best way for me to be successful on this particular pitch against that particular attack? So even though the message is there to go and hit from the very first delivery, slog everything, or whatever the message is, as an individual, once you're out there, you got to figure it out.
Well, the England captain Jos Buttler has just been speaking with Deep Dasgupta at the presentation ceremony. Let's hear their conversation.
Commiserations, Jos. Really close one.
Yeah, it was a great game. It was really exciting there at the end, and all credit to Tilak for getting them over the line.
Yeah, but I'm sure you'll be very, very happy with that, especially the bowling performance there.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought we created a lot of chances. Really aggressive. It was great to watch everyone in action and push them really close.
Do you reckon you left a few runs out there batting first?
Maybe, but really pleased with the way we went about it with the bat. I know we lost a few wickets, but I thought the aggression was there that we asked for. We really took the game on, and actually, we got up to what was nearly a defendable score. So, of course, you always want more, but I was really happy with the style that we played in.
Quite a few positives, though. Obviously, Bryden Carr's debutant Jamie Smith, your form as well. So quite a few positives as well. Yeah,
lots of positives. Absolutely. Jamie Smith on debut playing the way he did and the style he did was fantastic. Like you say, Bryden Carr, all the guys creating lots of chances with the ball, and really, really happy with the performance. There's always stuff that we can improve, and we'll always try and do that. But we're happy with the style.
I got to ask you this: 5 wickets against spin in the last game, 6 wickets here. Something that you guys need to work on, you reckon?
No, they're always going to play 3 spinners, so they're going to take some wickets. But I'd much prefer, if they do take wickets, we can take them for some runs as well.
Jos Buttler speaking with Deep Dasgupta just a couple of moments ago. Boys, let's get your thoughts on that. You raised an eyebrow there, Abhi, when he said, happy with the way we played.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because, yes, you might be happy with some aspect of the game. The bowling was brilliant. The tail-ender again, the last 4 batters, 8, 9, 10, 11, got you to a decent total. And they got there because they wanted to bowl. They knew that if we can't get runs, we'll have nothing to bowl at. But he's got to talk about the top order. You can't keep protecting your top order by saying, this is the brand of cricket, and I love the style of our play.
I don't know if McKenna, I know that's going on with in football now with Amarin and Man U and the discussions you're having. Is he having different discussions in the change room than the one that you're putting out to the media? I just think, we know the game and we've been around a long time. He can't be honest. He can't. I know the message that he's sending, lads will be backing and stuff, but hopefully they're having a slightly different discussion in the change room. Ben, you're a good player. Maybe second ball you don't have to go for the reverse sweep. Just bat for a bit. Your play catch up. Brookie, you're a quality player. In the last 12 months, you've been different class. Go out and show that. Just give yourself time. Because these lads can catch up. They hit boundaries for fun. Liam Livingston, just feel you're overhitting it a little bit bigger. Just keep your shape. You'll clear the boundary. Just be slightly smarter with your execution. I get that. It's just the messaging that they're trying to send. And I'm sure Brendan sends him out and just says, just keep regurgitating the positives. Just keep going. But in here, we may say something slightly different. I'm hoping that's what's happening in the change room.
You have to assume that is what's happening, don't you? I mean, surely. This is where your senior pros come in.
Well, yeah. I know. I mean, things have changed. I know, the positive enforcement, just keep going out there. I can imagine under Nasser Hussain and people like that, he would be letting you know in no certain terms that that's unacceptable. You just got to go out there. As you said, you definitely, of course he would have been happy with more runs. He said, I'm happy with the positive intent that the boys showed. That's fine. But they got to do that for longer. They're not facing a lot of balls. Salt 3 balls, Duckett 6, Brook 8. I mean, that's in your top 4. I mean,
that's your engine room.
Yeah, that's your engine room. In 2020 cricket, 1, 2, 3, that's where people say they want to bat. Well, go out there and bat balls, as I say to the kids at school. If you want to score runs, you got to bat balls. Yes, you're going to get the odd day where you get 50 off 20 balls or so, but generally, if you want to score runs, and that's your currency in the top 4 or 5, bat balls.
Shall we hear from someone who's in a slightly better mood? Surya Kumar Yadav has just been speaking with Deep Dasgupta.
Right, Surya, what's your first reaction? Relief or excitement? What is it?
Obviously, a little bit of relief. I mean, the way the game was going, we felt that 160 was good. But they bowled really well, and it's good that the game went down till the wire.
But halfway through 165, What was the conversation? You've gone in with an extra batter, batting till number 8. What was the conversation in that dressing room?
I think we've been playing with an extra batter since last 2-3 series. We want that cushion, and also that batter gives us 2-3 overs also in the game. And the chat around was to just play as we played the last game. But it's good to see. We are playing aggressive brand of cricket, but at the same time, as the situation demanded, boys actually put their hand up and stitched that small partnerships and bailed us out.
So what was your reaction when Akshar got out?
I mean, I was sitting inside, a little bit superstitious, but see, all these things is part of the game. You learn, you move on, and but very happy the way Tilak batted, and it's something to learn for everyone, and it's good to see someone like him taking that responsibility.
You left out Ravi Bishnoi and his effort.
Oh
He's not going to be happy.
He's going to eat my ears for next 2 days. But yeah, I mean, he's been putting in a lot of hard work in the nets. He's been batting a lot, wants to contribute with the bat as well, and it's a perfect example, and he did it today. And not to forget Arshdeep Singh as well.
Absolutely, not two ways about that. But obviously, I mean, this is a new look Indian side. Obviously, you're leading for the last few series as well. So how's been that environment, and what's been your experience so far?
Experience has been very good. I mean, as I said, I've said this a lot of times. The boys have taken off a lot of pressure from me, so I can go out and express myself. And at the same time, the atmosphere has been really good. It's very light in the dressing room. I mean, we want to play a certain brand of cricket, so in that there'll be days where it won't happen. But at the same time, we know what we want to do, and if we all are on the same page, then I think good things will definitely take place.
Kumar Yadav, I'm enjoying his interviews, although as an England fan I'd like to hear him do an upset one going forward if we can do it. Will that be from Rajkot on Tuesday? We will find out coming up shortly. Just quickly, Abhi, Rajkot, we started on the east coast in Kolkata, we've come down to the south now, up to the west coast. What kind of conditions can we expect Rajkot?
Jara, both have got 3 triple hundreds on that pitch. That's where I'm going to leave it to.
Oh boy, it could be a high scorer. We could have one of Alex Tudor's 200 and plenty plays, 200 and plenty. So make sure you stay with us for that one. Come back and join us. But what an absolute belter it was today, all thanks to Village Hotels. And here we go then, let's play is the call, and Arshdeep is running into bowl, left arm over, clipped over mid-on by Salt for 4, first ball. Salt goes on the pull, he's not got all of this one, and it's straight to the fielder, a deep square leg. The skipper is in early once again, goes Arshdeep, and Jos Buttler spanked this